Historically Incompatible. An enemies to lovers M/M romantic comedy by Riley Fox. Copyright 2026 by Riley Fox. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review.
Chapter 1.
Emmett. The Earl Grey was going to be a problem.
Emmett Ashford stood in the kitchen of the Temperance Street Heritage Museum, staring at the vintage samovar he'd spent 2 hours polishing that morning, and tried not to mentally calculate how many of the 150 teacups they'd borrowed from the Historical Society would actually be used. The Earl Grey tea was expensive. Not museum budget expensive, but his personal savings expensive, which was worse because at least the museum's non-existent budget was someone else's problem.
He adjusted the small silver spoon next to the third cup in the first row and tried to think peaceful thoughts. Mindful breathing. The kind of thing Iris was always telling him to do instead of stress spiraling. "You're fussing," Iris Cumberland said, as if summoned by the mere mention of her name. She appeared in the doorway in a flutter of navy silk, her locks pinned up in an elaborate Gibson girl configuration that made Emmett's fingers itch to check if she'd used the right period hairpins. She had. Iris was better at the costume details than he was, even though he'd been the one who taught her everything she knew. "I'm not fussing," Emmett said. "Fussing? You're fussing. Your face does that thing where your nose crinkles and you look like you're personally affronted by the universe. The universe deserves my affront." He positioned a small lace doily just so beneath one of the cups. "We've got maybe 3 dozen people confirmed for today. 3 dozen. Do you know what that does to our utility money?" Iris came over and bodily removed him from the table, one hand on his waist and the other gently steering him toward the door. She was 6 feet of pure dramatic energy when she got going, and the Historical Society's borrowed costumes were no match for her natural authority. 3 dozen people who will each pay $30, which is $90 in donations even if they don't give extra, plus the silent auction, plus the bake sale. "Plus your mother's donation?" Emmett asked hopefully. Iris's mother was wealthy and occasionally sympathetic to her daughter's obsession with the museum. "Absolutely not. I told you, she's in a thing right now about supporting locally owned small businesses instead of nonprofits. It's very her. But 3 dozen people is better than last month's turnout." Emmett wanted to argue that barely wasn't much comfort when the September utilities bill was due in a week, but he let himself be herded out of the kitchen instead. The main gallery was already set up. Long tables dressed in white linen, the delicate china arranged in careful rows, finger sandwiches waiting to be laid out an hour before the event. The afternoon light was coming through the tall windows in that perfect spring way that made the old wood paneling glow golden. The museum looked lovely. It always did. That was Emmett's whole philosophy, really. If you couldn't save the place, at least you could make it beautiful while it was dying. He changed into his costume an hour before, the full 1890s ensemble he'd sewn himself during the long pandemic months when it became clear no one was going to staff the museum with proper funding. A deep forest green frock coat with authentic bone buttons he'd sourced from an estate sale, a cream waistcoat, a white linen shirt with a high collar and silk cravat that always made his neck itch after 20 minutes but looked absolutely correct. The trousers were period-accurate wool, and the whole thing was topped off with a pocket watch on a chain that had been his grandfather's. His hair was a lost cause, too much auburn and not enough wave, even with the styling cream, but at least it was combed. Iris was checking her phone. First guests just pulled into the lot. "Are you ready for this?" Emmett wasn't ready. He was never ready, but he'd learned to fake it. "Completely prepared," he lied. The next 2 hours were actually fine. Better than fine. They were good. An elderly woman named Margaret spent 45 minutes examining the museum's collection of period sewing kits and asked intelligent questions about dye techniques. A family with 3 children came through, and the kids got genuinely excited about the heritage craft demonstrations set up in the back room, where a volunteer was teaching them about Victorian penmanship. The silent auction for the hand-painted teacups was going decently. There was a photographer from the local neighborhood association taking pictures for the newsletter. Emmett was in the process of explaining the original gas line fixtures to an interested couple when he first heard it. Thwack, thwack, thwack. It wasn't loud. Not yet. But it was the kind of sound that made your teeth set on edge. Flack, 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 flack. Emmett's spine went rigid. He was still in the middle of a sentence about the restoration work done in 1987. That we actually had to source the original specifications from the city archives to... He stopped. Started again. I'm sorry, what was I? Thwack, 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 thwack. That wasn't a jackhammer yet. That was the sound of heavy machinery beginning to move. The sound of something warming up. The sound of industrial intentions. He watched the couple's faces shift from interest to unease. Is someone doing construction nearby? The woman asked delicately. I'm sure it's nothing, Emmett said, which was a lie, and everyone in the room knew it was a lie. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The sound stopped. Blessed silence reigned for approximately 4 seconds. The couple looked at each other. The children in the back room had gone quiet. Even Margaret, who was hard of hearing, was glancing toward the direction of the noise. Then the jackhammer started. It wasn't a gentle introductory jackhammer. It was a fully committed, no mercy, all systems go jackhammer that sounded like someone was taking the laws of physics personally. The windows vibrated. One of the teacups rattled against its saucer. An elderly gentleman near the refreshment table jumped and spilled Earl Grey down his waistcoat. Oh no, Emmett breathed. Thwack, 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 thwack. Is there construction next door? Margaret asked, now alarmed. There shouldn't be, Emmett said. There absolutely should not be. He'd checked with the city. The lot next to the museum had been empty for 6 months. He'd actually been hoping it might remain empty forever, or possibly turn into a nice community garden. Thwack, 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 thwack. Iris appeared at his elbow, costume perfect, expression grim. Is he seriously doing this right now? She mouthed. Emmett nodded helplessly. He could see through the tall windows the outline of heavy machinery next door. A jackhammer, definitely, wielded by someone in a hard hat who showed absolutely no sign of remorse about what he was doing to the ambiance of the Temperance Street Heritage Museum's Victorian spring tea. The family with the children were already gathering their things. The photographer looked embarrassed, as if the noise was somehow her fault. Margaret actually looked angry, which broke Emmett's heart a little. I'm so sorry, he said to the room, to everyone, to the universe at large. This shouldn't be happening. I can offer free admission for next month's event. Thwack, 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 thwack. The gentleman who'd spilled tea on himself was already heading for the door. Emmett's hands made fists without his permission. His face, which Iris had kindly mentioned did things when he was upset, probably looked absolutely fantastic right now. You know what? Iris said quietly. You should go talk to him. I'm not going to yell at a construction worker. Then don't yell, but go. Thwack, 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 thwack. Emmett looked down at himself, at the full Victorian costume he'd spent an hour putting on, at the cravat, at the bone buttons, at his entirely impractical Victorian frock coat. Then he looked at Iris. Then he started walking toward the door. He deserves whatever happens, Iris called after him. Channel your inner Victorian lady of property. Emmett probably would have made some kind of witty response if he hadn't been too angry to speak. He stalked out the front door of the museum and around the corner to the lot next door, where someone had definitely, absolutely, without question, begun construction on what appeared to be a very large and very modern steel and concrete structure. The lot itself looked like a war zone. Tarps covered most of the perimeter. Heavy machinery was parked haphazardly across what used to be grass, and in the center of it all was the jackhammer and the man wielding it. Tall, lean, in an expensive-looking black turtleneck and jeans, hard hat placed at a rakish angle that suggested he'd never encountered personal safety guidelines before. The man was jackhammering what appeared to be the museum's shared foundation wall. Emmett's Victorian sensibilities warred with his modern sense of property violation for approximately 2 seconds before we started walking straight toward the man in the hard hat. The jackhammer cut out. The man looked up, pulled out what appeared to be very expensive earbuds, and locked eyes with Emmett. He had gray-blue eyes, sharp ones, the kind of eyes that looked at people and immediately dismissed them as problems to be solved. "Hi," the man said. "Are you the garden gnome, or is this a separate complaint?" Emmett blinked. "I'm sorry?" "The museum. I got the Historical Society newsletter. It mentioned that the museum employs a Victorian garden gnome for authenticity. I assumed—" He paused, clearly reassessing. "You're not a garden gnome." "I'm the museum director," Emmett said coldly, "and you're jackhammering a shared wall. The foundation line runs just shy of the property border. I had it surveyed. Legally, I'm fine." "Legally? There are 30 people." 32, the man corrected. His tone suggested he'd actually counted. "I watched some leave. What were they doing? Was it the teacups thing?" "It was the fundraiser," Emmett said, as if he was explaining this to a particularly slow child. "A Victorian spring tea. For donations." The man looked at Emmett's costume, looked at the museum, looked back at Emmett's costume. "You're raising money by serving tea dressed like an extra from a Jane Austen film?" "I'm raising money by providing the community with a cultural experience and an opportunity to support a historical landmark." "You're raising money by selling nostalgia to people who are afraid of the modern world." Emmett felt something hot and angry bloom in his chest. The kind of anger that came from the specific pain of watching someone dismiss the thing you loved most without even trying to understand it. "The Temperance Street Heritage Museum has been part of this community for 87 years, he said quietly. "It's a primary educational resource for every school in the district. It houses artifacts that cannot be replaced. And yes, when I can't pay our staff salaries, I sell tea in a Victorian costume. I'll sell whatever I need to sell." The man's expression flickered, just for a moment, something that might have been actual human emotion before it went back to carefully blank. "That's actually kind of noble," he said, "but it's also going to be a problem." "The construction? Yes, I know. I'm aware." "No, I mean, it's going to be a problem that you keep having events and fundraisers that require quiet. I'm building the H-Series prototype next door. It's going to take 4 months. There will be noise. There will be structural vibrations. There might be some dust." Emmett stared at him. "You're going to spend 4 months jackhammering next to a museum? Unless you have zoning codes that prevent it. I had the city planner check. You don't. Because the planner didn't think anyone would be stupid enough to do this." The man actually smiled. Not a nice smile, a smile that suggested he found Emmett's distress mildly amusing. "I'm Toby Grayson," he said, as if introducing himself at a cocktail party would somehow make this better. "I'm building the H-Series here. It's an entirely modular, sustainable, self-sufficient residential unit, first one in the Western Hemisphere." "I don't care if you're building the first sentient house in the universe," Emmett said. "You're destroying my fundraiser." "Your fundraiser will survive. It's a tea party, not a heart transplant. It's a museum event that is going to need to happen on different days, at different times, or with better soundproofing. All of which are problems you can solve that don't involve me stopping work on a project I've already started." Toby was already putting his earbuds back in. "The noise ordinance technically allows me to work until 6 p.m. I'll probably shut down by 5 out of neighborly consideration." "That's very kind," Emmett said, acidly. "I thought so," Toby said, and turned the jackhammer back on. Thwack, 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 thwack. Emmett stood there for another second, watching this man in his expensive black turtleneck deliberately jackhammer through what was clearly Emmett's attempt at a civilized conversation. Then he turned around and walked back to the museum. The event was mostly over. The photographer had left. Margaret was having tea with Iris in the corner, probably commiserating about the state of young people and construction permits. The children were gone. Half the tables were already being cleared. Emmett did the math in his head without really wanting to. 32 people at $30 each was $960. The silent auction had raised maybe $300. The bake sale donations were probably another $150. That was approximately $1,410 toward the September utility bill of $2,800. He was still $1,390 short. And now there would be 4 months of jackhammering. "So," Ira said, appearing at his elbow with 2 cups of tea she'd rescued from the chaos. "What did he say?" "That he's building a prototype house, and he doesn't care that he's ruining my fundraiser." "Is he cute?" Iris. What? I'm allowed to ask. You walked into a construction zone looking like a time-traveling dandy. If you're going to do that, at least tell me he was cute enough to make it worthwhile. Emmett took the tea. It was getting cold. He was insufferable, he said. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I'm giving you. Iris took a delicate sip of her own tea and smiled in a way that suggested she found this entire situation deeply entertaining and would absolutely bring it up later, repeatedly. Well, she said, I guess you're going to see a lot of him for the next 4 months. Emmett didn't answer. He was too busy calculating how long the museum could survive on fumes and prayer and increasingly desperate fundraising attempts. He was too busy thinking about Margaret's disappointed face. He was too busy trying not to think about the gray-blue eyes and the dismissive smile and the way Toby Grayson had said, it's a tea party, not a heart transplant. Like Emmett was being unreasonably emotional about something that mattered to him. Outside, the jackhammer continued its relentless assault on the shared wall, on the peace, on everything Emmett had carefully built and maintained in this small corner of the city. Flack, 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 flack. And Emmett, standing in his Victorian costume in the middle of his dying museum, realized that his day was somehow about to get much more complicated. Chapter 2. Toby. The construction timeline spreadsheet on Toby's monitor was a work of art, if one considered color-coded pivot tables and 3-month projections artistic, which exactly 2 people on Earth did, and one of them was Toby himself. He'd been staring at it since 7 in the morning, and the metrics had only improved since yesterday's site walk. The foundation curing ahead of schedule, the architectural permits processed without incident, everything rolling forward like a perfectly calibrated machine, which was precisely how Toby preferred his reality, predictable, quantifiable, and blissfully free of surprises. The temporary office, a cramped commercial space 3 blocks from Founders Crossing, wasn't much. Metal desk from a bulk furniture supplier, 2 IKEA chairs that made ominous creaking sounds when you shifted his weight, a coffee maker that produced what might charitably be called warm brown water. But it was functional, and functionality was all Toby required. He'd eliminated unnecessary variables from his life the way he eliminated them from code, ruthlessly and without sentiment. His phone buzzed, a reminder notification, which meant Desmond was probably already in the building, defying the laws of punctuality the way he defied every other social convention that didn't directly serve his purposes. Sure enough, Desmond appeared in the doorway 40 seconds later, looking precisely like chaos in a band tee. Today's featured graphic was a regrettably vintage anime girl that Desmond insisted was ironic, carrying 2 coffee cups from the Good Place on 5th Avenue. The one that knew Toby's order, the one that Desmond visited specifically because Toby made that face when Desmond brought coffee from anywhere else. You're going to give yourself an aneurysm, Desmond announced, setting the superior coffee on Toby's desk with the solemnity of a priest presenting the Eucharist. I can literally watch the tension migrate up your spine like a very angry salmon. I'm fine, Toby lied, closing the spreadsheet with perhaps more aggression than necessary. You're visibly not fine. Your jaw is doing that thing where it looks like you're chewing your own teeth. Desmond collapsed into one of the IKEA chairs, which voiced its displeasure with a crack that suggested its structural integrity was now questionable. He seemed unconcerned. Also, I finished the occupancy simulation module for home. It'll adapt ambient temperature based on which rooms are in use, predicted resident location patterns, and honestly, it's so good I'm considering framing the code. I'm serious. It's beautiful. I wept while writing it. Toby had learned years ago that Desmond's emotional declarations about code were either completely accurate or complete fiction, with no middle ground. He'd also learned that trying to determine which was a losing game. Did you account for the thermal differential in the east-facing rooms at peak summer? Obviously. I also cross-referenced 5 years of weather data for the neighborhood, 3 different resident temperature preference models, and the phase of the moon for no reason other than that I got weird at 3 a.m. This was normal. This was fine. This was Toby's entire life. Buildings and code and Desmond's chaotic energy, balanced against his own monastic quiet. He picked up the coffee, grateful in a way he had trouble articulating. The construction's ahead of schedule, Toby said, which was not an answer to anything Desmond had said, and they both knew it. Structural work on the northern wing accelerated. We might close the walls 4 days earlier than projected. Did your mother's ghost appear to bless the endeavor? Desmond asked, and Toby didn't flinch, but it was close. That was the thing about having best friends for 16 years. They learned exactly which ribs to press to make you light up or shut down, and they got confused if you didn't do at least one of those things. Tobias, I'm joking. Don't activate your defensive sarcasm mode. I'm being warm and supportive and slightly morbid, which is my love language. You're being invasive, Toby said, but his tone was flat enough that Desmond knew it wasn't a real rebuke. The house mattered. They both knew why it mattered. That it mattered was the whole problem, actually. It gave the house weight beyond simple prototype status, beyond professional achievement. It made it vulnerable in ways that actual vulnerability couldn't touch. Toby's mother had worked 3 jobs when he was a kid. 3. A retail position that paid roughly minimum wage, plus benefits she couldn't afford to use. A night shift cleaning office buildings in the financial district, which was where she'd fallen asleep at the wheel of their ancient Honda Civic in 1998 and nearly driven them both into the Schuylkill River. A part-time weekend gig doing administrative work for a nonprofit, because apparently even bankruptcy-level exhaustion hadn't been enough to stop her from trying. She'd saved every dollar that wasn't earmarked for their rent and utilities. She'd shown Toby blueprints when he was 12 and asked him what his dream home would look like. He'd told her about automated systems, about walls that regulated temperature, about kitchens where nothing broke because everything was designed to last, about homes that took care of their inhabitants instead of requiring endless maintenance and repair, and the kind of physical labor that wore a human body down to dust. She'd listened. She'd saved. She bought him a used laptop when he turned 14 and watched him teach himself to code from YouTube tutorials. And then her heart had given out 6 years ago, while she was working a double shift at the hospital where she'd taken yet another job to help pay for his college. And she'd never gotten to see the first company he'd founded, let alone the success he'd built afterward. So the house mattered. The house was supposed to be the proof that all her work, all her sacrifice, had meant something, that her son had turned her exhaustion into his vision, that he was building something that would change how people lived, how they didn't have to exhaust themselves maintaining a shelter. It was not a reasonable amount of emotional weight for a building to carry. She'd have liked the thermal differential, Toby said, which was not what Desmond had been leading him toward. She was always frustrated with how expensive it was to heat our apartment. She'd wear 3 sweaters and I'd still catch her shivering. Desmond, to his credit, didn't try to pivot this into something warm and touching. He just nodded and drank his coffee. This was another thing about 16 years of friendship, knowing when to let the conversation sit in sad places without immediately trying to excavate it into something healthier. The house will heat beautifully. The house will heat efficiently. The house will probably judge people for wearing sweaters indoors and subtly adjust its opinion of their life choices. The house is a prototype, not a person, Toby said, but he was almost smiling. Almost. The way you talk about it, the house is definitely becoming a person. If it weren't already, it would be by the time we're done. Consciousness emerging from code and HVAC systems. Very sci-fi. Very you. Desmond stretched his legs out, grimacing at a crack in his right knee. Speaking of which, is it true you got harassed by an angry Victorian ghost on site yesterday? Toby's spine went rigid in a way he didn't have time to prevent. It wasn't harassment. Okay, aggressively confronted by a man in historical costume is better. He was upset about zoning changes that happened in 1987. It wasn't my project. I legally purchased the property, followed all applicable regulations, and obtained every necessary permit. Toby heard himself and recognized the defensive tone, the way his voice flattened into the register he used when he was armoring himself. He was objectively wrong about everything. Desmond regarded him with the expression Toby had come to recognize as, "You've just said something hilarious, and I'm deciding whether to make you aware of it." Okay, but what did he look like? I don't. He was wearing a waistcoat and what appeared to be period-appropriate trousers. He was trespassing on construction site. The why is irrelevant. He was trespassing, but you remember the waistcoat and the trousers, specifically their period appropriateness. I have a visual memory, Toby said coldly. It comes standard with being able to read architectural plan. You have the worst poker face in human history. You're doing the thing where you're pretending you didn't notice something, or you're pretending you did and it meant nothing, and both lies are written across your forehead in letters 6 feet high. Desmond leaned back, and the IKEA chair made another ominous sound. Describe him. No. Describe him, or I'm switching your automatic coffee order to a venti hazelnut latte. Toby made a sound that was not quite a growl. He was shorter than me, maybe 5'8", auburn hair, aggressive volume in his voice. He had the bearing of someone who'd never encountered the concept of indoor voices in his life. He was trespassing. He was angry. He yelled about cobblestones. And, Desmond prompted, grinning in a way that suggested he was enjoying himself far too much. And nothing. That's where it ended. He stormed off. I returned to work. It was 7 seconds of my life that I'm actively trying to forget. But that wasn't quite true. Toby had been actively trying to forget it since it happened, which meant he hadn't actually forgotten it at all. There'd been something beneath the anger, a kind of desperation that Toby's nervous system had registered, even though his brain had been fully occupied with the legitimate annoyance of trespassing and disrupted workflow. The man had looked like he actually cared about something, the way Toby cared about the house, the way people cared about things that mattered deeply enough to inconvenience themselves. Toby didn't trust that kind of emotional authenticity. It made him uneasy. It suggested a kind of vulnerability he'd been working for years to engineer out of his own existence. Noted and filed under Things Toby is Lying About, Desmond said cheerfully. I'm telling you, if this becomes a situation where you're falling for your Victorian ghost neighbor, it's not a situation, and he's not my neighbor. He's someone who trespassed on a property I legally control. Then you should know that I'm available to provide romantic commentary and terrible advice in real time. I've cleared my schedule. You have 3 projects pending, and you're supposed to be consulting for Veritas next month. And I just cleared my schedule for you. That's what friends do. We sacrifice important career opportunities for the chance to watch you be emotionally constipated about a man in a waistcoat. Desmond stood, the IKEA chair finally voicing its complete betrayal with a sound like a small animal in distress. Also, you have email from someone named Gwendolyn with a lot of exclamation points and underlines. She seems upset about something. Toby's inbox was generally a graveyard of read emails and filtered notifications, so the fact that Desmond had noticed anything meant it was probably loud. He minimized his spreadsheet and pulled up the email application, which had been running in the background like a browser tab he'd forgotten existed. The email was, indeed, loud. Subject: Urgent. Community meeting required. Dear Mr. Grayson, I am writing on behalf of the Founders Crossing Neighborhood Association to formally request your presence at our monthly meeting scheduled for next Wednesday at 7 p.m. at the Community Center, address below. We have received numerous concerns from residents regarding the construction project at your property, and we believe it's important to discuss this matter in person. Please confirm your attendance at your earliest convenience. Regards, Gwendolyn Fairfax, President, Founders Crossing Neighborhood Association. It was aggressively polite in the way things were when someone was furious and trying very hard not to let it show in punctuation, but had failed. The double underlines on formally request and the 3 exclamation points after her title suggested a woman who was one misparsed emoji away from writing in all caps. What did you do? Desmond asked, reading over his shoulder with the casual invasion of privacy that came from a decade and a half of friendship. Nothing. I purchased the property legally. The zoning is appropriate. The permits are current. I've followed every regulation. Toby felt something in his chest go tight. The familiar sensation of being misunderstood by people who didn't operate on the same logical systems he did. I've barely started work. There's minimal disturbance. The site is properly contained and permitted. Okay, but why are they mad? I don't know. They legally can't be mad. I've done nothing wrong. People don't require legal justification to be mad, Desmond said gently, which was the kind of observation that made Toby's brain itch, because it was obviously true and also completely outside his ability to predict or manage. Maybe they just don't like change. Maybe they liked that lot sitting empty and overgrown. Maybe your big new house is going to change the neighborhood and they're freaked out about it. That's the entire point. Change is necessary. The neighborhood is stagnant. The infrastructure is aging. Most of these houses are barely functional. My prototype will demonstrate how to modernize while maintaining aesthetic integrity. It will improve property values. It will make existing structures more efficient. You know what? That's a really compelling pitch. You should definitely open with that at the community meeting, where everyone is already mad about you ruining their historic neighborhood. Toby stared at him. I'm not ruining anything. I know, but that's what they feel like is happening. And you need to understand that feeling is as real as the facts you have memorized. Probably more real, actually, because emotions are really good at bypassing logic in the human brain. You know this. You built an AI system based on this exact principle. He had. The HOME system was designed to recognize human emotional states and adjust environment variables accordingly, predicting not what people needed, but what they felt like they needed. Toby was extremely good at understanding this principle in abstract, in code, in systems design. He was spectacularly bad at applying it to the human beings who stood in front of him and told him he was wrong. I should go to this meeting, Toby said, which was the only logical conclusion. I should explain what I'm building and why. I should present the architectural integrity of the design and demonstrate that it's compatible with the neighborhood's historic character. That's a plan, Desmond said, which could have meant yes or could have meant you're about to have the worst night of your life and I'm going to enjoy the fallout. When you need me to come along as the socially competent one, I'm available. I can be socially competent. You once told someone their baby was algorithmically unattractive. That was 3 years ago, and it was technically accurate. Toby. Fine. Come to the meeting, be my social translator. Help me avoid saying something that makes them all hate me more. Desmond grinned, which was the expression that preceded chaos. This is going to be fun. And by fun, I mean a disaster. I'm going to bring snacks and watch you slowly realize that facts and logic don't win neighborhood associations. Charm and historical grievance do. I can be charming. I love you very much, and I need you to hear that with genuine affection when I say, no, you cannot. You are the least charming person I've met in my entire life, and I once befriended a man whose primary communication method was complaining about his own knees. Toby didn't have a response to that, partly because it was accurate, and partly because he'd become aware that the tightness in his chest had migrated up into his shoulders. The meeting felt like a problem he wasn't equipped to solve. The neighborhood felt like a system that didn't operate on the principles he understood. The angry Victorian ghost with the waistcoat and the desperate eyes suddenly felt less like an isolated incident and more like an early warning sign of something larger looming ahead. It'll be fine, Desmond said, which meant it probably wouldn't be. You have a house that's going to change the world. You have permits and logic, and me in a very professional blazer. How bad could it be? Toby, who had spent the last 4 years building systems designed to predict complex outcomes, knew exactly how bad it could be. But he also knew something else. Backing down wasn't an option. The house mattered too much. His mother's memory mattered too much. The vision of what this prototype could mean for thousands of homes and millions of people mattered too much. Even if it meant facing down an entire neighborhood of people who hated him for it. Even if it meant confronting that man in the waistcoat again, with his period-appropriate trousers and his authentic anger about something Toby fundamentally didn't understand. When do you need to leave? Desmond asked, already standing, already accepting the way this day was about to splinter into something more complicated. I'll stay until 6. Finish the utility systems overview. Sounds good. I'll be back at 6:45. Wear something that isn't black. Everything I own is black. Exactly. That's the problem. That's going to be a problem at the meeting. I'm buying you a different shirt on my way here. You can't just buy me a shirt. I definitely can, and I'm doing it right now. Desmond was already heading for the door, already making decisions for Toby's life the way he'd been doing since college. See you in 11 hours. Try not to stress code yourself into an ulcer. Toby watched him leave, watched the door swing shut, and then looked back at the email from Gwendolyn Fairfax with her aggressive politeness and her obvious anger. He pulled his spreadsheet back onto the screen, but the numbers blurred slightly, and he realized he was no longer thinking about construction timelines. He was thinking about cobblestones and teacups, and a man who'd cared enough about something to trespass on someone else's property to yell about it. He was thinking about the meeting next Wednesday and the possibility that logic wouldn't be enough, that facts wouldn't be enough, that everything he'd built toward wouldn't be enough to convince people who didn't want to be convinced. For the first time since he'd started this project, Toby felt the small, sharp edge of doubt, and he had absolutely no framework for processing it. Chapter 3. Emmett. Tuesday morning arrived exactly as scheduled, which Emmett took as a personal offense. It was one of those crystalline fall days where the world seemed determined to be beautiful, despite his complete inability to appreciate it. The kind of day where having an actual crisis felt like poor timing on the universe's part. Harold Pemberton had texted at 7:47 a.m. Coming by for roof inspection like we talked about. Should take an hour, 2 max. With the casual optimism of a man who hadn't yet seen what Emmett was increasingly certain he was about to see. The text had given Emmett exactly enough time to catastrophize through 3 cups of coffee before Harold pulled up in his ancient Ford truck, ladder racks rattling like a skeleton's disappointment. "Morning, kid," Harold called out, unfolding himself from the truck with the deliberate care of someone whose joints had been through 70 years of labor. His flannel shirt was the color of dead leaves, his boots caked with the dust of 100 different jobs. Harold had been coming to the museum since Emmett was old enough to remember, doing maintenance work at rates that were embarrassingly below market value. When Emmett's parents were alive, his mother had tried to pay him more. Harold had refused every time. "It's the neighborhood place," he'd said, and that had apparently been sufficient explanation. "Harold, hi, yes, roof. I'm glad you're here," Emmett heard himself say, which was both technically true and a complete lie, because actually nothing about this felt glad. His stomach was performing gymnastics that would have impressed an actual gymnast. "You're jumpier than a cat at a dog show," Harold observed, already moving toward the museum's back exterior stairs. "It's not as bad as you're thinking." This was Harold's standard opener, before discovering that everything was, in fact, worse than anticipated. Emmett had learned this the hard way over the past 6 months. They climbed to the roof, Emmett third-wheeling behind Harold's methodical steps, feeling like he was being led to his own execution by a man in steel-toed boots. The roof was exactly as unremarkable as roofs typically were. An expanse of aging asphalt, some patches that were clearly temporary solutions that had somehow become permanent, and absolutely nothing that screamed major structural failure in the way Emmett's anxiety was currently screaming. Harold crouched down near the western edge, examining the seams with the focus of an archaeologist with something to prove. His thick gray beard caught the morning light as he moved, studying, probing, making small humming sounds that Emmett had learned to interpret as, "This is worse than my face is showing." "How long's this been leaking?" Harold asked quietly. "That's the problem," Emmett said. "I don't think we actually know. I found water standing on the ceiling in the east hallway last month, but the collection storage... I should have gone down there earlier. I should have been doing regular checks instead of..." He stopped, aware that he was spiraling and that Harold didn't need to hear his full catalog of failures before 9 a.m. Harold was already moving, though, heading for the access hatch that led to the interior of the roof structure. Through the hatch was a world of insulation and wooden beams and exposed ductwork, all of it perfectly dry. Or supposed to be. When Harold pried open the secondary hatch, the one that led to the collection storage area below, reality fell on Emmett like a collapsing building. The water staining wasn't on the ceiling. The water staining was everywhere. "Oh no," Emmett heard himself whisper. "Yeah," Harold said, in the grave tone of a man delivering bad news to someone who couldn't afford hearing it. They descended the narrow metal stairs into the collection storage with the solemnity of pallbearers. The storage room had always smelled like old paper and wooden shelving, and the vaguely earthy scent of history. Now it smelled like damp. Actively, aggressively damp. Like the earth had decided to take back what humans had tried to preserve. The water had come from 3 separate locations in the roof. 3. Not one concentrated disaster, but a scattered, insidious infiltration that had worked its way past the structural integrity with the patient determination of a predator stalking prey. Harold pulled out his phone and started photographing, his weathered hands steady despite the grave set of his mouth. Emmett did the math in his head, the mathematics of catastrophe. 3 roof leaks meant compromised insulation, potential structural rot, a failing system that wasn't getting fixed, it was getting worse. He'd skipped this part of the museum tour for the past 3 months because the climate control down here had been struggling, and he'd convinced himself it was just a temporary adjustment needed, just a temporary failure of his responsibility as director. "Show me the collection," Harold said. Emmett wished he could refuse. Harold, to his credit, didn't push. He just walked quietly beside Emmett as they moved deeper into the storage area, as if they were both steeling themselves for what they'd find. The textile collection was first. Dozens of quilts and period costumes and embroidered samplers from the neighborhood's founding families, carefully cataloged and housed in acid-free boxes. Or they had been. Now, they were housed in boxes that were developing soft, dark spots. Water damage spread across them like a disease. And Emmett felt something in his chest crack open when he saw the Ashford family quilt, the one his great-great-grandmother had made in 1887, which had been donated to the museum by his own grandmother, which his mother had always pointed out when they'd visited as children. "Can we save these?" he asked, hearing how small his voice sounded. Harold was examining the boxes with the precision of a bomb tech diffusing something. Some, maybe. The ones that dried and stayed stable might be okay with proper conservation. These wet ones. He gestured carefully, like he was afraid touching them might accelerate their decay. Need to be assessed by someone who specializes in textiles, which is going to cost money. Conservation. The word landed heavy. Emmett had read enough museum management materials to know that textile conservation was expensive. Textile conservation for multiple water-damaged pieces from the same disaster was the kind of thing that required grant funding, or donors, or actual resources, which the Temperance Street Heritage Museum did not have. They moved to the photographs next. Emmett's heart did a slow, painful stutter step as he recognized his own handwriting on one of the archival boxes. Photographs, Temperance Street, 1920 to 1960. The photographs his grandmother had contributed. The photographs his mother had scanned and cataloged when she was alive. The photographs that showed the neighborhood during the Depression, the war years, the quiet prosperity of the 50s. Some of the boxes showed water damage. Not catastrophic, not yet, but active dampness that meant mold was probably already having thoughts about setting up residence. "We need to get these dry," Harold said. "Need to get all of this dry, or you're going to lose these pieces. Actually lose them." Emmett sat down on one of the storage shelves, suddenly aware that his legs weren't going to keep him upright anymore. "Tell me what it costs," he said. "The roof. Everything." Harold removed his glasses and cleaned them on his flannel shirt, which was his thinking gesture. Emmett had seen it 1,000 times, usually in situations where Harold was about to deliver news that nobody wanted to hear. Roof repairs, full replacement of the compromised section, new flashing, new insulation, the works. You're looking at about 15 grand. Maybe 17 if there's structural rot we can't see until we open it up. Harold paused, letting that number settle like a stone in deep water. That's not including the HVAC system. Your climate control is failing, probably why the humidity down here got out of hand. New system is going to run you another $8,000 to $12,000. Depends on what you want to do. $23,000 to $29,000. Emmett did the math and watched his annual operating budget evaporate, like water damage, ironically. And conservation, he asked, though he already knew the answer was going to be the answer he couldn't handle. For pieces this water damaged, textiles especially? Harold's voice was gentle in a way that made it worse. You're probably looking at $3,000 to $5,000 just to stabilize what's wet. If you want actual restoration, you're talking more. Those photographs might be savable if we dry them fast. Might be. But the textiles? He trailed off, but his expression said everything he wasn't saying. So, $23,000 to $29,000 for the building. $4,000 to $7,000 for the artifacts that were already damaged, somewhere between $32,000 and $36,000 to keep the museum from becoming a wet monument to Emmett's failure as its director. The museum's annual budget was $42,000. Before paying Harold, before paying his own part-time salary, before paying utilities or insurance, or even looking at conservation costs, the museum was already operating on hope and spite. And Emmett had just used all the hope up. "I need to look at the rest of the collection," he heard himself say. "Kid." "Please," Emmett said. "I need to know." So they cataloged disaster. They moved through the storage room like archaeologists excavating a tomb, documenting what was damaged, what was at risk, what might survive with proper intervention. The documents from the Neighborhood Historical Society, foundational materials about Temperance Street's founding in 1884, showed water staining around the edges. The leather-bound ledgers from the local church, donated 5 years ago, had already started to warp. The photographs, the quilts, the personal correspondence from the Pemberton family, no relation to Harold, the clothing collection, the furniture from the old community center. History, dampening. By the time Harold left, at 3 p.m., because 2 hours max meant Harold had discovered enough problems to keep them working through lunch, Emmett had 17 pages of notes and the kind of exhaustion that came from holding yourself together while everything around you proved itself to be falling apart. "It's not the end of the world," Harold had said, which was a lie they both recognized. Harold had added, "You've got time to fix this. You can get grants. There are programs for this kind of thing, small museums, historical preservation. There's money out there." Emmett nodded like he believed this, like he hadn't already spent the last 6 months applying for every grant his extremely limited knowledge of nonprofit funding could identify. Like he wasn't already intimately familiar with rejection letters that arrived in his email with the frequency of unsolicited package delivery. "The board meeting is Thursday," Emmett had said. "Then you've got till Thursday to figure out what you're going to say," Harold had replied, in that infuriatingly reasonable way of his. "And you will, because that's what you do. You figure things out. I've seen you do it for 6 months. Harold hadn't seen Emmett fail, though. Harold hadn't been there to watch his parents die 3 years ago, to watch Emmett move into his grandmother's cottage and suddenly find himself responsible for a museum that meant everything to his family and nothing to a world that was aggressively not interested in preserving history anymore. Emmett stayed at the museum until 8 p.m., well after dark, working through the collection with meticulous care. He photographed everything: the water staining, the soft spots in boxes, the humidity damage on the edges of the textile pieces. He made notes with the precision of someone creating evidence for a trial, because this felt like a trial, his failure, documented in color photographs. The Ashford family quilt sat on his lap for a while. It was beautiful, in that specific way of things that had survived long enough to become actually fragile. His great-great-grandmother had stitched this, with hands that had been young then, probably humming or singing or thinking about ordinary things, while creating something meant to last forever. It had lasted long enough to make it to 2024. Now it needed him to save it. Emmett had never been particularly religious, but he found himself praying anyway, not to any specific deity, just to the universe or fate or whatever cosmic force governed these things. "Please," he thought, holding the quilt carefully, "please let me save this. Please let me be someone who can save something." His phone buzzed. A text from Iris. "You're still at the museum, aren't you? I can feel it through the phone. Don't do this to yourself." He didn't respond, because responding would mean admitting that yes, he was drowning himself in bad news at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday, and Iris would make him leave and make him tea and make him talk about his feelings, which was the last thing he needed right now. What he needed was to sit in the quiet collection storage and feel the full weight of responsibility that he'd volunteered for, but suddenly wasn't sure he could carry. What he needed was for his parents to still be alive and for his grandmother to still remember who he was on the good days, and for the neighborhood to care about preserving its own history the way he did. What he needed was for the roof not to be leaking, for the HVAC system not to be failing, for the museum to somehow have money that didn't exist. What he needed was a miracle. What he was getting was 7,200 words about water damage and 32,000 reasons to fail. Emmett carefully placed the quilt back in its box, documented the water damage, and made a note to call someone tomorrow. Probably multiple someones. He'd figure out what to say to the board. He'd figure out which parts of history he was going to be able to save, and which parts he'd have to let go of. He'd figure it out. He was very good at figuring things out when it meant not thinking about the alternatives. But as he locked up the museum at 8:47 p.m., cycling through the lights and checking all the windows like he always did, he allowed himself exactly 5 minutes to sit in the darkness of the main exhibition hall and feel like he was losing something he'd promised to protect. Outside, the October night was still beautiful and indifferent. Inside, history was slowly rotting in the dark. Emmett turned off the last light and headed home to figure out how to save it. Chapter 4. Toby. The Maplecrest Town Hall looked like it had been constructed during the Eisenhower administration and had never been updated since. Wood paneling, fluorescent lights that hummed like territorial cicadas, folding chairs that creaked ominously under any weight over 150, which meant Toby had positioned himself strategically near the back wall, leaning against it in what he hoped read as casually confident rather than actively avoiding the creaking death trap. He'd given himself 15 minutes. Long enough to show his face, demonstrate he wasn't a villain set on demolishing Founders Crossing stone by stone, and then escape to his hotel room, where he could spend the evening doing literally anything else. Maybe research mineral water filters. Maybe contemplate the void. Either sounded infinitely better than sitting through a neighborhood association meeting. The room was packed. 60 people, maybe more, arranged in a rough U-shape of those damnable folding chairs. Toby could feel their eyes on him like thermal sensors. Every time someone whispered to their neighbor, he was 99% certain they were whispering about him. The meeting's organizer sat front and center, presiding over the proceedings with the air of a woman who'd been running things since the Kennedy administration and had no plans to relinquish control. Gwendolyn Fairfax, according to the email he'd received. She was tiny, maybe 5'2" in sensible heels, with white hair arranged in an elegant twist and bright blue eyes behind vintage cat-eye glasses. She wore a lavender suit that probably cost more than his first car and looked twice as distinguished. She smiled when she spotted him. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of a chess grandmaster who'd just spotted an opening 6 moves deep. "Ah, Tobias," she called out, and the entire room turned. "You made it. Welcome, welcome. Please, come sit. We're so eager to hear from you about your vision for the property." Toby's spine stiffened. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to make some excuse and leave. But he'd committed to showing up. Backing out now would only prove her point, whatever point she was setting up. So he levered himself off the wall and made his way to the front of the room, where she gestured to an empty chair positioned like a defendant's chair in a courtroom. He sat. The chair creaked. He was going to break through the seat and die here, and his obituary would read, "Tech CEO perishes in small-town humiliation." And honestly, that seemed about right for his week. "Now," Gwendolyn began, folding her hands in her lap with serpentine grace. "Before we dive into the new construction project, I thought it would be lovely if we could learn a bit about our newest resident. Tobias, is it? Or do you prefer Mr. Grayson?" "Toby," he said curtly. "Just Toby." "Wonderful, just Toby." She smiled again, that same calculated expression. "Now, you're based in Silicon Valley, I understand. Brilliant work in your field. Some sort of data architecture?" Of course she'd researched him. He should have expected that. "Data infrastructure and AI optimization," he corrected. "My company builds systems that—" "Fascinating," she cut in smoothly, though her tone suggested she found it precisely as fascinating as watching paint dry. "And you've decided to invest in a historic property here in Founders Crossing? That's quite a departure from your usual work." "It's an investment opportunity." Yes. The plans we've reviewed certainly reflect that sentiment. Modern glass structure, completely open concept, very different from the Victorian character of the neighborhood." She tilted her head, studying him like a particularly difficult crossword clue. "How do you envision your home contributing to the historical character of the district? Founders Crossing is designated as historically significant, after all." Toby felt the room lean in. He was being tested. He recognized the format. It was the same dance that happened in board meetings, except he'd never been on the defensive side of it before. "The property is designated," he said carefully, "but the new construction is technically compliant with all zoning requirements. The design—" "Yes, we've reviewed the compliance documents," another woman interrupted. She was 60-ish, stern-faced. "But compliance isn't really the point, is it? The point is whether your project respects the spirit of the neighborhood." "The spirit of the neighborhood," Toby repeated. He couldn't help it. The phrase made him want to laugh in a slightly unhinged way. With respect, the neighborhood's spirit can't supersede actual building codes. Bad move. He saw the shift in the room's energy immediately. "No one's arguing that it should," Gwendolyn said, her voice carrying the patient tone one uses with confused children. "But there's a broader question about community values, don't you think? Founders Crossing has a particular character. Historic homes, established gardens, a sense of continuity with the past." "A sense of continuity that doesn't involve actual data or logic," Toby said, then winced at how that landed. The room did actually seem to collectively flinch. And then, well, that's certainly one perspective. Toby's head snapped up. He recognized that voice immediately. It came from the middle right section of the room, from a man Toby had last seen in a fully buttoned period costume, looking smug on his own property line. Emmett Ashford. He was in regular clothes today. Well, regular adjacent. A tasteful cream linen shirt, Dark slacks, brown loafers that actually looked expensive rather than hipster ironic. No Victorian waistcoat. But he was still wearing that expression of barely contained amusement, and his hazel eyes were absolutely sparkling with the joy of watching Toby implode publicly. "Emmett," Gwendolyn acknowledged warmly, "I'm so glad you came. Your perspective is always so valuable to these discussions." Emmett stood, rose, really, in a fluid motion that suggested he'd been waiting for this moment. "I think what we're really talking about is more nuanced than logic versus sentiment," he said. His voice was pleasant, infuriating. "It's about understanding that every structure in a neighborhood tells a story. The Victorian homes here were built by specific people with specific intentions. And I think what Gwendolyn is trying to say is that a completely contemporary design doesn't engage with that history. It doesn't participate in the conversation." "It's a house," Toby said flatly, "not a conversation." "Actually," Emmett said, and there was something almost pitying in his expression, "architecture is always a conversation. It's a dialogue between the past and the present. A new building can honor historic context through thoughtful design, even if it's not historically accurate itself." This was insufferable. This man was insufferable. Toby had been managing a $4.2 billion company, had argued with venture capitalists and government regulators and engineers who wanted to push untested systems into production. He should be able to handle a museum curator in a small town. He couldn't. "If I wanted a Victorian house," Toby said, cold now, sharp, "I would buy a Victorian house. I chose this property specifically because it allowed for contemporary design. There are 30 other homes in this neighborhood if what people want is historical continuity. My property doesn't erase them." "Of course not," Emmett agreed, which somehow made it worse. He was still standing, and somehow it made him taller than he actually was. But it does change the aesthetic context for all of them. It shifts the character of the entire streetscape. I'm not saying that's automatically wrong, but it does deserve thoughtful consideration. "I've given it thoughtful consideration," Toby snapped. "I've also given it financial consideration, legal consideration, and environmental consideration, all of which are more important than whatever aesthetic sense of—" "Gentlemen," Gwendolyn's voice cut through the room like a blade. Toby found her watching them both with an expression of profound satisfaction. This is exactly the kind of spirited dialogue we need. Toby and Emmett both turned to stare at her. Even across the room, Toby could see Emmett's confusion mirror his own. "In fact," Gwendolyn continued, rising to her feet with surprising fluidity, "this is an absolutely perfect segue into what I wanted to discuss with all of you. I have some exciting news." She moved to the front of the room, where a small projector displayed an image on the wall behind her. It was a logo, some municipal seal, with the words "Most Charming Neighborhood" underneath in gold lettering. "The city is sponsoring a new competition," Gwendolyn announced. "The inaugural Most Charming Neighborhood Contest. The winner receives a $50,000 grant to be used for streetscaping improvements, beautification initiatives, whatever the winning community believes would best serve their neighborhood. It's a remarkable opportunity for Founders Crossing." The room murmured with interest. Toby felt something in his chest tighten. He didn't like where this was going. "We are," Gwendolyn said, "nominating ourselves. Founders Crossing will enter this competition, and I believe we have an excellent chance to win. Which means we need to work together. We need to present a unified vision of what makes this neighborhood special. We need to showcase our assets, our cohesion, our commitment to preserving and honoring our heritage." Toby could practically see the gears turning behind her eyes. "To that end," she continued, "I've decided to appoint co-chairs to lead our committee, people who represent diverse perspectives and can come together in service of a broader vision." She paused, smiled. "I'm appointing Emmett Ashford and Toby Grayson as co-chairs." The room actually gasped. Toby heard it clearly, a collective intake of breath like they'd all witnessed a minor explosion. "What?" Toby said. "No," Emmett said simultaneously. Gwendolyn's smile widened. "Emmett represents our neighborhood's deep historical knowledge and cultural resources," she explained serenely. "And Toby, you represent our community's future and the economic investment we're attracting. Together, you represent the full arc of what Founders Crossing is and can become." "Gwendolyn," Emmett started, "I'm deeply honored, but I'm not sure—" "And frankly," Gwendolyn cut in, "I think you two would benefit from working together. You clearly both care deeply about this neighborhood, and I believe that shared commitment would be an excellent foundation for collaboration." Toby stared at her. She was doing this deliberately. She knew they disagreed. That was the entire point. She was forcing them together, like some sort of neighborhood association-endorsed couples therapy. "I can't," Toby said flatly. "I'm only in town for another 3 weeks." "Perfect," Gwendolyn said. "That creates excellent urgency. The competition applications are due in 6 weeks, which means you'll have time to establish the committee framework and set the strategic direction before you return home. Your successor can manage the ongoing work." She said it like it was the most reasonable thing in the world, like she hadn't just committed him to weeks of working directly with the infuriating human who represented everything he was trying to escape in his career. "This is ridiculous," Toby muttered. "On the contrary," Gwendolyn said. "I think it's inspired. Emmett, I trust you'll coordinate the first meeting, perhaps sometime in the next few days. The two of you can start developing your strategy." Emmett looked like he'd been hit with a 2x4. Yes, I could." "Excellent," Gwendolyn said. "Now, shall we move on to the historical designation review? Margaret, I believe you had some concerns about the interpretive signage?" The room moved on with the smooth efficiency of a machine that had just successfully inserted a cog it had been waiting to place. Toby sat in his metal chair and felt like he was drowning. Co-chairs with Emmett in a neighborhood committee. For 6 weeks. He wanted to die. Not metaphorically, actually, genuinely die right here in this folding chair at Maplecrest Town Hall. His obituary could read, "CEO perishes during calculated revenge by 73-year-old woman." And honestly, it would probably get a Netflix documentary. The rest of the meeting passed in a blur. There was discussion about street trees and historical plaques and whether the museum should host additional events. Toby didn't participate. He just sat there, thinking about the various ways this could get worse, which was a long and depressing list. When it finally ended, 45 minutes of his life he would never get back. He stood immediately before Gwendolyn could corner him again. He made it almost to the door before Emmett caught up. "Hey," Emmett called. "Wait a second." Toby's jaw clenched. He turned to face the man who had somehow become his co-chair in this neighborhood nightmare. In the fluorescent light, Emmett looked softer than he did in person. Less infuriatingly perfect, more just tired. And that was somehow worse, because it made him seem human instead of like a villain specifically designed to make Toby's life more difficult. "Look," Emmett said, "I'm as surprised by this as you are. Gwendolyn plays a long game, and I think she's genuinely trying to force some sort of community building here, which is, well, it's very her." "It's insane," Toby said. "Yeah, also that." Emmett ran a hand through his auburn hair. "But we still have to do this. She's not going to let it go. She can't force us to work together." "No, but she can make it extremely uncomfortable if we don't, and she'll do it with a smile and a lot of passive-aggressive patience." Emmett's expression shifted to something approaching earnest. "Look, I know we don't agree on your project. I stand by what I said about the aesthetic impact, but that doesn't mean we can't work together on the committee." "Why would you want to?" Toby demanded. "You think my house is going to destroy the neighborhood?" "I think it's a missed opportunity for something more thoughtful," Emmett corrected, and there was no anger in it, which made it worse. "But I don't think you're evil. I think you're smart and driven and don't really understand why some people care about things like continuity and context. Which, that's fine. That's actually a valuable perspective to have on a committee." Toby wanted to argue, wanted to storm out and call Gwendolyn and tell her this was professionally inappropriate and possibly harassment. Wanted to do anything except acknowledge that Emmett might have a point. "This is a disaster," he said finally. "Maybe," Emmett agreed. "Or maybe Gwendolyn is actually a genius and putting us together will somehow make everything better. She does seem to think a lot of herself." Despite everything, Toby felt his mouth twitch. Just barely. Just enough that he wasn't actively glowering anymore. "I don't have time for this," he said. "I have a company to run, a house to build, a life that exists several hundred miles away from here." "Then we better make this efficient," Emmett said. "I'm free tomorrow afternoon. Coffee at that place on Main, 2 o'clock? We can establish ground rules and make a plan so we don't drive each other completely insane." Toby considered refusing. The polite, professional option would be to accept and then cancel. The honest option would be to tell Emmett that this entire situation was a trap and they should both refuse to participate. Instead, he heard himself say, "Fine, tomorrow, 2 o'clock." Emmett's smile was cautious but genuine. "Okay, good. I'll see you then, Toby." He used his first name so naturally, like they'd somehow moved past the point of formality. And Toby found he didn't mind it the way he would have minded it yesterday. Yesterday, before being conscripted into neighborhood committee warfare. Emmett left, and Toby stood alone in the town hall for a moment, staring at nothing. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Probably Desmond, wondering how the meeting had gone. He couldn't imagine how to explain this to his assistant in text format. He turned and walked out into the evening, where the late spring air smelled like flowers and grass and the kind of gentle nostalgia that small towns apparently manufactured as a primary export. Tomorrow he would sit down with Emmett Ashford over coffee and figure out how to work together on something neither of them wanted to do. He would develop a strategy for a competition he didn't care about. He would spend the next 6 weeks in proximity to a man who embodied everything he was trying to avoid. And somehow, despite his complete lack of interest in this outcome, Toby found himself thinking it might not be a total loss. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, it just made him tired in a way that had nothing to do with the time zone difference. He walked back to his hotel, where the Wi-Fi was mediocre and the coffee was worse, and tried not to think about how Emmett's hazel eyes had looked amused right before Gwendolyn had dropped her professional bomb. Tried and largely failed. Tomorrow, he thought. 2 o'clock. He could survive one coffee meeting. It was 6 weeks he should be worried about. Though he had the horrible, gnawing suspicion that by the time those 6 weeks were over, he'd regret how much he'd underestimated both Gwendolyn Fairfax and Emmett Ashford. Mostly Emmett. Chapter 5. Emmett. The daily grind smelled like espresso and possibility, which was to say, it smelled like every other Tuesday morning, except Emmett had arrived with the specific goal of having his soul crushed by his best friend's brutal honesty. He'd texted Iris the SOS at 8:47 a.m., and she'd materialized by 9:15, armed with an oat milk latte and the expression of someone prepared to witness a spectacular emotional breakdown. "Let me get this straight," Iris said, settling into the velvet armchair across from him with the kind of graceful poise that made normal people look like they were having small seizures. "You attended a neighborhood association meeting, voluntarily, and left as the co-chair of a community contest. With him." "Yes. The him who yelled at you through a Victorian window." "We've been through this," Emmett muttered, stabbing his cappuccino with a cinnamon-dusted foam sword. He called the museum a teacup thing. His words. An actual human said that. Iris laughed, this bright sound that cut through the ambient coffee shop noise. Behind the counter, Felix, who'd been ostensibly reorganizing the syrup bottles but was absolutely eavesdropping, didn't even pretend to hide his grin. "A teacup thing," Felix repeated, appearing with the teleportation skills of a man deeply invested in drama. He was short, tattooed, and possessed the gossip-mongering capabilities of someone who worked retail in a neighborhood where everyone came to caffeinate and complain. "So he insulted your entire profession." "Not my entire profession, just my museum, which is a professional extension of myself, so yes, my entire profession." Emmett rubbed his temples. "This is insane. Gwendolyn is insane. I should petition for her removal. Is there a process for that?" "Gwendolyn Fairfax," Iris said thoughtfully, "is a 73-year-old woman with 3 cats and an iron will who has been married to the same man for 47 years. She knows how to achieve her objectives." "Her objective was to torture me." "Her objective was to fix you and the grumpy tech guy," Felix supplied cheerfully, now openly abandoning his pretense of work to perch on a nearby stool. "Everyone knows she's running a shadow matchmaking operation. Last year, she volunteered Stephanie and Morgan to co-chair the community garden project, and now they're buying a house together in Portland." Emmett's stomach did an elaborate backflip. "I'm not being matched with anyone, especially not with someone who—" He stopped himself, because apparently his mouth wanted to keep manufacturing complaints, like his brain was a complaint factory and his lips were the distribution center. "No, absolutely not." Iris was studying him with the kind of intensity she usually reserved for her theatrical critiques, which meant she was looking for inconsistencies in his emotional construction. After 7 years of friendship, she'd developed the ability to read him like a playbill. "What's the actual problem?" she asked. "And don't say it's because he insulted your museum, because you've had much worse reviews." That was true. There had been a particularly vicious piece in the local business journal comparing his approach to, quote, playing house with dead people's stuff, and Emmett had barely flinched. But this was different. This was a man who built the future for a living, who looked at Emmett's careful preservation and saw it as a waste of time, a fundamental misalignment of values, a tragedy. "The actual problem," Emmett said carefully, "is that I have to spend what will probably be dozens of hours with someone who represents everything I'm opposed to philosophically. He wants to bulldoze history and replace it with robot houses or whatever. I want to make sure future generations can touch the actual things their great-great-grandparents touched." "Those are compatible," Iris said. "Are they, though?" "Yes," Felix confirmed. "My grandma lives in an old house that got completely renovated with smart home stuff, and it's the best of both worlds. She has her original crown molding, and also her thermostat doesn't suck." Emmett wanted to disagree, but the argument felt thin even in his own head. He took a long pull on his cappuccino instead, buying time. And that's when it hit him. A thought so uncomfortable, it nearly made him cough foam across the room. "The prize is $50,000, he said slowly. "Yes," Iris confirmed. "Gwendolyn mentioned that multiple times, I'm sure, because she was very clear about the stakes." $50,000. Emmett set down his coffee with careful precision. "For the neighborhood that wins the contest." Still following. "The museum needs approximately $48,000 in emergency repairs." The words came out like he was confessing a sin. "The roof is developing active leaks. 3 of the interior galleries have water damage. Harold said we're looking at maybe 6 months before it becomes a health code violation." Iris straightened in her chair. "You didn't mention that." "Because I was hoping it would go away," Emmett said bitterly. "Like, if I didn't talk about it, the laws of financial ruin wouldn't apply to me specifically." "But now," Iris said, working through the logic, "if you and the tech guy win the $50,000 neighborhood contest, you could fund the repairs." The knot in Emmett's stomach twisted into a more complicated shape. 1 minute ago, being co-chair with Toby Grayson had been an unwanted obligation. Now, it was a lifeline wrapped around a cinder block. If he could just tolerate one insufferable man for a few weeks, his museum, his life's work, his grandmother's legacy, the place where his parents' memory lived in every artifact, could survive. "I need to research what wins this contest," he said, already pulling out his phone. Felix slid him a clean napkin and a pen. "I would take notes. This is going to be a journey." 20 minutes of scrolling revealed a pattern. The contest's previous 3 winners had all integrated their historic neighborhoods with modern amenities without destroying the character that made them special. The Riverside District had modernized its infrastructure while preserving its Victorian architecture. The Granite Hill Commons had installed contemporary public art alongside historic landmarks. Each winner had managed to tell a story that was both respectful of the past and engaged with the present. It was exactly the kind of thing Toby Grayson would be good at: innovation, vision, looking at something old and seeing potential rather than seeing a museum piece to be cataloged and preserved in amber. And it was exactly the kind of thing Emmett was good at: detail, historical accuracy, knowing why every ornament and cornerstone mattered. Together, if they didn't kill each other, they might actually have a chance. "Oh no," Felix said, reading his expression. "You're having a thought." "The contest values both historical character and innovation," Emmett heard himself say. "Previous winners have been the ones that managed to balance both. That's not a coincidence. That's a selection criterion." "You're thinking strategically about this," Iris observed. "I'm thinking our team composition might actually be an advantage," Emmett admitted. "If we can get past the fact that we actively hate each other." "Do you, though?" Iris asked, with the kind of casual cruelty that only came from profound affection. "Yes," Emmett said, but it came out uncertain. "The tech guy seems pretty fixed on the idea that modernization improves everything," Iris continued, ignoring his protests. "And you're fixed on the idea that preservation is sacred. But the winning neighborhoods, they didn't treat it as either or. They treated it as both and." "That's very philosophical," Emmett said dryly. "I was a theater major. Iris replied. "We're professionally philosophical. You also once got paid to stand on stage in a toga reciting Euripides, so let's not get too confident in our epistemology." But Emmett was already opening his notes app, already beginning to sketch the mental architecture of a plan. If the museum's salvation lay on the other side of tolerating Toby Grayson's particular brand of technological enthusiasm, then Emmett would tolerate it. He would smile and nod and discuss smart infrastructure systems and whatever other 21st century madness the man wanted to deploy. He would do it because the alternative was watching his grandmother's legacy crumble into water-damaged irrelevance. "You're going to win this thing, aren't you?" Felix said, watching him type furiously. "I'm going to try," Emmett said, "which means I'm going to have to work with someone who fundamentally disagrees with my entire worldview." "That's called a partnership," Iris said. "That's called a nightmare." "Sometimes those are the same thing," Iris said. And there was something in her voice, some knowledge she wasn't sharing, some understanding about how disasters and opportunities got confused in the hearts of people trying to build something important. Emmett didn't want to think about what she meant. He was too busy cataloging everything he knew about Toby Grayson, looking for the hinges where innovation and preservation might actually fit together, searching for the places where they might not be enemies at all. It was a dangerous thought. It was a necessary thought. And somewhere in his chest, beneath the calculated, strategic assessment of their forced partnership, something else was stirring that felt less like intellectual compatibility and more like the first tremor before an earthquake. He drank his cappuccino instead of examining it. Asterisk. These minds both engaged. Then no way were odds will to play. That evening, Emmett sat at the kitchen table of his grandmother's Victorian cottage, surrounded by printouts from previous winning neighborhoods, his laptop glowing in the dim light. Outside, the old house settled and creaked around him, the way it had for the 93 years it had been standing. The same walls had sheltered his grandparents, his parents, and now him. Every room held memory. Every corner contained history. The museum was the same way, just with more artifacts and fewer family ghosts. If Gwendolyn's contest could save it, then Emmett would find a way to work with Toby Grayson, would find a way to integrate his vision of the future with Emmett's reverence for the past, would find a way to make it work because the alternative was unbearable. He opened a new document and titled it Contest Strategy, Both and Framework. And as his fingers moved across the keyboard, outlining the skeleton of a plan, some small part of him wondered if Toby Grayson, the man with sharp, gray-blue eyes and absolutely no patience for sentiment, might actually understand why this mattered. It was a foolish wonder. He pushed it away and kept typing. Chapter 6. Toby. Vernon Huxley occupied the kind of office that made Toby's chest tighten. All steel and glass and panoramic windows overlooking the city like it belonged to him. Like he'd purchased it along with the shares and the quarterly reports. Sunlight sliced across the mahogany desk in geometric precision, and Vernon himself sat backlit like a corporate angel, silver hair catching the light in a way that probably didn't happen by accident. "The prototype is exceptional," Vernon said, sliding the tablet back across the desk like it had performed sufficiently for his interests. "You've accelerated the timeline considerably. My partners are pleased." Toby had brought the prototype himself, had spent the morning making sure every pixel was perfect, every system response optimized. This was the moment he'd been building toward for 3 years, validation from someone with the capital to make vision into infrastructure. And yet, watching Vernon's satisfaction, Toby felt like he was watching someone else's success from behind glass. "We're targeting soft launch in Q3, Toby said, because that's what you did in these meetings. You performed competence, you demonstrated reasonable timeline projections, and showed you understood capitalist mathematics." Vernon nodded, folding his hands with the practiced ease of someone who'd been consolidating power since before Toby was born. "There's been some interest in ancillary applications. We're looking at broader urban development possibilities, retrofit projects in established neighborhoods, that sort of thing." He opened a drawer, a smooth, soundless glide of mahogany, and produced a contract, maybe 30 pages, bound in expensive ivory cardstock. He didn't hand it over so much as slide it across the desk with the casual precision of someone moving a chess piece. "The partnership agreement has been updated," Vernon said, not looking at the contract, which meant he definitely wanted Toby to look at it. Our legal team expanded the language around applications and derivative works. Gives us broad discretion over how the technology evolves, naturally. Naturally, as if it were obvious that Vernon's money meant Vernon's ownership extended beyond capital into the very architecture of what Toby had built. The word our landed wrong, possessive, territorial. Toby's fingers twitched toward the contract, then stopped. He'd signed the initial partnership agreement 6 months ago, back when the prototype was still theoretical, and Vernon's interest felt like vindication rather than something else entirely. The tech's core functionality remains proprietary to both parties, Vernon continued, his tone pleasant, conversational, the way you might discuss weather or genocide. But applications, especially those involving urban development, community integration, that sort of thing, fall under our purview. It's important we maintain control of the narrative around deployment. Toby heard what Vernon didn't say. Don't get attached. Don't develop a conscience. Don't let sentiment complicate the bottom line. I'd hate to see all this potential wasted, Vernon added, finally meeting Toby's eyes. Because of ideological complications. The technology is too valuable for that kind of sentimentality. It wasn't a threat, exactly. It was the absence of one. The way a shark doesn't need to announce itself before the water goes cold. Toby nodded, because that's what you did. You performed understanding. You swallowed the discomfort because the investment was too important, the validation too real to risk over something as abstract as unease. Vernon smiled and slid the contract back into its drawer. Crisis averted. Problem managed. Toby's brain did the calculation before he'd consciously decided to calculate anything. Retrofit projects in established neighborhoods. Like his neighborhood. The one Emmett Ashford lived in, where the Victorian properties clustered like period drama scenery, and people actually cared about things like architectural integrity. There's significant resistance in traditional communities, Toby said carefully. Naturally, Vernon replied, not bothered in the slightest. But resistance is a marketing problem, not a fundamental obstacle, which brings me to the real reason I wanted to discuss your timeline today. Here came the other shoe. Toby had been waiting for it since Vernon mentioned additional opportunities. The neighborhood association is running a contest, Vernon continued, leaning back in his chair with the satisfaction of someone about to reveal that he'd been 3 steps ahead the whole time. $50,000 prize for the community that demonstrates best integration of historical preservation and modern innovation. Toby's stomach executed an elaborate drop. I'm aware. Of course you are. You live there. Vernon's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. The contest could be quite valuable to us. A community that's been positioned as successfully integrating home of the future technology while maintaining historical character? That's exactly the kind of proof of concept my partners are excited about. It would accelerate broader adoption significantly. I was appointed co-chair, Toby heard himself say, with another person. How efficient of them, Vernon said. You'll want to make nice with the locals, clearly. This contest is perfect. Win it, demonstrate compatibility between our technology and traditional values, and suddenly every neighborhood association in the country is interested in what we're building. The problem with Vernon, one of approximately 700 problems with Vernon, was that he made logical sense. Winning the contest would be exceptional PR. It would demonstrate feasibility. It would validate the entire premise of Home of the Future, that innovation didn't require destruction of the past, just integration. Everything Vernon was saying was correct. Everything Vernon was saying made Toby want to take the prototype and throw it out a window. I'll consider the strategic applications, Toby said, which was business speak for, I'm going to pretend I'm not deeply uncomfortable with your machinations. Vernon stood, which meant the meeting was over. Vernon always made the decisions about when things ended, a habit that Toby suspected stemmed from childhood trauma, or simply from being the kind of man who needed to control everything, including the boundaries of social interaction. Maybe both. Do more than consider it, Vernon said, walking Toby to the door with a hand that never actually touched his shoulder but created the sensation of being hurted. Make it happen. You're brilliant, Tobias, but brilliance without political skill is just stubbornness. Learn to work with people, particularly with this person you've been assigned to work with. That's not a suggestion. Toby nodded. He was good at nodding while internally disagreeing with literally everything a person had just said. The drive back to his office took 47 minutes in traffic that felt specifically designed to punish him. He spent it thinking about Emmett Ashford's face when they'd met at the neighborhood meeting. The way the man had looked at him, like Toby had personally desecrated every historical site in North America. The museum curator with the vintage clothes and the freckles and the absolute certainty that preservation was a moral imperative. Desmond was waiting in the office lobby with 2 iced coffees and an expression that suggested he'd already analyzed the situation and developed 17 opinions about it. "How'd it go with Vernon?" Desmond asked, falling into step as Toby headed for the elevator. "Fine. Strategic. He mentioned the neighborhood contest." "Oh," Desmond said. "Oh, he knows about the contest?" "He wants to use it as a proof of concept for broader urban applications," Toby said flatly. "Apparently, my co-chairmanship is now a marketing opportunity." "Okay, but..." Desmond pressed the elevator button with unnecessary force. "You could actually use the contest to build something good. It's not automatically compromised just because Vernon sees business potential. That's not how ethics works." "I signed things I probably should have read more carefully," Toby admitted. "Vernon's lawyers drafted the partnership terms. I should have had my own people review them, but at the time, I just wanted to move forward. Now I'm wondering what else I agreed to." Desmond gave him a look that was equal parts sympathy and exasperation. "Then get your own lawyers to review them. Today." This was why Desmond was his best friend, despite being fundamentally incapable of understanding that sometimes the moral universe was more complicated than simple binary choices. Desmond looked at situations and saw hero narratives. Toby looked at situations and saw the 17 ways they could collapse into disaster. "The museum curator is part of the equation," Toby said, as they rode up to the 4th floor. "Emmett?" "That's the one." "Okay," Desmond said thoughtfully. "What's your assessment of the collaboration?" "He hates me." "Based on one meeting where Gwendolyn assigned you to work together?" "He literally stormed my construction site in a Victorian costume to yell at me," Toby said. Desmond grinned. "That's kind of charming, actually." It wasn't charming. It was trespassing and assault by aggressive gesticulation. They reached his office and Toby collapsed into his chair like he was a marionette with suddenly cut strings. Desmond settled on the edge of his desk with the ease of someone who'd stopped respecting professional boundaries approximately 8 years ago. "You could reach out," Desmond suggested. "Propose an actual planning meeting. Be professional. Make a good impression." "I made an impression. It was bad." "You made a first impression. You can make a second one." Desmond stole a sip from Toby's coffee, which was his greatest character flaw. "Here's the thing. You're smart enough to work with him. You're smart enough to figure out what he cares about and why. You're even smart enough to integrate his perspective into something valuable. What you're not doing is trying." "I don't want to try," Toby said. "Yes, you do. You just want not to try." Desmond stood, stretching. "Draft an email. Professional, collaborative tone. Propose a meeting. Demonstrate that you're capable of functioning as a team." After Desmond left, whistling, the bastard, like he'd solved anything, Toby stared at his blank screen. The cursor blinked with aggressive judgment. He had to do this, not because Vernon had suggested it, not because it would advance his business interests, but because Gwendolyn had put him in this position, and he was a professional adult who could operate collaboratively with someone he'd met once in hostile circumstances. He could do that. He could send a professional email. He could propose a meeting. He could be businesslike and cordial and demonstrate that beneath the socially awkward tech visionary exterior beat the heart of someone capable of functioning in human society. He drafted the email carefully. "Emmett, given our appointment as co-chairs for the neighborhood contest, I believe we should coordinate on strategy. I have some preliminary thoughts on integration possibilities, and I'm certain you have historical documentation that would be valuable for the approach. Would you be available for a preliminary planning meeting this week? I can work around your schedule. Best, Toby Grayson." It was professional. It was collaborative. It was absolutely terrible because it revealed nothing about what Toby was actually thinking, which was that he'd been calculating angles since Gwendolyn made the announcement, which was that winning the contest would solve a lot of problems beyond what Vernon had articulated, and which was that working with someone who cared this much about history might actually teach him something valuable about whether he was building the right future. He almost deleted it. Then he hit send before he could reconsider. 20 minutes later, his phone buzzed with a reply. Emmett's response was brief but functional. Thursday evening, 6 p.m., Museum Education Center. I'll send you the address. Toby had 5 days to figure out how to collaborate with someone who hated him, someone who represented everything he'd been trained to see as obsolete, someone who'd looked at his life's work and called it a teacup thing, like the man's life of preserving artifacts was somehow more meaningful than building the future. Except lately, Toby had begun to wonder if maybe future and past weren't actually opposite directions. Maybe they were just different kinds of time, and you could be building towards something while also honoring what had already been built. Maybe that was the real innovation. He didn't draft that philosophy for Vernon. He didn't explain it to Desmond. Instead, he opened the research materials on his desktop and began to quietly, methodically investigate historic preservation theory. What made certain preservation approaches work? What were the principles underlying Emmett's worldview? If you were going to build a future, didn't you need to understand what you were building on top of? It was almost 11 p.m. when Toby looked up from his reading and realized he'd been absorbed in the architecture of preservation for 6 hours. He'd learned about adaptive reuse. He'd read about how historical sites that failed were the ones that tried to exist as museums, disconnected from living community, while the ones that thrived found ways to remain relevant without erasing their own history. It was not dissimilar from what he was trying to do with the prototype. Integration, not replacement. Future and past existing simultaneously. He closed the browser and thought about Thursday, about sitting across from Emmett in the museum's education center, about whether the man would see any of this research as an attempt to meet him halfway, or whether it would just look like homework Toby was doing because he'd been told to. Probably the latter, he thought. But he was going to try anyway, because Desmond was right that trying was a choice, and Toby was remarkably good at making difficult choices when the stakes were high enough. The stakes felt high now, though not for the reasons Vernon had outlined. He wasn't sure what that meant, and he was going to spend the next 5 days absolutely not thinking about it. Chapter 7. Emmett. Emmett had prepared like he was defending a doctoral thesis. The museum's education center was his territory. White walls, gallery lighting, the kind of organized chaos that came from having a space where you actually cared about the details. He'd printed historical documentation about the neighborhood, organized it by era, created visual timelines, and compiled a presentation about architectural significance that was so thorough it bordered on obsessive. This was his language. This was how he communicated, through care, through research, through showing people exactly how much he'd invested in understanding something. Toby arrived at 6:03 p.m., carrying a laptop like it was a weapon, and wearing what Emmett had learned was his standard uniform of expensive athletic wear designed to appear casual, while probably costing more than Emmett's entire vintage wardrobe. He looked, in short, exactly like someone who'd spent the drive here listening to podcasts about disrupting traditional industries. "I brought some thoughts," Toby said without preamble, already setting up his laptop at the far end of the table like they were opposing counsel in a deposition. "On modernization approaches that maintain neighborhood character while increasing property values." "I prepared documentation on the historical significance of the neighborhood," Emmett countered, "including architectural styles, notable residents, and preservation-adjacent research." "Preservation is a dead end," Toby said, and he said it like it was a simple fact, like he was observing that water was wet and Emmett was advocating for dry water. Communities that rely purely on preservation eventually become museum pieces, static, economically irrelevant. Emmett's throat felt tight. Preservation isn't about economic irrelevance. It's about maintaining cultural continuity. It's about honoring the people who lived here before us and creating space for the people who live here after. "You can do that without architectural stasis," Toby replied, pulling up a presentation that was apparently designed in the last 6 hours based on how polished it looked. Smart infrastructure doesn't require destroying historical facades. Modern heating systems can be installed in buildings constructed in 1887. Solar panels can be designed to integrate with period architecture. You can have both. It was, Emmett recognized with some irritation, not a completely stupid argument, but it was delivered with such certainty, such absolute conviction that innovation was obviously superior, that it made Emmett's chest constrict with defensive rage. Both only works if you're willing to compromise the integrity of the original design, Emmett said. Every addition, every modern system changes the way the building communicates its own history. And that communication is the entire point. The entire point is that people have to live in these buildings, Toby said flatly, and people in 2024 want functional heating, reliable electricity, and internet connectivity. If we pretend they don't, we're creating beautiful museums, not communities. There's a difference between modernization and innovation, Emmett pressed forward, because he prepared counterarguments for hours. Renovation is fine. Smart modernization is fine. But your approach, he gestured at Toby's presentation, which was now displaying an architectural rendering of what looked like a Victorian house having a very aggressive smart home makeover, is treating historical buildings like they're problems to solve. They're not problems. They're solutions. They're solutions to the question of how human beings should arrange their lives in community with other humans. And my solution is that they should arrange their lives with Wi-Fi that works and heating that responds to their actual needs, Toby said. Not in a way that requires maintaining a shrine to people who died 130 years ago. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that happened when someone said something so fundamentally opposed to your entire belief system that you couldn't immediately locate a response that wouldn't end in actual violence. My grandmother lived in this neighborhood for 63 years, Emmett said quietly. She raised my parents here. My parents walked these streets, went to these schools, lived in these buildings. When they died 3 years ago, those buildings, those pieces of architecture that you're calling shrines, became the place where I could still feel close to them, where I could touch something they'd touched, walk through doorways they'd walked through, exist in spaces they'd occupied. That's not about architectural preservation. That's about continuity, about being able to hold on to people through the places they inhabited. Toby's expression flickered. Something moved across his face, recognition maybe, or discomfort with having accidentally excavated genuine feeling from someone he'd been approaching as an ideological opponent. I didn't know that, he said, and he said it in a different register, one with fewer hard edges. Of course you didn't, because you arrived in this neighborhood with a design specification for the future, and you haven't bothered to learn the actual history you're supposedly balancing against your innovation, Emmett said. That's the problem. You see buildings. I see contexts. You see outdated systems. I see the artifacts of how people actually lived. I see outdated systems because they're objectively outdated, Toby replied, but it came out defensive rather than aggressive. Innovation doesn't erase history. It doesn't require you to stop caring about the past. That's not what it looks like from where I'm sitting, Emmett said. It looks like you're coming into a neighborhood you don't understand, imposing a vision that serves your business interests, and expecting everyone to celebrate it as progress. The prototype isn't about my business interests, Toby said. It's about... He stopped. Actually, that's not true. Of course, it's partly about my business interests. But that doesn't mean the vision is wrong. It was such an honest admission that it temporarily derailed Emmett's argument. He'd been preparing for Toby to defend himself by claiming pure motives, by framing this as some grand mission to improve human existence. Instead, Toby was just acknowledging the obvious, that he had skin in this game, that he wanted the contest win for his own reason. So what do we do? Emmett asked. We have fundamentally incompatible visions for what this neighborhood should be. We find the actual intersection, Toby said. Across the table, he was looking at Emmett with an intensity that made Emmett's stomach do something complicated. Not the compromise where we both feel like we've lost. The actual place where preservation and innovation don't contradict each other. That's very philosophical for someone who spent the first part of this meeting insulting the entire concept of historical continuity. I was trying to sound confident, Toby said, which was such a perfectly transparent statement of social awkwardness that it made Emmett's anger recede fractionally. Desmond said I should come across as collaborative instead of combative, but I got nervous and reverted to combative. It's a pattern. Emmett found himself almost smiling. You got nervous about meeting with me? I arrived in your neighborhood, insulted your life's work, and then got assigned to work with you on a community project, Toby pointed out. Yes, I was nervous. I'm still nervous. I'm fairly certain you're going to find a way to sabotage my prototype out of ideological spite. The thought has crossed my mind, Emmett admitted. But now I've shown you that I read about preservation philosophy for 6 hours last night, which apparently was not the psychological warfare you expected. And so now we're in this weird place where maybe you're realizing I'm not completely incapable of understanding why history matters. Emmett glanced around the education center, at the photographs of the neighborhood in decades past, at the artifacts documented and carefully preserved, at the visual record of all the lives that had unfolded in this space. Then he looked back at Toby, who was watching him with an expression that suggested he was actively calculating their odds of actually working together. "I'm going to need you to visit the museum," Emmett said. "Actually visit it. Not just tour it, but spend time understanding what we do and why it matters. And then I'll spend time understanding your vision, actually understanding it, not just critiquing it." "That's remarkably reasonable," Toby said. "I was expecting you to throw something." "The evening is young," Emmett replied. As Toby packed up his laptop, Emmett noticed something he hadn't seen during their contentious exchange. Toby paused in front of one of the historical photographs. It was a black and white image from the 1950s showing the neighborhood street fair. Children in period clothing, adults in hats, the architecture of the district visible in the background. All of it preserved in a moment that would never happen again. Toby's expression shifted. Something softened in his face, some of the calculated intensity bleeding away, replaced by something that looked like genuine contemplation. Like maybe he was beginning to understand why people felt connected to places, why history mattered beyond its economic applications. Then the moment passed. He turned away from the photograph, and his expression reset to something more guarded. "I'll set up a museum visit," he said. "Let me know what timeline works." "Monday afternoon?" Emmett suggested. 3 o'clock? "Monday works." Toby left without further ceremony, and Emmett sat in the education center with all his carefully prepared documentation and realized that this evening had accomplished something other than what he'd planned. He'd come in intending to establish his intellectual dominance, to demonstrate that preservation was the obviously correct approach. Instead, he'd watched Toby make an admission of fear, watched him acknowledge that he'd made an effort to understand the opposition, watched him look at a photograph like it meant something to him. The meeting had been a collision, yes, but not the kind Emmett had anticipated. They hadn't crashed into each other and exploded. They'd crashed into each other and bounced apart, with just enough impact to make both of them question their trajectories. He gathered his carefully organized materials, thinking about the photograph that had caught Toby's attention. About what happened when someone who built the future looked at the past and actually saw it. Not as an obstacle, not as nostalgia, but as something real, something that had mattered to real people, something that still mattered. It was too much to hope that one photograph would change Toby's entire approach to design philosophy. But maybe it was enough to plant a question. Maybe that was how collaboration actually worked. Not through one person convincing the other they were right, but through both people wondering if maybe they'd been seeing only half the picture. Emmett locked up the education center and drove home thinking about Monday at 3 o'clock, thinking about what Toby Grayson would see when he actually walked through his museum, instead of dismissing it from outside. Thinking about whether they might actually find a way to build something together that neither of them could build alone. It was a thought that should have been reassuring. Instead, it made his stomach nervous in a way that had nothing to do with the contest, and everything to do with the fact that he was increasingly uncertain what he wanted to win. Chapter 8. Toby. Toby's office at 11:47 p.m. was the kind of silence that came from being the only conscious person in a 5-story technology building. The kind of silence where your thoughts got very loud and your mistakes became impossible to avoid. He'd been staring at the same line of code for 40 minutes without actually reading it, which meant his brain had checked out approximately 39 minutes ago. The meeting with Emmett had gone badly, then less badly, then in a direction that Toby wasn't equipped to analyze at any hour, let alone at midnight when he was running on caffeine and existential confusion. His phone buzzed. Desmond, texting from what was probably a reasonable bedtime. How'd it go? Badly. Then confusing. He wanted collaboration. I sounded like a tech evangelist. We established that we fundamentally disagree about everything. But you're meeting again? Monday, I'm visiting the museum. Oh good, you're being normal about this, Desmond texted back. What's the deal with the museum visit? Toby stared at his phone. trying to formulate how to explain that the museum curator had looked at him with such genuine pain when he dismissed preservation as irrelevant that Toby had spent the last 6 hours reading academic papers on adaptive reuse, cultural continuity, and the sociology of place attachment. He said I needed to actually understand his vision before dismissing it, Toby typed. So I'm visiting. This is personal now, isn't it? No, Toby said, which was a lie, which he knew was a lie, which Desmond definitely knew was a lie. You're thinking about the fact that the guy who yelled at you through a window has a good point about why history matters, and it's bothering you because it contradicts your entire business model. My business model is sound, Toby replied, but defensiveness made the words come out small. Your business model is fine. Your philosophy might be incomplete. Those aren't the same thing. After Desmond signed off, with a recommendation that Toby sleep instead of continuing to spiral in technological isolation, Toby found himself opening the browser again. Not his work files, not the prototype documentation. Instead, he searched for historic preservation philosophy and adaptive reuse theory, and dove deeper into the rabbit hole he'd started before the meeting. What he found surprised him. There was legitimate intellectual rigor in preservation theory. These weren't sentimental people making emotional arguments about the past. These were researchers, architects, and economists arguing that historical preservation was economically sound, that buildings with historical character attracted investment, that communities with strong cultural identity had better economic outcomes than homogenized neighborhoods. It wasn't the argument Emmett had made, which had been emotional, which had been about holding on to people through places, but the academic literature supported some of the same conclusions. Preservation wasn't the opposite of progress. It was a different metric for measuring progress. One researcher, writing about adaptive reuse in historic districts, noted, "The question is not whether to modernize or preserve, but how to do both in service of living communities, not dead monuments." Toby read that sentence 4 times. Living communities. That was what Emmett had been arguing for. Not the preservation of artifacts for their own sake, but the maintenance of places where people could actually live, where continuity mattered because it connected them to something larger than their individual lives. The prototype was supposed to improve lives. Better heating systems, responsive technology, integrated networks, all of it designed to make human existence more comfortable, more connected, more efficient. But efficiency wasn't the same as meaning. By 2:13 a.m., Toby had consumed approximately 50 academic papers and was beginning to formulate something that looked like a different approach to the problem. Not preservation at the expense of modernization. Not modernization at the expense of preservation, but integration. Finding ways to introduce contemporary systems into historical spaces such that both the original character and the modern functionality coexisted. It was what the winning neighborhoods in the contest had done. It was what was actually possible. And it was absolutely what Vernon would hate, because it required a more nuanced, case-by-case approach rather than the scalable deployment model that made his investors happy. Toby didn't text Vernon about this at 2:13 a.m. Toby closed his laptop, went home to the minimalist loft he'd designed to be the prototype showroom, and slept badly, dreaming of buildings that transformed before his eyes and hands he couldn't quite catch. Monday arrived with the inevitability of Mondays. Toby showed up at the museum at 2:58 p.m. because he was a neurotically punctual person who got anxiety about arriving late. The museum was smaller than he'd expected, charming in a way that caught him off guard. Victorian architecture, well-maintained, but clearly without significant recent investment. The kind of place where every decision was made with the awareness that resources were limited and choices had to matter. Emmett was waiting in the entrance, wearing what looks like a vintage band t-shirt and the kind of warm expression that made Toby's stomach do something complicated. Like his nervous system was betraying him, reading Emmett's friendliness and deciding that maybe this person wasn't an ideological enemy, but something more complex. "Hi," Emmett said. "Thanks for coming. I want to show you something." Instead of the exhibits, Emmett led him downstairs, to the basement, to storage. Water damage, mold, careful documentation of destruction. Emmett walked him through the damage with the kind of pain that came from watching something you cared about deteriorate and knowing you couldn't afford to fix it. The roof started leaking 6 months ago, Emmett said. We've been documenting everything, trying to preserve what we can. But without significant funds, we're looking at losing artifacts that have been in the neighborhood for more than a century. Photographs, letters, objects that belonged to actual people who actually lived here. Toby understood then why Emmett had been so fierce about preservation. Not because he was sentimental about the past, but because he was actively, painfully aware of losing it. The contest, Emmett continued, could fund repairs, could stabilize the collection, could keep this place from becoming just another historical tragedy where funding runs out before preservation happens. So you need to win, Toby said. We need to win, Emmett corrected. Both of us. Which means we need to figure out how to present a neighborhood that does both, honors the historical character while integrating the kind of innovation that gets judges interested. Your innovation or mine? Ours, Emmett said simply. If we're actually doing this, it has to be ours. The museum tour that followed was a masterclass in emotional archaeology. Emmett showed him artifacts and told stories. Not about the objects themselves, but about the people they'd belonged to. A child's diary, a homeowner's correspondence, photographs from decades past. All of it carefully preserved, all of it meaningful, because it connected contemporary people to the lives that had come before. And Toby realized, watching Emmett care about these things with such genuine affection, that this wasn't a threat to progress. This was what progress was supposed to serve. The continuation of human life, the maintenance of community, the preservation of meaning across time. By the time they finished the tour, Toby had the skeleton of an idea. There's a place called the Temperance Quarter, he said, as they stood in the museum's main gallery. 3 towns over, it's a historic district that's become a model for adaptive reuse. They preserved the original architecture, but integrated modern amenities. Historic character with contemporary functionality. I know it, Emmett said. It's exactly what I want to understand better. We should visit it, Toby said. Both of us. Research how they actually achieved the balance, document their approach, use it to build a proposal that shows how our neighborhood could do the same. Emmett's expression brightened. That's a really good idea. We could spend a day there, interview the preservation committee, photograph the integration points, develop a framework that we present to the judges as the actual strategy for our neighborhood, Toby finished. Not just theoretical, but based on existing successful models. It was, Toby recognized, exactly the kind of approach Emmett would respect. Rigorous research, documented evidence, a vision grounded in historical precedent rather than just technological enthusiasm. It was also, Toby had to admit to himself, an excuse to spend time with Emmett in a context where they weren't fighting about ideology. Saturday, he suggested, we could drive out together, make it a full-day research trip. Emmett hesitated for just a moment, calculating, Toby thought, whether this was too much time to spend with someone who'd insulted his life's work. Then, Saturday works. I'll pack research materials. You can handle the itinerary? I can definitely handle the itinerary. Walking out of the museum, Toby's phone buzzed with a work notification. Something about the prototype, something about deployment timelines. He silenced it without reading because, for the first time since he'd started building the future, he was more interested in understanding the past. That evening, Toby drafted the email to Emmett with the research trip details, and before he sent it, he drafted a separate email, this one to Vernon. I've been researching the neighborhood contest more extensively. I think we need to approach this differently than pure innovation deployment. The winning approach is adaptive reuse, modernization in service of historical preservation rather than as a replacement for it. This actually demonstrates a more sophisticated version of Home of the Future. Technology that enhances rather than erases existing community character. It's a stronger pitch, I think. More defensible, more authentic. He didn't send that email. Not yet. Not until he'd actually visited the Temperance Quarter and understood whether this new direction was genuine strategy or just capitulation to Emmett's worldview. But he kept the draft open, kept it in front of him, kept questioning whether his entire approach to the future had been built on a fundamental misunderstanding of what people actually needed. Needed connection, meaning, continuity, the feeling that their lives mattered in a larger context. Innovation could serve those needs, but only if innovation remembered that it was supposed to be in service of human living, not in opposition to it. Toby spent Saturday preparing the itinerary, contacted the Temperance Quarter's preservation office, arranged interviews with 3 members of their planning committee, researched the specific buildings that had successfully integrated modern systems while maintaining historical integrity, did all the meticulous planning that came naturally to him. And underneath all of that, he was aware that he was doing it partly to impress Emmett Ashford, to show the museum curator that he was capable of serious, rigorous, historically informed thinking, that he could care about the past without dismissing the future. It was not a realization he felt prepared to examine too closely. His phone buzzed Friday night. Emmett, Saturday, 9 a.m. I want to bring my research recorder, if that's okay. Document what we learn. Perfect, Toby replied, and then added, I've researched adaptive reuse philosophy. You were right about some things. Only some things? Came the response. Don't push your luck, Toby typed. I'm still not convinced preservation is inherently superior to innovation. We'll work on that, Emmett replied. Toby fell asleep, thinking about Saturday, thinking about spending a full day with someone who'd been challenging every assumption he'd made about progress, thinking about whether maybe the best innovations were the ones that honored what came before, while building toward something new. It was a thought that should have terrified him. Instead, it felt like something clicking into place, like a system finding its equilibrium, like the future suddenly having more nuance than he'd previously imagined. Saturday, he thought. One day to figure out if preservation and innovation could actually coexist, if 2 fundamentally opposed people could build something together, if the past and the future were actually enemies or just different measurements of the same human need for meaning. He would find out in exactly 14 hours and 23 minutes. He was, he realized, looking forward to it. Chapter 9. Emmett. The Meadowbrook Museum boardroom smelled like old leather and the faint desperation of a nonprofit in crisis, which, Emmett supposed, was fitting given the circumstances. He sat at the conference table with his hands folded precisely in front of him, a posture that conveyed both professionalism and the sensation of his own stomach eating itself from the inside out. The water damage is extensive, he said, pulling up the next slide on the ancient projector. A photo of the south wall's buckling plaster filled the screen. We're looking at structural concerns in the storage room, mold remediation in the basement, and the roof is actively failing. We've had 3 separate incidents in the past 2 weeks. Margaret Chen, the board vice chair, made a small noise of distress. Harold Westbrook, the eternal skeptic, squinted at the damage assessment report Emmett had painstakingly compiled. The emergency repairs alone, Emmett continued, the roof patching and mold mitigation, are going to run us $23,000. Maybe more once we get the contractor in there fully. We can authorize the emergency repairs, Patricia Holstrom said briskly. She was the board's financial chair and possessed the ruthless efficiency of someone who had survived 4 economic recessions through sheer force of will. The question is the rest. The rest? Emmett felt his voice go slightly higher. Very professional, Emmett. Squeaking was always the mark of a curator who had it all together. The conservation work, Patricia said, not unkindly. The mold remediation isn't just emergency patching. We're talking about proper treatment of the affected collections. That's not something we can ask volunteers to handle, and it's not something the emergency repairs cover. We're looking at professional conservators, climate control adjustments, possibly even relocating some pieces temporarily. The number Patricia then quoted made Emmett's vision go briefly pixelated. $45,000, beyond the emergency repairs. I understand, Harold said, tapping his pen against the table in a rhythm that suggested he was testing the limits of Emmett's sanity. That the museum's insurance doesn't cover water damage from deferred maintenance. The roof failure was inevitable, Emmett said quietly. We've been asking for repairs for 5 years. And to answer your question, no, not this extent. We'd need to file a claim, and the deductible is astronomical, Patricia finished. Yes, I know. I helped negotiate that policy. The meeting continued in a blur of financial terms and grant opportunity discussions, but the core message was crystalline. The board was sympathetic, the board was supportive, and the board would authorize the emergency repairs. But the conservation work? That was on Emmett. Find funding or face closure. Patricia phrased it more gently. We'll need you to pursue some aggressive fundraising avenues, but it amounted to the same thing. The museum wasn't going to fold on his watch if he could help it, which meant he couldn't help it. Not without finding money that didn't currently exist in any budget known to man. After the meeting adjourned, Gwendolyn Fairfax cornered him in the hallway. The neighborhood association president was tiny, barely 5 feet, but possessed the tactical command presence of someone who could make city council members weep. "Walk with me," she commanded, which was Gwendolyn's version of a polite suggestion that brooked no debate. They made their way down the museum's main corridor, past the exhibits that Emmett had curated with such meticulous care, each artifact positioned and lit to tell a story about the people who had lived here. "Your museum is a treasure," Gwendolyn said, adjusting her cat-eye glasses. "This neighborhood would be diminished without it. That said, you're killing yourself by being stubborn." "I'm not being stubborn," Emmett protested. "I'm being realistic. The funding—" "No," Gwendolyn interrupted. "You're being stubborn about Toby." Emmett stopped walking. "I'm sorry, what?" "The Future House project could contribute significantly to the museum's fundraising profile," Gwendolyn continued, as if Emmett hadn't just had an aneurysm. "Community engagement, media interest, foot traffic, done well, done collaboratively, it could be a genuine asset. But you're approaching it like it's a personal vendetta." "It's not," Emmett started, but Gwendolyn's look could have cut glass. "I've known you since you were in a high chair at your parents' garden parties," she said flatly. "You're doing the thing where you decide something's impossible and then you make it impossible through sheer, determined pessimism. Mr. Grayson has his own challenges, but he's trying to listen. Maybe you could try doing the same." Before Emmett could marshal a response, she patted his arm and made her stately way toward the exit, cat-eye glasses glinting with the satisfaction of someone who had just orchestrated a minor emotional awakening. Back in his office, Emmett had 17 emails, 4 of which were related to the water damage crisis, and the rest of which were assorted minor catastrophes that felt simultaneously urgent and utterly trivial. He was halfway through a response to Margaret Chen about filing the insurance claim when he saw it. An email from Toby Grayson, timestamped 3:47 p.m. The subject line was, "Research Trip, Old Temperance Quarter." Emmett's first instinct was to delete it unread. His second instinct was slightly more generous. He could read it and then delete it. But there was something in the tone of Toby's email preview, not apologetic, not conciliatory, just straightforward, that made him actually open it. "Emmett, I've been thinking about the design process for the Future House. Not productively, which is unusual for me. Your arguments about architectural context and neighborhood preservation have merit, and I realized I've been approaching this project from a purely technical perspective, without considering the broader implications. I'd like to visit the old Temperance Quarter. It's roughly 90 minutes from here. It's a preserved historic district that successfully integrated modern development alongside conservation efforts. I think seeing how similar projects have been handled might help me better understand your perspective and, frankly, help me design something that works better for this space. I'm proposing we go this weekend. 2 hours in a car provides adequate time for conversation, and the research will be valuable for the museum project as well. You don't have to come, but I think you should consider it. Toby." Emmett read it 3 times. Then he closed his laptop and stared at his office wall, where a vintage watercolor of the old neighborhood market hung in a frame he'd salvaged from an estate sale. This was clearly a trap. Not a literal trap, obviously. Emmett was being metaphorical, but a strategic positioning that Emmett was supposed to interpret as reasonableness, while actually being an attempt to... Actually, he had no idea what Toby was trying to accomplish, which was worse. He pulled up his notes from the board meeting. The $45,000 number stared back at him. The museum couldn't survive on grants and community fundraising alone. Not at this scale, and not in this timeline. They needed something bigger, something that moved the needle. Gwendolyn was right. If Emmett could harness the Future House project, if he could position the museum as the anchor institution in a successful community renewal project, it would open doors. Media attention, foundation grants, corporate sponsorships. Suddenly, the museum became not a dusty repository of artifacts, but a vital community asset. Which meant he needed Toby. And more specifically, he needed Toby to design something thoughtful, something that actually considered the context and character of the neighborhood, instead of just maximizing technological innovation for its own sake. He opened a new email. Toby, you're right. The old Temperance Quarter would be worth seeing. I can go Saturday, morning departure. We should plan to spend at least 4 or 5 hours there. I want to document the integration points and take notes on specific design choices. This isn't personal interest, to be clear. This is strategic necessity. The museum needs this project to succeed in the right way, which means the design needs to succeed. I'm willing to work toward that. Emmett. He hit send before he could revise the tone, possibly the snideness was unnecessary, or add a more cordial sign-off. But it felt important to establish that this was purely professional. The response came back within minutes, which suggested Toby was either compulsively checking his email or had been waiting for Emmett's answer. Or possibly both. Excellent. I'll make arrangements for transportation. Saturday, 8 a.m.? Emmett closed his laptop. He had 48 hours to prepare himself for 6 hours in a car with Toby Grayson, during which they would have to actually talk to each other like civilized adults instead of adversarial architecture critics. This was fine. He could do this. He did this sort of thing all the time. Professional collaboration, strategic necessity, temporary cessation of hostilities for mutual benefit. It was absolutely not because some ridiculous part of him was curious about what Toby looked like when he wasn't being defensive, or how he might explain his design philosophy without the barriers they'd constructed around themselves, or whether the moment at the construction site, when Toby had looked at him with something that resembled understanding, had meant anything at all. It was purely strategic, Emmett told himself firmly. The fact that he changed his shirt 3 times before Saturday was purely because he wanted to look appropriately professional. The fact that he arrived at Toby's address 10 minutes early was purely because he was punctual by nature. And the fact that his stomach executed several elaborate acrobatic routines when Toby opened the door, already dressed, already prepared, already looking like he had thought about Saturday with at least some fraction of the attention Emmett had devoted to it, was purely nerves about the research objectives. Purely strategic. The lie tasted like the good coffee Emmett had bought himself that morning, which was to say, it tasted like nothing at all, which meant it was probably working. Morning, Toby said, and he had a travel mug in one hand and a folder of printed maps and notes in the other, which was peak Toby, prepared, but somehow still defensive about being prepared. I have snacks. Also, music preferences? Depends on the genre, Emmett said, climbing into the passenger seat of Toby's car, which was aggressively neutral in color and absolutely immaculate on the interior. Of course it was. What do you listen to? Soundtracks primarily, Toby said, merging into traffic with the precision of someone who had learned to drive from an instruction manual. Film scores, some classical. I'm open to alternatives. Soundtracks are good, Emmett said, which was true and also the most neutral thing he had ever said in his life. He was going for professional. He was nailing professional. He was so professional, he was basically a human-shaped collection of bullet points on a networking seminar agenda. They drove in silence for approximately 15 minutes, during which Emmett learned several interesting facts about himself. His hands were sweating for no discernible reason. He had apparently become very interested in the way Toby's hands looked on the steering wheel. And there was something both excruciating and electric about being in a car with someone who was actively not looking at you because they were very carefully maintaining their own version of professional distance. Your grandmother, Toby said abruptly, the one you mentioned at the first planning meeting, she lived here? Emmett blinked. How did you... Oh, you were listening. I listen, Toby said. Something in his tone suggested this was a confession. When you talk about the neighborhood, you actually paint a picture. I don't always understand the appeal, but I can see why you care about it. She did live here, Emmett said. My dad's mother. She had a house 3 blocks from the museum, and she used to take me there on Sunday afternoons. We'd look at the exhibits, and she'd tell me stories about what each space used to be. The bank that's now the gift shop, the doctor's office that's now the historical records room. She made the neighborhood feel alive, like the past was actually relevant because it was still physically present. He paused, surprised at how easily the words had come out. She died when I was 16. The museum was already kind of my thing by then, but after she died, it became, I don't know, a way of keeping those stories alive, I guess. Toby didn't respond immediately, which Emmett had learned was his version of processing thoughtful information. When he did speak, his voice was quiet. My mother died about 18 months ago. Cancer. I wasn't very good at being present during that. I kept working, kept trying to solve the problem of her illness like it was a coding error that could be fixed if I just approached it correctly. Emmett felt something in his chest shift. I'm sorry. She would have liked a grandmother, Toby continued. The idea of it, anyway. She was always trying to get me to slow down, to pay attention to context instead of just efficiency. She said I moved through the world like I was debugging code, never satisfied with anything as it is. Are you? Emmett asked. Satisfied, I mean, with anything as it is? Toby was quiet for so long that Emmett wondered if he'd overstepped. But then Toby said, I'm starting to think I might be missing something. The rest of the world doesn't automatically resolve into problems to be solved. Sometimes things are just valuable because they exist, because they matter to people. The second hour of the drive passed differently. They talked about the museum, about Toby's work, about the neighborhood's history and future. Toby asked questions that suggested he'd actually thought about Emmett's perspective rather than just dismissing it. Emmett found himself explaining architectural philosophy in a way that didn't feel defensive. It was, Emmett thought, possibly the first conversation they'd had where they weren't treating each other like opposing forces. When they finally pulled into the old Temperance Quarter, it was late afternoon. The historic district sprawled before them in a careful balance of preservation and strategic development. Victorian-era buildings alongside thoughtful modern additions that complemented rather than competed with the original architecture. Toby looked at it the way Emmett had learned he looked at problems, like he was seeing all the angles simultaneously. I see it, he said quietly. What you meant about context, how you can honor the original while still moving forward. Emmett felt something warm settle in his chest. Come on, let me show you what I've researched about their integration strategies. They spent the next 3 hours walking the district, taking notes, photographing details. Toby asked intelligent questions. Emmett found himself seeing the neighborhood with fresh eyes because he was watching Toby understand it. By the time they checked into the Old Quarter Inn, the lovely bed and breakfast that Emmett had carefully researched, it was nearly 9 p.m. The desk clerk was apologetic. We had a miscommunication with your online booking system. I have you down for 1 room, 1 queen bed rather than 2 singles. Emmett felt his stomach perform a small, inquisitive backflip. That's fine, Toby said immediately. I can find somewhere else. There are other hotels near. Full, the clerk said. Festival weekend. Actually, I've got people sleeping in our lounge as it is. I'll sleep in the car, Emmett offered, which was a terrible suggestion, and he knew it. Absolutely not, Toby said. It's one night. We're both adults. I'm sure we can manage. The clerk looked relieved. Perfect. Room 7, upstairs, end of the hall. Complimentary breakfast at 7. They got their key. One key. Because, of course, there was one key, and made their way upstairs in a silence that had moved from comfortable to something with considerably more electrical charge. The room was small, charming, Victorian, with modern amenities, and dominated entirely by a queen-sized bed that seems to have grown exponentially in size since the clerk mentioned it. I can take the floor, Emmett said. Don't be absurd, Toby replied, but his voice had gotten weird, tight, like he was calculating angles on a particularly complex problem. We could sleep in shifts? Emmett suggested desperately. No, Toby said. We're not doing this. It's fine. We'll figure it out. They stood on opposite sides of the bed like it was a negotiating table, and they were about to sign a peace treaty. I can go sleep in the lounge, Emmett said finally. There's clearly people around. I'll be fine. The lounge, Toby said slowly, doesn't have a bed. You're not sleeping in the lounge. You're not sleeping in the car. You're not sleeping on the floor. Then what exactly are we doing, Toby? Emmett said, and his voice sounded strange even to himself. Not angry, but something underneath the professionalism. Something that had been carefully tucked away was starting to escape. Toby looked at him for a long moment. Apparently, he said, we're sharing a bed. Emmett's internal monologue, which had been maintaining an extremely organized checklist of professional talking points, simply exploded into incoherent noise. This was going to be a very long night. Chapter 10. Toby. The problem with being a systems thinker was that Toby couldn't help analyzing every system he encountered, which meant that watching Vernon Huxley present the latest aggressive modernization renderings for the future house was particularly painful. The proportions were all wrong, the material selections actively hostile. The design announced itself like a declaration of war against the existing neighborhood aesthetic. It was brilliant in a purely technical sense. The building was efficient, innovative, maximally contemporary. It was also absolutely unsuitable for this context, which Emmett had tried to explain approximately 7,000 times, and which Toby had finally started to understand was actually a valid concern.
"What do you think?" Vernon asked, leaning back in his chair with the confidence of someone who had never been told no in his life. He was in his mid-50s, aggressively charismatic in the way that venture capitalists seem to be genetically engineered to be. Bold, forward-thinking.
It's aggressive, Toby said, which was his careful way of saying it's going to create a neighborhood war and possibly get us both murdered by an elderly woman in cat-eye glasses.
"Exactly," Vernon said, clearly interpreting this as approval. Sets a tone, shows we're serious about transformation. Toby stared at the renderings. The building was perched on the lot like a chrome and steel predator, surveying the surrounding Victorian cottages with barely concealed disdain. The proportions were deliberately towering, not for any functional reason, but because aggressive verticality conveyed dominance. Emmett would hate it, which meant the neighborhood would hate it, which meant the entire project would become a lightning rod for community resistance, and Toby's reputation would be attached to a design that ignored every principle of responsible community development. Also, Emmett would hate it, and for reasons that felt increasingly important to Toby's general quality of life. "I want to modify the approach," Toby heard himself say. Vernon's eyebrows went up. "Modify how?" "The building language is too antagonistic," Toby said, and he was aware he was about to completely shift the architectural conversation in real time. Which was fine. He'd done it before. He'd do it again. This isn't a development in a blank space. It's an intervention in an existing neighborhood with established character. The proportions create visual conflict rather than dialogue. "Is this about Ashford?" Vernon asked sharply. "Because if that curator is influencing your design decisions." "It's not about Ashford," Toby lied. Because it was partly about Ashford, but not in the way Vernon meant. It was about recognizing that Emmett's perspective wasn't just romantic preservation instinct. It was actually good design thinking. It's about creating a development that will be celebrated rather than fought, that will enhance the community rather than overshadow it. He pulled the renderings closer and immediately started making notes, sketching alternative proportions in the margins. Smaller scale, material selections that complemented rather than clashed. A visual hierarchy that acknowledged the existing neighborhood architecture while establishing the building's contemporary nature. "You want to make it less dramatic," Vernon said flatly. "I want to make it smarter," Toby said. "Drama is easy. Dialogue is harder. Good development creates a conversation between what exists and what's new. This," he gestured at Vernon's original renderings, "is just architectural monologue." Vernon didn't look happy. Vernon had the particular expression of someone whose strategic vision had just been subjected to redesign without his approval. But he also understood that good PR was worth more than aggressive architecture, and a community backlash would be catastrophically bad for business. "Fine," he said after a moment. "Revise, but keep the innovation, keep the wow factor. Just make it less hostile." "I can do that," Toby said, already mentally reformulating the entire design strategy. After Vernon left, Desmond appeared in the doorway of Toby's office like a friendly ghost manifestation. "Tell me this is about professional principles and not about a certain auburn-haired museum curator." "It's about professional principles," Toby said, which was technically true. "You've never modified a design based on aesthetic context before," Desmond said, settling into the chair across from Toby's desk. "In the 7 years I've known you, you've never once looked at a project site and thought, you know what this needs? Harmony, integration, architectural dialogue with the existing environment." "I'm evolving as a designer," Toby said. "You're evolving as someone who's realized that Emmett Ashford is actually not the enemy," Desmond said. Which, by the way, has been obvious to literally everyone else since the museum dedication 3 weeks ago. Toby set down his pencil. "The museum dedication was when I realized he was competent at his job." "The museum dedication was when you realized he was attractive," Desmond corrected. "Not physically, although, sure, cute museum curator aesthetic, but like, you actually respect his perspective now. That's new." "I respected his perspective before," Toby said, which was a lie. He had dismissed Emmett's perspective as romantic nostalgia untethered from pragmatic reality. Now, he was beginning to understand that Emmett's perspective wasn't a failure of vision. It was a different, equally valid vision that Toby had never bothered to understand. "You tolerated his existence," Desmond said. "You respect him now. There's a difference." Toby didn't respond, instead turning back to the renderings and beginning the complex work of redesign. The proportions needed to shift downward, bringing the building's scale more in dialogue with the surrounding structures. The materials needed reselection. The street-facing facade needed to acknowledge rather than antagonize the neighborhood context. It was intricate work, and it was exactly the kind of design challenge that should have frustrated him into productivity. Instead, he found himself thinking about the road trip, about 6 hours in a car with Emmett, about what the plan actually was beyond go see a historic district and try to have a normal conversation like two people who don't secretly have feelings about each other. That last part was the problem. They definitely had feelings about each other. Toby was fairly certain he'd been having feelings about Emmett for weeks, underneath the professional antagonism and defensive architecture criticism. The feelings had just recently migrated from "this man is impossible" to "this man is impossible, but what if he's impossible in the way that makes me want to understand how his mind works?" Which was worse? It was objectively worse to be interested in someone's mind than to just be irritated by their existence. He worked through the weekend, making incremental adjustments to the design. By Monday morning, he had something that felt fundamentally different. A building that still announced itself as contemporary and innovative, but in a way that didn't declare war on the existing neighborhood. It was smaller, warmer, more in conversation with the surrounding architecture. It was, he realized, something that Emmett might actually respect. That thought made him send the research trip email immediately, before he could second-guess it, before he could construct more walls around himself, before he could convince himself that this was a terrible idea and that maintaining professional distance was the smarter choice. Emmett said yes, which meant he was willing to spend 6 hours in a car together. Toby interpreted this as a positive sign, or possibly as a sign that Emmett was as trapped by strategic necessity as Toby felt trapped by basic human curiosity about how this person's mind actually worked. By Friday, Toby was in a state that he recognized as nervousness. Not about the research trip itself. That part seemed fine, important even, a genuine opportunity to align their visions. But about the driving part. 6 hours, 2 people, just the two of them, no professional agenda to hide behind, nowhere to go except forward down the highway. He packed Saturday morning with the precision of someone who was completely not thinking about how to present himself. He selected clothes that were his usual black and gray palette, but that hadn't been pulled directly from the laundry basket. He showered. He did the things that normal people did when they were about to spend extended time with someone they actively didn't want to look like a disaster in front of. At 8 a.m., Emmett appeared at his door, wearing a vintage waistcoat over a shirt that made his eyes look more green than Toby had previously noticed, which was not helpful information for someone trying to maintain focus on architectural collaboration. "Morning," Toby said, and his voice sounded weird, tight, like his nervous system was experiencing some kind of technical failure. "I have snacks. Also, music preferences?" Very smooth, Toby. Really excellent conversational opener. This is definitely how people sound when they're not secretly cataloging the exact way Emmett was wearing his hair today. The drive started awkwardly, which was expected, and Toby maintained his professional distance by doing what he always did, putting up walls constructed from neutral topics and careful conversation management. But somewhere around mile 30, he found himself actually engaging with Emmett about the museum, about the neighborhood, about the things that mattered to this person who would somehow become impossible to dismiss. Emmett talked about his grandmother with the kind of careful vulnerability that suggested he didn't usually share this information with people he wasn't sure about. Toby found himself reciprocating, talking about his mother in a way he hadn't really managed since her death. Not complaining, not grieving, just acknowledging that she'd been right about him moving through the world too quickly, not paying attention to what actually mattered. The highway stretched out before them. They passed through 3 states. The silence between conversation started feeling less like professional distance and more like genuine comfort. Toby found himself thinking about how Emmett laughed, how his hands moved when he was describing something he cared about,
how he had a terrible habit of adjusting his glasses when he was concentrating on the view. By the time they reached the old Temperance Quarter, Toby had made the decision to genuinely try to understand what Emmett valued about preservation and context. Not as a professional compromise, but because watching Emmett's face light up when he was explaining something, that was becoming increasingly difficult to dismiss as irrelevant. The research was genuinely valuable. Walking the historic district with Emmett, listening to his architectural analysis, seeing how successfully some developments had balanced preservation with innovation. It was clarifying. This wasn't about Emmett being right and Toby being wrong. It was about them seeing the world through different lenses, and maybe the solution wasn't winning a debate. Maybe the solution was learning to see through both lenses simultaneously. Which was an elegant design principle, actually. A blended approach that honored both perspectives, integration rather than dominance. By the time they checked into the bed and breakfast, Toby was in a state of professional focus, mixed with something underneath that felt suspiciously like anticipation, which made it particularly unfortunate that the universe immediately demonstrated a sense of humor by booking them into a single room with a queen-sized bed. Toby stood on his side of the bed and tried to remember basic mathematics. One room, one bed, two people who were maybe starting to actually understand each other instead of just antagonistically criticizing from across a planning table. "I could take the floor," Emmett said, and his voice had a weird, strained quality that suggested he was also experiencing some kind of technical difficulty with his nervous system. "Don't be absurd," Toby said, and then heard his own voice come out tight and weird, which was absolutely not helping the situation. They negotiated the logistics of sleeping arrangements with all the grace of two people who had never encountered a bed before and were trying to solve the problem through sheer force of logic. By the time they arrived at the conclusion that they would simply have to share it, Toby's heart was executing what could only be described as an elevated rate of operation. "Apparently," he said, "we're sharing a bed." Emmett looked at him across the room, and Toby saw something shift in his expression. Something that suggested Emmett was experiencing the exact same awareness that Toby was experiencing. That they had just been forced into a situation that eliminated all possibility of maintaining professional distance. Which was terrifying, and which, Toby realized with growing horror, was also somehow exactly what he wanted. Chapter 11. Emmett. There was a bed, a singular bed, a queen-sized bed that seemed to have somehow expanded to the size of a small planet. Which was strange, because earlier that afternoon, Emmett had observed that the room was charming and intimate, which, in retrospect, appeared to be the universe's way of laughing directly in his face. "I can take the floor," Emmett said, which was, objectively, a ridiculous statement. The floor was hardwood. The room was small. The floor would be approximately as comfortable as sleeping on medieval torture equipment. "Don't be absurd," Toby said, and his voice had transformed into something that suggested his own internal systems were experiencing technological difficulties. "It's one night. We're both adults. I'm sure we can manage." They could manage, theoretically. In a world where Emmett's nervous system wasn't currently treating the situation like a code-red emergency alert. In a world where Toby didn't look like he was experiencing some kind of slow-motion panic attack. In a world where they'd spent the entire drive becoming increasingly aware of each other in ways that were not compatible with sleeping in proximity. "I can take the floor," Emmett said again, as if repetition might make it become true, as if saying it twice would somehow reorganize reality into a configuration where this was actually a viable option. "Don't be absurd," Toby repeated. "We could sleep in shifts?" Emmett suggested, with the desperate optimism of someone who is actively improvising solutions that would definitely not work. "Like, one person sleeps for 4 hours and then we switch?" Toby stared at him. "We're not running a night watch rotation like we're sailing a ship through treacherous waters." "Well, we're not really sailing through calm waters right now either," Emmett said, which was definitely not supposed to be suggestive, which was definitely just a casual observation about the awkwardness of the situation, which was absolutely not making Toby's expression do that thing where his eyes got darker. "The lounge doesn't have a bed," Toby said, with the methodical tone of someone attempting to solve the problem through pure logic. "You're not sleeping in the lounge. You're not sleeping in the car. You're not sleeping on the floor." "Then what exactly are we doing, Toby?" Emmett heard himself say, and his voice sounded strange even to himself. Not angry exactly, but something underneath the professionalism was escaping. Something that had been carefully categorized as professional respect and strategic collaboration, and definitely not attraction to the way he thinks about problems. Toby looked at him for a long moment. Emmett could see the exact moment the decision crystallized. The moment Toby stopped trying to construct an elaborate workaround and simply accepted the reality of the situation. Apparently, Toby said quietly, we're sharing a bed. The words hung in the air like a confession. Emmett's internal monologue, which had been maintaining an extremely organized professional checklist, simply collapsed into incoherent noise, punctuated by occasional helpful observations like, his hands are really nice, and stop thinking about his hands, you absolute disaster. Okay, Emmett said, which seems like a reasonable acknowledgement of this situation. Okay, we can do this. People share beds all the time. It's very normal, completely platonic, two grown men who spend considerable time arguing about neighborhood architecture just sleeping in the same bed. Totally fine. He was babbling. He was absolutely babbling. And Toby was standing very still on his side of the bed, and Emmett could see the exact moment Toby realized that Emmett was experiencing a complete system failure. It doesn't have to be complicated, Toby said, and his voice was doing something weird, carefully controlled, like he was manually managing each word. There are a lot of ways to approach sleeping. We could put pillows in the middle, we could establish boundaries, we could... Could what? Emmett said, and the words came out slightly strangled. Toby, we've been stuck in a car together for 6 hours. We've been actually talking to each other like we're not enemies. And now we're in a room with one bed, and I'm very aware of the fact that you spent the entire drive subtly shifting your vision about the future house design because of things I said. And I'm also aware that this might mean... He stopped himself, because saying out loud what this might mean was apparently a bridge too far, even for his current state of verbal diarrhea. What might it mean? Toby asked softly. Emmett looked at him across the impossible expanse of the queen bed. Toby was standing very still, like he was waiting for something. His expression was carefully neutral, in the way that indicated he was experiencing significant internal processing. It might mean you're actually listening to me, Emmett said, which wasn't what he meant to say. What he meant to say was nothing. What he meant to do was put on pajamas, get into bed, establish a polite distance, and pretend that this entire situation wasn't awakening various biological responses that he'd been successfully repressing through sheer professional determination. I'm listening to you, Toby said, and something in his voice suggested this was important. This was admission-level important. I have been listening to you. I'm not very good at listening. My therapist says I approach conversations like I'm debugging code, looking for errors instead of just receiving information, but I'm trying. With you, I'm trying. Emmett felt something shift in his chest. You have a therapist? Since my mother died, Toby said. She'd probably have opinions about both of us right now. About the fact that we're standing on opposite sides of a bed, discussing our inability to process this situation productively. What would she say? Emmett asked, and he was aware he was stalling. He was also aware that he'd forgotten to be nervous, somewhere in the middle of Toby admitting to therapy, and to the fact that he'd been consciously trying to listen to Emmett's perspective. She'd probably say something about how human connection requires vulnerability, and that we've been very efficiently avoiding vulnerability by hiding behind professional antagonism, Toby said. She'd also probably say that the fact that the universe has arranged for us to sleep in the same bed is maybe not a disaster. Maybe it's an opportunity for the universe to stop being subtle. Your mother sounds wise, Emmett said faintly. She was, Toby said. She'd also probably say that I should stop overthinking and just acknowledge that I've been increasingly interested in understanding how you think and what you want, and why you move through the world with so much intentional joy, when that seems like a tremendous amount of emotional labor. Emmett's nervous system performed several simultaneous calculations and arrived at a result that suggested he might need to sit down. He sat down on the bed. I move through the world with intentional joy because the alternative is letting the loss swallow everything whole, Emmett said, because apparently honesty was contagious and Toby had just infected the entire room with it. My parents died 3 years ago, and for a while, I let that destroy me. But then I realized that the best way to honor them was to continue being the kind of person they raised me to be, which is a person who tries to find something worth loving in every situation. Even in situations involving me and my aggressive modernization philosophy, Toby asked.
especially in situations involving you and your aggressive modernization philosophy, Emmett said. Because underneath all of that is someone who's trying to solve real problems. Someone who cares about functionality and efficiency, not because he doesn't care about context, but because he does care. Because he wants to create things that actually work for the people who use them. Toby was quiet for a moment. Then he sat down on the opposite side of the bed. I changed the future house design, he said. I made modifications that I didn't run past Vernon. They're based almost entirely on things you said about preservation and context. The proportions are less aggressive. The materials are warmer. The architectural language is less about dominance and more about dialogue. Oh, Emmett said, which was inadequate, but seemed to be all his vocabulary could currently manage. I did it because you were right, Toby continued. Not just strategically, but actually right. Good architecture isn't about how loudly it announces itself. It's about creating something that people want to be around, something that respects what came before while establishing what comes next. That's basically my entire philosophy, Emmett said. I know, Toby said. I've been listening. Even when I was being antagonistic, I was listening. They sat in silence for a moment. The bed was less impossible now. It was still a queen bed, and there was definitely still one of it, but the configuration felt slightly less like a disaster and slightly more like something they might actually be able to navigate, like mature adults who had spent an entire car ride becoming increasingly comfortable with each other's vulnerabilities. So, Emmett said carefully, what's the protocol here? I suggest we establish a sleeping arrangement and stop catastrophizing about the logistics, Toby said. I'm willing to respect physical boundaries if you want them. I'm also... He paused, and Emmett could see him making a decision about whether to continue. He continued. I'm also not opposed to the alternative of just accepting that we're going to wake up closer together than we are right now, and that maybe that's not inherently a disaster. Emmett felt his face execute what was probably a visible transition to significant redness. You're saying... I'm saying I'm aware that this has been less of a professional research trip and more of a situation where we've been actively becoming closer, Toby said. I'm saying I've had increasing difficulty thinking about our neighborhood architecture debate without also thinking about the specific way your eyes get lighter when you're making a point you really care about. I'm saying that I didn't design the future house modifications because I thought it would create a better building. I designed them because I wanted you to look at me the way you looked at that historic district this afternoon. Like I might be capable of understanding something you value. Emmett stood up. This was definitely not the protocol for a mature adult conversation, but his legs apparently had their own opinions about how to respond to Toby Grayson confessing that he'd been thinking about Emmett's eyes. This is the worst case scenario, Emmett said. You know that, right? We're supposed to be collaborating on the future house. We're on the neighborhood association together. If this goes wrong, we've created a situation where we can't actually work together anymore. I'm aware of the risk assessment, Toby said. I'm also aware that continuing to pretend we're just professional colleagues is a risk assessment that's already failing. You've already thought about this situation. You've already been nervous about spending time alone with me. I was not, Emmett started, which was a lie, and they both knew it was a lie. You changed your shirt 3 times before I picked you up this morning, Toby said flatly. Desmond called me to tell me you'd arrived at your address 10 minutes early. Your voice has been doing something weird since we got in the car together. My voice does not do anything weird, Emmett protested. Your voice gets higher when you're nervous, Toby said. It got progressively higher as we drove. It was significantly higher when you saw the bed. Okay, fine, Emmett said. Yes, I'm attracted to you. Yes, I've been aware that the drive was less antagonistic than I expected. Yes, I spent most of the last hour worried that this would happen, and also hoping that it would happen. But Toby, we still have to actually work together. We still have to make the Future House project successful, and if we... He gestured vaguely at the bed. If we do this, and it doesn't work out, then we'll have to work together anyway, and we'll both be mature enough to manage that, Toby said. But if we don't do this, if we just pretend we're not aware of each other, we're going to spend the next several months being extremely ineffective collaborators because we're both going to be thinking about the moment we didn't take a risk. Emmett wanted to argue. He wanted to construct a careful, logical framework for why this was a terrible idea. Instead, he found himself noticing that Toby was still sitting on the bed, and that Toby had that expression on his face, the one that suggested he was experiencing significant internal processing and had decided to trust Emmett's perspective on something. If we do this, Emmett said slowly, we do it carefully. We talk about what it means for the work.
We establish boundaries. We
go to sleep, Toby interrupted gently, in the same bed as two people who have been increasingly aware of each other for weeks. We wake up tomorrow morning and we still have a research trip to complete. We still have work to do. But we do it as people who stopped lying to ourselves about what we're feeling. It was pragmatic. It was reasonable. It was also terrifying in a way that suggested Emmett was about to make a decision that would reorganize his entire professional and emotional landscape. He took a breath. He thought about his grandmother, who used to say that the best things in life required the willingness to be uncertain. He thought about Toby spending 6 hours in a car, becoming increasingly comfortable with vulnerability. He thought about the future house design being modified because Toby had actually listened to something Emmett cared about. "Okay," he said. "Okay, but I'm a very anxious sleeper. I might have weird dreams. I probably move around a lot." "I'll manage," Toby said, and something in his voice suggested he was trying very hard not to smile. Emmett changed into sleep clothes in the bathroom, with the kind of self-consciousness that suggested his nervous system was still experiencing technical difficulties. When he emerged, Toby was already in bed, taking up the left side, clearly having thought about this enough to ensure Emmett had space. Emmett got into bed. The space between them was maybe 2 feet. The air temperature in the room seemed to have elevated by several degrees. "Good night," Toby said quietly. "Good night," Emmett replied, which was definitely not what was happening. Nothing about the situation was night or rest or sleep. This was the beginning of something, and they both knew it. He closed his eyes. He was aware of every inch of distance between them. He was aware that tomorrow they'd have to figure out what this meant in the daylight. He was aware that they'd probably made a terrible decision. He was also aware, as he drifted into sleep despite his racing thoughts, that Toby had been right about one thing. The universe had definitely stopped being subtle. In the morning, they'd have to actually deal with the implications of this moment. But for tonight, Emmett let himself simply exist in the space between fear and possibility. In a queen bed with a man he'd spent weeks trying not to understand, finally accepting that understanding him was exactly what he'd been doing all along. The universe, it turned out, had excellent timing. Chapter 12. Toby. The old Temperance Quarter. The afternoon light hit the old Temperance Quarter like a painting filter, all golden and soft, and Toby found himself thinking about Instagram before he could stop himself. Not a useful thought. He was here. He was doing this. Emmett was already 3 steps ahead, naturally, pointing at the facade of what had once been a speakeasy and was now a gift shop selling expensive gin and expensive nostalgia. "Look at the dental molding," he said, not turning around to check if Toby was following. "They restored it almost perfectly, but if you look at the pattern," he finally glanced back. "Are you looking?" Toby looked. He was looking at Emmett, actually, the way late afternoon sun caught the russet tones in his hair, the way his hands moved when he got excited about architectural details. He was absolutely not looking at the dental molding. "The spacing is off by maybe a 1/4 inch, Emmett continued. "Not noticeable unless you're looking for it. But it matters. It's like someone almost got the recipe right, but not quite." "Close enough for most people," Toby said. Emmett turned fully to face him. "But not for people who know better." This felt like it was about more than molding. Toby was beginning to suspect that everything Emmett said was about more than surface level. He was exhausting. He was also... "Come on," Emmett said, already moving. "The preservation economics lecture starts in 20 minutes, and I want to get a good seat." The fact that Tobias Grayson, who had never voluntarily attended a lecture about economics that wasn't directly related to algorithmic trading, was walking toward a preservation economics lecture at 4:47 p.m. on a Saturday was something he would unpack later. Probably never. The lecture hall was in the converted courthouse, all soaring ceilings and original oak paneling that Emmett immediately began photographing with his phone. The presentation was hosted by a woman named Dr. Patricia Harlow, who had the kind of passion for her subject that usually made Toby uncomfortable. Passionate people were exhausting. They wanted you to care. They wanted you to change. She spoke about maintenance cycles and sustainable funding models. She talked about how a single structural failure could cascade, how preventative care cost a fraction of emergency restoration, how community engagement had to be the foundation of any long-term preservation plan. Emmett was taking notes. Actual handwritten notes with a pen he'd produced from his cardigan pocket. Toby found himself taking notes, too. At the back of his page, he'd written, "Preventative Infrastructure Systems. Monitoring software?" He wasn't even sure why. The thought had simply arrived, fully formed. You could apply algorithmic monitoring to building systems, identify stress fractures before they became critical failures. He was still thinking about it when the lecture ended, and Emmett was already on his feet, already moving toward the book sale table where Dr. Harlow was signing copies of Preservation Economics in the 21st Century. "You're buying that?" Toby observed. "I'm buying that," Emmett confirmed. He was like a puppy sometimes, genuinely excited about books about restoration and maintenance cycles. Toby didn't know whether to find this endearing or alarming. He was settling on both. The evening presentation was a walking tour through the village. Dr. Harlow pointing out features while Emmett and Toby kept pace with the group, occasionally branching off to examine something more closely. It was easier now, the ease between them, less charged. More like collaboration. At a restored Victorian storefront, Emmett pointed out the original hardware on the door. Toby noticed the layout of the street, how it was designed for foot traffic and human scale, with sight lines that encouraged you to linger. "The walkability is intentional," Toby said. "Look at the curve of the avenue. It's not a straight line. It makes you want to explore because you can't see the whole thing at once." Emmett turned to him, and there was something in his expression that caught Toby off guard. Surprise, maybe, or approval. "Exactly," Emmett said. "Most people don't notice that. They see the buildings, and they miss the whole system." "I notice systems," Toby said. It came out more defensive than he intended. "I know," Emmett said, and it wasn't patronizing. It was just simple fact. "I've noticed that you notice." By the time they found dinner at a small Italian place on the edge of the quarter, something had shifted. They weren't performing anymore, not even for each other. They were just together, talking about building materials and infrastructure and how the museum had completely failed to implement proper climate control in the photography archive. "It's infuriating," Emmett said, fork gesturing dramatically. "We have documentation from 1987 that the humidity fluctuations were destroying the negatives. Someone literally recommended installing a proper system. And then nobody did anything. Nothing. For 36 years. Why?" Toby asked. "Money. Fear of change. Institutional inertia." Emmett slumped back in his chair. "Bureaucracy. Take your pick." Toby had a thought about this too. Something about monitoring systems and cost projections that could make the case for investment. He didn't share it. He was beginning to understand that Emmett didn't want solutions. He wanted to be heard. So he listened. He asked questions. He let Emmett explain the way historical documents deteriorated and why it mattered, and why his museum's failure to act felt personal. The waiter came by with wine, and Emmett ordered a second glass without asking if Toby wanted more. He did. They sat in the warm glow of the restaurant, surrounded by the gentle noise of other diners, and it felt intimate in a way that surprised Toby. Not physical intimacy, though there was potential for that coiled beneath the surface. Something deeper, something like being understood. "The thing that kills me," Emmett continued, "is that it's not even complicated. It's not like we need some miraculous innovation or unprecedented technology. We just need money and institutional will. We need someone to prioritize the preservation of these documents over, I don't know, new carpet in the administrative offices." "Have you tried making that case to the board?" Toby asked. "I've made that case 17 different ways. I've created spreadsheets. I've given presentations. I've brought in conservation experts to talk about how critical the situation is." Emmett's voice carried an edge of exhaustion. Nothing changes, because at the end of the day, the historical photographs aren't generating revenue. They're not bringing in school field trips or tourists or donor money. They're just artifacts. And artifacts don't vote, so nobody cares. Toby found himself leaning forward. That's not actually true. The story is compelling. The narrative is strong. A museum with a failing archive is a museum that's failing its core mission. But a museum that proactively restored critical historical documents, that's a museum with purpose. That's a story that generates support. Emmett looked at him with something like wonder. "How did you do that?" "Do what?" "Take something I've been feeling like a personal failure and reframe it as a systemic communications problem. Because I solve systems problems for a living, Toby said. And because you've been taking responsibility for something that isn't yours to solve alone. Their food arrived, and they ate, and Toby found himself talking about how you could restructure a problem into something approachable, how marketing and messaging could make the difference between a crisis narrative and an opportunity narrative, how the museum's archive wasn't a liability, it was an asset that nobody had figured out how to sell yet. You should do this professionally, Emmett said suddenly. Do what? This, what you're doing right now, this consultation thing. I can see you're good at it. You're actually genuinely interested in solving real problems, not just algorithmic ones. Toby didn't know what to do with that assessment. He was interested in the problem, but that was only because Emmett was invested in it. And that was potentially a very bad sign, or a very good one, or both, simultaneously. I mostly work on infrastructure systems, he said carefully. But you could work on this. You could help museums and archives solve their preservation crises. You could use your skills for things that actually matter, beyond making systems slightly more efficient. There was something in Emmett's voice that suggested this wasn't just a casual suggestion. There was hope in it, and yearning, and a kind of belief that Toby wasn't sure he deserved. Let's focus on winning the contest first, Toby said. One impossible thing at a time. Emmett smiled and took another bite of his pasta, and Toby felt the weight of what was happening settle in his chest like a stone. He was falling for this ridiculous man who wore vintage cardigans and cared obsessively about old buildings. This was not part of the plan. This was the opposite of the plan. The walk back to the inn was quiet. The fall air was sharp now that the sun was down, and Emmett's cardigan didn't look like it was doing much work. Toby felt a ridiculous urge to offer his jacket, which was exactly the kind of gesture that Emmett would find charming, which is exactly why he resisted. He let Emmett go back to the room first, pretending he needed to check something on his phone in the lobby, which was its own kind of cowardice. He needed 30 seconds to remember how to be a person who didn't need things from people. My parents cared about things like this, Emmett said, and it was the first time all evening that his brightness dimmed. Not objects exactly, but preservation, legacy. They wanted to leave things better than they found them, even small things. They'd restore old furniture, not for resale, just because things deserve to be cared for properly. Toby set down his fork. What happened to them? Car accident. I was 22. Emmett was staring at his wine glass. They were coming home from an estate sale. They always did that, looked for pieces they could restore. Just regular people in a regular car on a regular Tuesday. He looked up. Do you have family? My mother, Toby said. She's still alive. We're not close. But you have her. I do. Toby had never thought of it quite that way, as luck, as something to be grateful for. His mother had spent the last 15 years actively making his life harder, but she was alive. She was still technically his. After they died, Emmett continued, my friend Iris kept me from turning into a complete disaster. She's still doing that, honestly. But there's this thing where you're just aware of the expiration date on everything. People, buildings, time. He smiled, but it was sad. Makes you kind of obsessive about preservation. Toby understood this in his bones. His mother's indifference hadn't taught him anything useful about human connection, and it had taught him plenty about the fragility of family. He'd built walls instead, built systems that didn't require vulnerability. The museum is falling apart, Emmett said quietly. And I feel like it's my fault somehow. Like, if I just cared harder, or worked smarter, or... That's not how systems work, Toby said, and Emmett looked up. You can care. You can work. But if the system itself is broken, if the funding and the oversight and the infrastructure are all broken, then it's not about individual effort. It's about architecture. Structural problems need structural solutions. That's very technical, Emmett said. I'm a technical person. No, Emmett said. You're just pretending to be. You're here. You came to a preservation economics lecture. You're talking about museum funding like it matters to you. Those aren't technical things. Toby wanted to argue. He didn't. Instead, he said, your parents sound like they were good. They were, Emmett said simply. And they're gone. And I'm still here trying to take care of things the way they would have. The walk back to the inn was quiet. The fall air was sharp now that the sun was down, and Emmett's cardigan didn't look like it was doing much work. Toby let him go back to the room first, pretending he needed to check something on his phone in the lobby, which was its own kind of cowardice. When he got upstairs, Emmett was already sitting on the bed, looking at it with the same expression he probably reserved for difficult architectural problems. "Okay," Emmett said. "The bed." "The bed," Toby confirmed. "We're adults." "Very mature adults," Toby said. "I could take the floor." "Absolutely not." Toby surprised himself with the firmness in his voice. "It's a queen. We can manage a queen." They managed it by establishing a pillow barrier with the kind of serious negotiation usually reserved for international treaties. The pillow went down the middle. Rules were established. Toby would take the right side, Emmett would take the left. They would sleep like sensible people. They attempted sleep for approximately 7 minutes. "Can I ask you something?" Emmett's voice came out of the darkness. "No." "Why do you pretend not to care about things?" Toby wanted to tell him to go to sleep. Instead, he said, "Why do you pretend to be fine?" "I'm actually mostly fine," Emmett said. "You're not. You're broken up about your museum. You miss your parents. You carry them around with you like—" Toby stopped. "Like what?" "Like a weight." There was a long silence. Then, "My mother used to say that grief is just love with nowhere to go. She meant it as a beautiful thing, like the love doesn't disappear, it just transforms. But when she died, it didn't feel beautiful. It felt heavy." Toby's chest felt tight. "My mother is alive, and she's made it clear she doesn't want my love. So at least you had that. The love. Even if it's gone now, you had it." "I'm sorry," Emmett said. "Don't be sorry. I didn't tell you that for sympathy." "Why did you tell me?" Toby didn't have a good answer. Something about the dark, about the one-bed situation, about spending 48 hours with someone who seemed to see through every wall he'd built. "Because it's true. Because I'm tired of pretending. Because you asked and I apparently have no filter anymore." He could hear Emmett smile. "You have a filter. You're just choosing not to use it right now." "That's worse." "It is better," Emmett said firmly. "It's much better." They talked through the dark, about pressure and expectations, about the ways they'd both tried to be different people because the real versions were too disappointing, about the specific kind of loneliness that came from being the responsible one, the one who always had to have it together. "Desmond keeps telling me to let people help me," Toby said, "that I don't have to solve everything alone." "Does Iris say that to me?" "Constantly. I don't believe her, but she says it." "Why don't you believe her?" "Because I learned early that people leave. My parents just got up and left in the most dramatic way possible. And since then, I've decided the only person I can really count on is myself." Toby understood this too. His mother's withdrawal, his father's absence, all of it had taught him that depending on people was foolish. "That's a very efficient way to be alone," Toby said. "I've gotten quite good at it." They were quiet again, and Toby realized that Emmett was close now, having migrated toward the middle of the bed during their conversation. The pillow barrier was still there, technically, but Emmett had shifted. Toby could see the outline of him in the darkness. "I think," Emmett said slowly, "that maybe I've gotten too good at being alone." Toby's heart did something complicated in his chest. He turned his head slightly, and in the ambient light from the street, he could see Emmett's profile. The line of his jaw, the curve of his mouth. "Yeah," Toby said. "Me too." Emmett turned to face him. He was close enough now that Toby could feel his breathing, could smell his shampoo or cologne, or just the specific scent of Emmett that he was becoming dangerously addicted to. "What are we doing?" Emmett whispered. "I have no idea," Toby said. "Should we stop?" Toby thought about all the reasons he should say yes. The contest, the competition, the fact that he'd spent 3 months actively disliking this man, the fact that vulnerability was Toby's kryptonite, and Emmett was currently dripping with it. "Probably," Toby said. Emmett reached across the pillow barrier and placed his hand on Toby's chest, right over his heart. "I'm going to regret this," he said. "Almost certainly," Toby agreed. And then he was kissing Emmett. Or Emmett was kissing him. They were kissing each other. And it was nothing like the sharp, hot attraction that had characterized their earlier interactions. It was soft and exploratory, and it tasted like wine and Italian food and vulnerability. Emmett's hand curled in his shirt. Toby's hand found the back of his neck, his hair, the warm skin beneath the collar of his cardigan. It was tender and thorough, and when Emmett pulled back slightly, his forehead resting against Toby's, he was smiling. "So," Emmett said breathlessly, "that happened." "That definitely happened," Toby confirmed. "Are you going to be weird about it?" Toby wanted to say no. He probably would be, eventually. Right now, though, with Emmett's hand still on his chest and his own hand still tangled in Emmett's hair, he felt like maybe he could try to be different. For a moment. For this. "Ask me again in the morning," he said. "Okay," Emmett said, and kissed him again, slower this time, like they had forever, instead of just this night and whatever came after. Toby didn't think about the morning. He didn't think about Monday, or the contest, or the ways this could complicate everything. He just held Emmett and kissed him back, and tried to commit to memory the exact moment when his entire life shifted on its axis. Around dawn, Emmett fell asleep mid-sentence, his hand still curled against Toby's chest. "Don't even know why I'm so scared of," he trailed off, his breathing evening out. Toby didn't move. He lay awake in the early morning light and let Emmett sleep against him, and wondered how he was supposed to go back to being a person who didn't believe in things. Chapter 13. Emmett. Morning. The first thing Emmett became aware of was warmth. Toby's arm was around him, heavy and protective, and for approximately 4.7 seconds, Emmett was content to just exist in this space where nothing had to be decided yet. Then his brain caught up. Oh God. Oh God. He had kissed Toby Grayson. Multiple times. Toby Grayson had kissed him back. They had not done everything, but done enough that Emmett's carefully maintained walls had basically been demolished into rubble and scattered to the four winds. He kept his eyes closed. Maybe if he didn't move, time would freeze at this moment before they had to talk about what happened. Before Toby became weird and distant. Before this entire weekend collapsed into awkwardness and regret. But his phone buzzed. Once, twice, 3 times. Reluctantly, carefully, Emmett extracted himself from Toby's arm. Toby stirred slightly, but didn't wake. Emmett slipped out of bed and padded to the bathroom with his phone. 5 messages from Iris. "How is it going? You've been gone almost 24 hours and I'm dying of suspense. Emmett, I will call your mother if you don't respond, and remind her about that time you threw up in her car. Wait, your mother is dead. I'll call the actual authorities. Respond immediately, or I'm driving up there." Emmett texted back. "Alive, relatively well adjusted. Will call later." The response came before he'd even locked his phone. This is lawyer language for something happened. What happened? Emmett wasn't ready to put what happened into words. He barely understood it himself. He'd spent 3 months hating Toby Grayson, and then he'd spent 1 night understanding him, and then he'd spent several hours kissing him, and now he had to figure out how to exist in a world where that was true. He took a shower, a cold one, a strategic one. He dressed carefully in jeans and a button-down, putting on his armor piece by piece. By the time he emerged from the bathroom, Toby was awake, propped up on pillows with his phone, looking like he'd been struck by lightning and was still trying to determine the voltage. They looked at each other. "Hi," Emmett said. "Hi," Toby said back. "So, that was..." They both started talking at once. Both stopped. "You go," Emmett said. "That was extremely stupid," Toby said. He said it fast, like he'd been preparing the sentence in his mind. "I'm not great with vulnerability. I'm actually terrible with it. I have a history of becoming very focused on work whenever things get emotionally complicated, and I can already feel that happening, which is a problem because we have a contest to win," Emmett finished. "Right, exactly. We have a contest, and we've just made it infinitely more complicated by..." Toby gestured vaguely at the bed. "By kissing each other," Emmett said quietly. "By kissing each other," Toby confirmed. He looked at Emmett with something like regret, which wasn't the same as actively regretting the kissing, but was still not great. Emmett sat down on the edge of the bed. He was proud that his voice remained steady. "Okay, new rule. Last night didn't happen. We've both agreed that it was a mistake born from emotional exhaustion and proximity and the general loneliness inherent in human existence. Moving forward, we're professional collaborators who are going to win this contest and go back to our separate lives." "Can we do that?" Toby asked. "People do all the time," Emmett said, and he was only slightly lying. People definitely did this. He had definitely done this before. Once. With much less emotional wreckage. Toby studied him. "Is that what you want?" It was an absolutely terrible question. The kind of question that required honesty. And Emmett had just offered Toby a beautiful off-ramp that involved never having to be honest again. "It's what makes sense," Emmett said. That wasn't an answer, and Toby's expression suggested he knew it. But he nodded anyway, and something in Emmett's chest cracked a little. "Okay," Toby said, "professional collaborators, we can do that." They could not do that. This became apparent almost immediately as they went downstairs for breakfast, and Emmett found himself hyper-aware of every time Toby moved, every time his hand brushed the coffee pot, every time he looked at Emmett and then very deliberately looked away. The shared eggs felt charged. The toast was uncomfortable. The coffee tasted like betrayal. "So the preservation economics approach," Emmett said, cutting through the silence with sheer force of will. "That's what we need to emphasize for the presentation." "Right," Toby said. He looked almost grateful for the shift to practical matters. "You could frame the museum as a case study. Show the current funding model, the failure points, what happens when preventative maintenance isn't prioritized." "And then the solution," Emmett said, warming to the idea despite everything. "We could propose a comprehensive monitoring system, something that identifies problems before they become critical." Toby leaned forward. "Exactly. I was thinking about this last night." He stopped, realizing what he'd just said. Color crept up his neck. "Before you fell asleep," Emmett supplied quickly, "we were discussing preservation economics." "Right. Before I fell asleep." Toby recovered quickly. "But I was thinking, my company has monitoring software. It's designed for tech infrastructure, but the principles are transferable. We could adapt it for building systems, climate monitoring, structural stress detection, early warning systems for moisture and degradation." Despite everything, despite his breaking heart and his stupid, vulnerable feelings, Emmett was genuinely excited about this. That would be revolutionary for museum preservation. The museum could use something like that. "You could use it," Toby said, "if you wanted." There was something underneath that offer, something that felt less like a professional suggestion and more like an actual gesture of care. Emmett didn't let himself dwell on it. "Let's focus on winning first," he said instead. The drive back to the city was strange. They had the windows down and the radio on, and they discussed the presentation strategy with the kind of focused intensity that made it almost possible to forget about the other night. Almost. At a red light somewhere around mile marker 40, Toby's hand had drifted across the console, and Emmett watched it out of the corner of his eye. He could have touched it. He didn't. The moment passed, the light changed, they kept driving. By the time they reached Emmett's cottage, they'd constructed an entire presentation in dialogue. It was good. It was going to be competitive. It was going to give them a solid chance at winning. Toby pulled up to the curb and put the car in park. They sat for a moment in the silence of a car that had held so much conversation over the past 48 hours. "I'll draft the monitoring system proposal," Toby said. "Have it to you by Wednesday?" "That works," Emmett said. "I'll start on the case study analysis." Toby looked at him. Just looked. And Emmett realized that this was the moment where something else could happen. They could acknowledge what had occurred. They could talk about how they were both terrified and stubborn and broken in complementary ways. They could admit that professional collaboration was a beautiful lie they were both telling. Instead, Emmett said, "Thanks for coming with me this weekend. I know you didn't want to." "I'm glad I did," Toby said quietly. Emmett unbuckled his seatbelt. "I should go. Iris has probably called the National Guard by now." "Emmett!" But Emmett was already out of the car, already walking away, already doing the thing where he protected himself by removing himself from the situation. He waved from the porch without turning back. Inside the cottage, he leaned against the closed door and tried very hard not to cry about the fact that he'd just watched someone leave who mattered. His phone rang approximately 0.3 seconds later. "So?" Iris's voice was demand incarnate. "Hi, Iris. I'm fine. How are you?" Don't you dare. What happened? Emmett moved to the kitchen and started making tea because he apparently couldn't have feelings without performing a domestic ritual. We went to the lecture. We had dinner. We had a conversation. It was nice. Emmett. That's the truth. It's not the whole truth. You have that voice. What voice? The voice you use when you've developed feelings for someone you shouldn't have feelings for and you're very upset about it. Emmett stopped with the kettle mid-fill. That's not a thing. It's absolutely a thing. You had it when you couldn't stop talking about that gallery coordinator from 2 years ago. You had it when you met Toby Grayson in the first place, if I'm being honest. You just were expressing it through hostility. I'm hanging up. Don't you dare. Tell me what happened. Everything. No editing. Emmett looked at his unfinished kitchen, his quiet cottage, the life he'd carefully constructed where nothing too difficult could happen because he controlled all the variables. I kissed him, he said finally. Iris made a sound. Oh my God. Did he? Yes, he kissed back. It was really good, Iris. And then we woke up and we decided it was a mistake and we're going back to being professional collaborators and that's it. And how did you feel about that decision? Devastated, Emmett said, because he was too tired to lie to Iris. I felt devastated. I feel devastated. But what else could we do? We barely like each other. I think you very much like each other, actually. I think you like each other so much that you're both panicking. He was panicking, Emmett said. He gave me this entire speech about how he's not good with vulnerability, and this is all too complicated. And you agreed because you're also not good with vulnerability, Iris said gently. Because it's easier to protect yourself than to risk getting hurt again. He's not going to stay, Emmett said. It came out very small. People don't stay. They die, or they leave, or they become indifferent. And he's already emotionally unavailable. This whole thing is going to blow up in my face. Or maybe, Iris said, he's just scared. And you're just scared. And you could be scared together instead of terrified separately. That's not how it works. It might be, Iris said, but you won't find out if you don't try. After they hung up, Emmett sat with his cooling tea and tried very hard not to think about the way Toby had looked at him when he said, I'm glad I did. But he was thinking about it. He was thinking about it in the way he'd thought about the old Temperance Quarter's restored facades, with attention to detail, with care, with the understanding that sometimes the most beautiful things were the ones most in need of preservation. He was falling for Toby Grayson, and he'd just spent the entire drive home pretending that he wasn't, and he had no idea how to stop either the falling or the pretending. The museum still needed work. The contest was still happening. Toby still lived in a different city, and still had a mother who'd hurt him, and still had walls that would probably take years to fully dismantle. And Emmett still had a tendency to self-sabotage when things got too real. Still had abandonment issues dressed up in the language of pragmatism. Theoretically, this was a bad idea. Practically, it was the best idea he'd had in years. His phone buzzed. A text from Toby. I'm already working on the proposal. This is going to be good. Emmett stared at the message. On one level, it was absolutely professional. On another level, Toby was reaching out. Toby was continuing the conversation in the only way he knew how. Toby, who'd claimed he couldn't do vulnerability, was definitely doing vulnerability. Emmett typed, looking forward to seeing it. And then, before he could talk himself out of it, thank you for listening to me talk about the museum and my parents. That meant something. The 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, you meant something. You mean something. Emmett set his phone down and pressed his face into his hands. He was so thoroughly, completely in trouble. The good kind of trouble. The dangerous kind. The kind that felt like maybe it could be worth it if he was brave enough to let himself believe. He spent the rest of the day reorganizing his life around the fact of Toby. Toby, who'd noticed the architectural details at the Temperance Quarter. Toby, who'd listened to him talk about preservation economics like it mattered. Toby, who'd kissed him like he'd been thinking about it for weeks, like it was the inevitable conclusion of every conversation they'd had. Tuesday night, he made the mistake of calling Iris back. Okay, I can confirm that something definitely happened, Ira said, before he'd even finished saying hello. What makes you think? You sound like someone who had extremely good sex with someone they're not supposed to be having good sex with. It was mostly just kissing, Emmett said, which was only partially dishonest. Just kissing. Right. And how did you feel about this just kissing? Emmett couldn't articulate it. It wasn't just anything. It was the most specific, particular kind of kissing that had ever occurred. It was Toby's hands in his hair, and the vulnerability in his eyes, and the feeling of being seen and chosen simultaneously. It was important, he said finally, but we both agree it was a mistake. Did you both agree that? Or did you agree that, and he went along with it because he doesn't know how to express feelings and was probably panicking? Why are you attacking me? I'm not attacking you. I'm pointing out that you use the word mistake like a shield. You use it to protect yourself from disappointment. But what if it wasn't a mistake? What if you were just scared? This was the problem with having a lawyer best friend. She was very good at finding the inconsistencies in your arguments. Even if I'm not scared, Emmett said, which I am, by the way, completely terrified, what's the point? He lives in another city. We have a contest. He has emotional issues that make mine look like a light snack. And you don't? Emmett, you're catastrophizing about a man you kissed. You're making up reasons it can't work instead of exploring whether it might. That's self-protection. That's fear, Ira said. And fear is a terrible foundation for making decisions about your love life. After they hung up, Emmett went back to work on the museum presentation, which was the safest place his brain could go. He could control the argument about preservation and funding. He could not control what was happening with Toby. So he would focus on what he could manage. By Thursday, Toby's proposal arrived, and it was perfect. Comprehensive monitoring systems, implementation timelines, cost projections that actually made the case for investment instead of against it. This was Toby at his best, technical and thoughtful, and genuinely trying to solve the problem. He read it 3 times. Once to understand it, once to admire it, once because he missed the person who'd written it, and this was the closest he could get. He replied with detailed feedback, line edits, and genuine appreciation. But it was clinical, safe, professional. Toby responded with more detail, and Emmett responded with clarifications. And they were building something in these emails, not just a presentation, a dialogue, evidence that they could actually work together. At the end of the 4th email exchange, Toby wrote, "The monitoring system I'm proposing isn't just for the contest. I mean, it is, but it's also for the museum, for you, if you want it." Emmett read that line approximately 40 times. It was the most romantic thing Toby could have written without actually admitting he was thinking about Emmett constantly. Which he probably was, because Emmett was definitely thinking about him constantly. Emmett wrote back, "We should talk about this in person. Maybe grab coffee?" 3 dots. Appeared, disappeared, appeared. Finally, I want to do this right. Can I buy you dinner instead? Friday? I'll drive over. Emmett's heart did something complicated. Okay, yes, dinner. Friday. There's something I need to tell you, Toby wrote. I can wait until Friday, but I won't be able to focus until I do. The implication was clear. Toby was feeling something he couldn't contain. Toby was choosing to show up and be honest about it, instead of hiding behind strategy and professional distance. This was how you knew someone was falling. They stopped making purely logical choices. They started showing up with flowers and vulnerability and the willingness to be wrong. Emmett was so thoroughly in trouble. Chapter 14. Toby. Falling. Toby's entire existence had become a performance of normalcy, while he was internally experiencing what he could only describe as catastrophic systems failure. On Monday, he went to work. He sat at his desk. He did not Google how to function while in love with someone you're competing against more than 17 times. 23 times. He'd looked it up 23 times. You're spiraling, Desmond said, appearing at his desk with 2 espressos and the bearing of a man who'd just made a discovery about his best friend. I'm not spiraling. I'm working on the integrated proposal. You're spiraling. You have a face you make when you're spiraling, and you're making that face right now. Desmond sat on the corner of Toby's desk in a manner that violated approximately 40 workplace safety regulations. So what happened on your little research trip? Nothing happened. That's such a lie. Something definitely happened. Something happened to you. You came back here looking like someone had fundamentally reorganized your internal architecture. Toby set down his pen before he did something aggressive with it. Desmond was his oldest friend, which meant he was immune to Toby's rudeness and had essentially dedicated his life to being a nuisance about Toby's emotional life. I may have kissed Emmett, Toby said quietly. Desmond made a sound like a whistle mixed with a laugh. May have? Definitely kissed him. Multiple times. Several hours of kissing, actually. Holy shit, Grayson. You kissed your nemesis? He's not my nemesis. Not anymore. Toby stopped, because explaining what Emmett was involved describing the vulnerability, the conversation, the way Emmett had looked at him in the dark, like Toby might be capable of being a good person. He's complicated. And you're in love with him. I'm not, Toby started, and then realized he was about to lie to his best friend. Yes, apparently I am, which is terrible. Because you're competing against him, Desmond supplied. Because we're competing against each other, yes. Also, because he very clearly panicked immediately after kissing me and decided it was a mistake. We're back to being professional collaborators. We're going to win this contest. And then we'll probably never see each other again. Desmond was quiet for a moment. Did he say it was a mistake? Not in so many words, but he made it clear that it was strategically inadvisable and emotionally unsustainable. That's not the same as it being a mistake. It's functionally identical, Toby said. It's really not. Toby, you're the smartest person I know, but you're also very stupid about other people. You assume everyone's thought processes are as logical as yours, and they're not. People are messy. People panic. That doesn't mean the panic is the truth. Toby didn't want to have hope. Hope was inefficient. Hope made you vulnerable. Hope was what his mother had occasionally offered, before deciding it was too much effort to follow through, which had established a pattern in Toby's brain that optimism was just disappointment pre-packaged. But maybe Desmond had a point. What are you thinking about with that face? Desmond asked. The museum, Toby said. Emmett's museum. The preservation problem. Of course you are. No, I'm serious. I've been working on the monitoring software, and I started thinking about how it could be applied to building preservation, climate monitoring, structural stress analysis, early warning systems for material degradation. If the museum implemented something like that, they could prioritize restoration based on actual data instead of reactive crisis management. Desmond was smiling like he just decoded something. What? Toby demanded. You're not actually thinking about the technical problem. You're thinking about how to help him. I'm thinking about both. You're thinking about giving him something he needs. That's very romantic, actually. Very uncharacteristic of you. It's strategic, Toby said. If the museum is better positioned, the contest becomes more interesting. The whole project becomes more interesting. Keep telling yourself that, Desmond said. What are you going to do about it? Toby had already drafted the proposal. He'd spent most of Sunday night and Monday morning designing an entire monitoring system that could be implemented at the museum, custom-fitted to their specific needs. He'd built cost projections. He'd created implementation timelines. He'd done something that he rarely did, which was work on something without immediate financial return, because it needed to be done. Because Emmett needed it to be done. I'm going to reach out, Toby said. Frame it as prep for the contest. But I'm going to offer to design and implement the monitoring system at the museum, pro bono. It would give them a structural argument for additional preservation funding, and it would give us a compelling project for the competition. That's the best cover story I've ever heard, Desmond said, grinning. And it's not even a cover story. You're genuinely trying to help. Don't make it weird. Too late. This is completely weird, and I'm very here for it. You've been a technological hermit for 5 years, married to your work, emotionally unavailable to basically everyone on the planet, and now you're out here designing preservation systems for a museum you don't even like because you're desperately in love with a curator who apparently makes you believe in things. We don't even know each other, Toby said, but it was weak. You know him well enough to spend most of your weekend in a bed with him. Stop. You know him well enough that you're now using your professional expertise to help with his crisis. You know him well enough that you came back to work looking like someone had rearranged your entire approach to life. That's knowing someone. Toby wanted to argue. He didn't have a good argument. Everything Desmond was saying was correct, which was infuriating. I need to draft the proposal, Toby said, turning back to his computer. You're going to email it to him, Desmond said. Not just the proposal. You're going to say something honest. I'm going to write a professional communication. You're going to tell him that you can't stop thinking about him and that you want to help, even if it doesn't make sense strategically, because he matters to you. You're going to be brave. I'm not brave, Toby said. You literally just told me you're in love. That's the definition of brave. But Toby wasn't sure he could do brave. He was good at systems and solutions. He was good at control. He was terrible at the soft, uncertain things that Emmett seemed to inspire in him. He spent Tuesday finishing the proposal. Tuesday evening, he sent it to Emmett with a professional email about integrated preservation infrastructure and strategic positioning for the contest. Then he stared at the sent folder for approximately 45 minutes. At 9:47 p.m., he opened a new email draft. He wrote, I can't stop thinking about you. He deleted it. Too honest. He wrote, I know you said it was a mistake, but I don't think it was. He deleted it. Too confrontational. He wrote, I want to help because it matters to me. You matter to me. He deleted it. Too vulnerable. He wrote nothing and tried to sleep and failed. Wednesday morning, Emmett replied to the proposal. The email was professional and detailed, and contained nothing about the fact that they'd kissed or that Toby's heart had spent the last 72 hours in his throat. But there was one line at the very end. This is an extraordinary offer. Thank you for thinking about what the museum needs. It wasn't an acknowledgement of his feelings. It was close to one. Toby replied with implementation timelines and technical specifications. But he also wrote, carefully, the museum deserves better infrastructure, and you deserve better support than you've been getting. This is both a contest strategy and a genuine offer. The response came Thursday afternoon. That might be the most Toby thing you've ever said, including both the part where you're being technical and the part where you're actually being kind but trying to hide it behind strategy. I see you. Toby set down his phone and let himself feel the full weight of what was happening. Emmett saw him. Not the version of him he'd carefully constructed, not the technical mastermind, but the actual person underneath. The scared kid who'd learned that love was contingent, who'd protected himself with systems and control, who was now, very slowly, learning to believe that maybe he could be known without being abandoned. He called Desmond. I think he likes me. Toby, he definitely likes you. He's liked you for probably longer than you've liked him, but he's been processing it through the lens of professional rivalry and fear. What do I do? You could start by telling him how you feel, Desmond said reasonably. Maybe not in an email, maybe in person, maybe with flowers or something ridiculously romantic because you're apparently that person now. I don't know how to be that person. Yeah, you do. You already are. You've just been pretending you aren't for a very long time. Friday evening, Toby found himself standing outside the museum with flowers that a florist had assured him were romantic but not presumptuous, which seemed like an oxymoron, but he was trusting the expert. The museum was closed. Of course it was closed. He was an idiot. He was pulling up Emmett's contact to text when he heard, "Can I help you?" Emmett was coming up the back steps, looking surprised and soft in the late evening light. He was wearing a cardigan, despite it being early September. He was exactly as Toby remembered him. I have a proposal, Toby said, and then immediately cringed because that's not how this was supposed to go. Emmett's expression shifted. Besides the technical proposal? Instead of more emails, Toby said. He was terrible at this. Desmond made it look easy, this honesty thing. I've been trying to write you an email all week, and I keep deleting it because I can't figure out how to be honest without terrifying both of us. And now you've brought flowers and terrifying honesty in person instead? Now I've brought flowers and moderately terrifying honesty in person instead, Toby confirmed. Emmett looked at the flowers. white roses and deep green foliage, nothing presumptuous at all, which meant the florist had been lying because these flowers were extremely presumptuous. The monitoring system, Emmett said. That's not actually about the contest, is it? It's about the contest, too. But mostly it's about the fact that you've been carrying this crisis around like you caused it, like it's your personal failure. And it's not. It's a systemic problem that requires a systematic solution. And I can provide that solution. And maybe I want to provide it because it matters to you. And you're starting to matter to me in a way that's inconvenient and terrifying and completely unavoidable. Emmett took the flowers. I told you it was a mistake. I don't believe you. I think you were protecting yourself. I might have been, Emmett admitted. Okay, I definitely was. You started giving me this whole speech about how you're bad with vulnerability and we have a contest and it's complicated, and I panicked. I do that when something feels too real. I was panicking too, Toby said. I'm still panicking. I'm currently panicking at a level I didn't know was possible. But I also went home and immediately started designing a preservation system for your museum because you mentioned a problem and I couldn't stop thinking about solving it for you. That's the most romantic thing anyone's ever done, Emmett said, and he was crying a little, which made Toby panic more because he didn't know if that was good. Is that? I'm not okay with just being professional collaborators, Emmett said. I've been miserable all week pretending I was, but I wasn't, and I don't want to pretend anymore. I don't know how this works. I don't know if we can date and compete, and I don't know if one of us will definitely get hurt, but I know that not trying is already hurting, and I hate it. Toby stepped forward. I don't know either, but I'd like to find out. Emmett kissed him. It was different from the kisses in the dark, less tentative but equally thorough. It was a daylight kiss, an acknowledgement kiss, a kiss that said Emmett was choosing him anyway. Okay, Emmett said when they broke apart. Okay, but I get to help with the preservation system. It's my museum, and I have opinions. I would expect nothing less, Toby said. And we're still going to win the contest. Obviously. And we're going to figure out how to do this without either of us sabotaging it out of fear. That's going to be the hardest part, Toby admitted. Probably, Emmett agreed. He looked at his flowers, at Toby. But I think you're worth the effort. Toby's chest felt like it was expanding beyond his physical capacity to contain it. Nobody had ever said he was worth the effort. People had said he was brilliant, impressive, valuable in an economic sense. But worth the emotional effort? That was new. Come inside, Emmett said. I'll show you what we're working with for the preservation system. And maybe after that, we can figure out what we're doing with this. He gestured vaguely between them, encompassing all the complicated possibility. I'd like that, Toby said, and followed Emmett into the museum. As they walked through the darkened halls, Emmett's hand found his, and Toby thought about systems and solutions, and the way love wasn't actually logical, but maybe that was the point. Maybe the point was to try anyway. To show up with flowers, in honesty, and the willingness to solve problems you didn't have to solve, for someone who mattered. Maybe the point was to let someone matter, even when it was terrifying. Maybe the point was exactly this: walking through a museum at evening with someone who made you believe that preservation was possible, that broken things could be restored, that you didn't have to be perfect to be loved. They reached the climate-controlled archive room, and Emmett flipped on the lights, revealing rows of carefully organized boxes and filing systems. It was methodical and meticulous, and exactly what Toby would have expected from him. This is what we're working with, Emmett said. The photography archive. These are some of the most important historical documents in the city, and they're slowly degrading because nobody was willing to invest in proper infrastructure. Toby looked at the rows, at the care that Emmett had taken, despite institutional neglect. We're going to fix this. How? Emmett asked, and there was something hopeful in his voice. Monitoring systems, real-time humidity and temperature tracking, algorithmic alerts for environmental stress. We implement sensors throughout the archive, establish baseline conditions, and the system learns what's optimal for preservation. Any deviation triggers a response. That sounds expensive. It is, but it's cheaper than recovering from disasters. And more importantly, Toby turned to face him, still holding the flowers, still holding the vulnerability. It shows that you're serious, that you're not just hoping things work out, you're implementing solutions. Emmett squeezed his hand, and Toby squeezed back. And they were doing this. They were actually doing this. I need to tell you something, Toby said. I've been thinking about it all week. I tried to write it in an email, and I couldn't figure out how to make it technical enough that it felt safe. So I'm just going to say it. Okay, Emmett said quietly. I'm in love with you. Or I'm falling in love with you. Or I will be if you let me keep showing up like this. I don't have a good track record with emotions. I'm going to be bad at this in various ways, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try really hard because you matter to me in a way that doesn't make sense, and I'm tired of pretending it doesn't. Emmett was crying, not dramatically, just tears sliding down his face while he smiled. You can't just say that, Emmett said. You can't show up with flowers and a monitoring system proposal and tell me you're falling in love with me while we're standing in my museum archive. Too much? Toby asked. Perfect amount, Emmett said. That was the perfect amount. He kissed Toby then, properly, without the hesitation or the shadows of doubt. This was a choice, a deliberate, considered choice made in the light instead of the darkness. I love you too, Emmett said when they broke apart. I've been trying not to. I've been very dedicated to not loving you, but apparently that wasn't sustainable. They stood in the archive for a long time, just holding each other, surrounded by history and preservation and all the things that mattered. Outside, the city was moving through Friday evening without any knowledge that Toby's entire world had reorganized itself around this moment. So what do we do? Emmett asked eventually. We win the contest, Toby said. We implement the monitoring system. We figure out how to make this work across the distance and the emotional baggage and everything else. That's very logical. I know. I'm trying. No, that's good. I like it when you're logical. It balances out my chaotic energy. They walked back through the museum slowly, planning and talking and occasionally stopping to kiss. Toby found himself looking at the building with new eyes, seeing what Emmett saw, the potential, the history, the possibility of preservation and restoration. When can you start the monitoring system? Emmett asked as they reached the front entrance. Next week, if you want. I can come back up, spend a few days doing site surveys, establishing the baseline data. You'd do that? For the contest? I'd do that for you, Toby said. The contest is just a bonus. Emmett smiled, that sunshine smile that had become Toby's favorite thing. You're really good at this, you know? What? Being in love? Being honest, being present, actually caring about things beyond your algorithms. You did that, Toby said. You made me do that. I was very content being cold and logical before you showed up and ruined everything. Worth it? Emmett asked. Toby looked at him, at his ridiculous vintage cardigan and his ocean-colored eyes and his hair that was probably already messed up from Toby's hands. Absolutely worth it. They made plans to spend the next Saturday in the museum, working on implementation. Toby would drive up Friday night, and they'd have dinner, and they'd talk about logistics and preservation and all the things that mattered. And then they'd drive to the old Temperance Quarter together, because apparently that was their place now, the location where everything had shifted. As Toby drove back to the city that night, he thought about his mother and her inability to choose love over disappointment. He thought about his father and the absent parent pattern that had shaped him. He thought about how he'd spent years believing that people couldn't be trusted, that love was a system that would inevitably fail. But Emmett was failing to fail. He was showing up. He was being patient with Toby's emotional awkwardness. He was standing in his museum archive and choosing to believe that things could be better. Maybe that was the point. Not that love was logical, but that it was worth being illogical for. That some problems couldn't be solved with algorithms, only with the messy, vulnerable, terrifying choice to let someone matter. Toby Grayson, who had built his entire professional reputation on solving impossible systems problems, was about to solve the most impossible system of all. He was going to learn to love someone who saw him fully, who didn't ask him to be less broken or better adjusted or more emotionally available. He was going to let Emmett restore him the way he'd restore his precious historical documents. Carefully, methodically, with genuine care. And it terrified him completely. But he was driving up the highway toward his terrified future with a smile on his face. So maybe that was progress. Chapter 15. Emmett. The museum's climate control system was held together by prayers and duct tape, which, in Emmett's professional opinion, was not a solid conservation strategy. He was balanced precariously on a step stool at 8:47 on a Wednesday evening, squinting at the thermostat with the kind of desperation usually reserved for people trying to read restaurant menus without their glasses. The humidity gauge had been creeping upward all week. If water damage happened to their textile collection, he might actually die. Not metaphorically, literally collapse into a pile of preserved dust. "This is going to end with you on the floor," Toby said from the doorway, managing to sound both amused and disapproving. "I can feel it." Emmett didn't look down. Looking down was how accidents happened. "I'm fine. This is fine. Everything is fine." The thermostat is from 2003. The unit is making sounds that violate the Geneva Convention, and you're on furniture that's probably older than you are. So, to clarify, not fine. Despite his crisis mode, Emmett smiled. He carefully climbed down, turning to find Toby standing in the climate-controlled archives room, looking absolutely out of place in his expensive black turtleneck and designer jeans. He was holding a silver case that probably cost more than Emmett's car. "You're here," Emmett said, which was a stupid thing to say, but his brain was running on espresso and desperation. "You texted me that you were implementing emergency interventions," Toby said, his expression softening slightly. "I assume you meant something other than slowly poisoning yourself with whatever chemicals are in that heating unit." "The museum's budget got slashed again," Emmett said, hearing the defeated note in his own voice. "I was trying to optimize the airflow without calling in the HVAC company. Do you know how much they charge?" Toby set the case down gently on the table. "More than you should have to spend on a 1970s unit that belongs in a landfill?" "About 5 times that." "Then it's good I'm here." Toby opened the case with careful precision, revealing equipment that looked like something out of a science fiction movie. Laser scanners, cameras, calibration tools. He glanced at Emmett with something that might have been nervousness. "I brought the 3-dimensional imaging system. I thought maybe you'd let me show you what I've been developing for the artifacts." Emmett crossed his arms, immediately falling back into his defensive posture, the skeptical curator armor that had served him well for years. "Toby, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I'm not sure how—" "Let me just show you," Toby interrupted, but gently. There was no impatience in his voice, just steady determination. "I know you don't trust this yet. That's fair. So let me demonstrate. No commitment, no expectations." The thing about Toby was that he could make efficiency sound romantic. He'd already moved to the preserved wedding dress from the Ashworth family, the 1952 silk gown that had been exhibiting stress fractures for the last 18 months. The piece that kept Emmett awake at night, thinking about how to save it without dismantling it. Toby handled the dress the way most people didn't handle irreplaceable historical artifacts. He didn't touch the fabric directly, using acid-free supports and moving with the kind of meticulous care that suggested he actually gave a damn about what he was doing. His large hands, usually flying across keyboards or gesturing emphatically during meetings, were surprisingly gentle. "Watch," Toby said, positioning the camera array around the dress in a semicircle. The laser captures the entire surface at microscopic resolution. Then the software stitches together a complete 3-dimensional model. The equipment hummed to life. Red laser light crisscrossed the dress, mapping every seam, every pearl bead, every threadbare patch. It should have felt invasive to Emmett, like the dress was being violated by technology. Instead, it felt like witnessing something extraordinary. "The model allows for non-contact analysis," Toby continued, his voice shifting into the professorial tone he used during contest presentations. But there was something else underneath it, something almost reverent. You can zoom to see the individual beading, analyze stress patterns in the seams, track damage progression without ever handling the original. It becomes quantifiable data, which means we can make decisions about conservation based on actual evidence instead of educated guessing. The scan completed. Toby turned the laptop toward Emmett, and there it was, the dress, rendered in perfect 3-dimensional detail. But not just the dress's surface. As Toby manipulated the model, zooming, rotating, adjusting the light sources, details emerged that Emmett had missed in years of careful examination. Alterations in the seams, where the original seamstress had corrected his work. Ink marks, where the family had written names and dates. A patch on the back of the bodice that had been invisible from the front, probably from the wedding night, the kind of accident that got quickly repaired and forgotten. "Oh my God," Emmett whispered. Toby was watching him with an expression that made Emmett's chest feel tight. There's more. Look here. He highlighted a section of the model, zooming until they could see individual threads. This damage, see these stress marks? That's from the 1987 flood, but the wearer had already experienced some wearing here. So the dress was damaged before the disaster, probably from wear. That's worth knowing for conservation. If we reinforce only the flood damage, we miss the underlying vulnerability. Emmett's brain was reorganizing itself. All the arguments he prepared about technology being antithetical to historical preservation, about digital models replacing the irreplaceable reality of artifacts, about the death of tangible history. They were crumbling like old paper. "How did you learn to do this?" he asked. "Same way you learn to read museum acquisition documents at 3 in the morning, Toby said. I became obsessed. I took classes, I made mistakes, I built the technology to solve problems I cared about." He paused. "I wanted to do this right, because it mattered to you." Emmett looked at the laptop screen, at the dress that had suddenly become quantifiable and understandable, and then at Toby, who was sitting casually in a museum archives room on a Wednesday night, looking at Emmett like he'd hung the moon. "Show me something else," Emmett said. For the next 2 hours, they worked together. Toby scanned other pieces from the collection, while Emmett asked increasingly detailed questions. They examined the model of a Victorian quilt, discovering that the original maker had stitched his initials so small that they were only visible at microscopic resolution. They scanned a leather-bound journal and found water damage patterns that could be tracked precisely, which would help determine storage conditions for the future. But more than that, and this was the part that was dissolving Emmett's carefully constructed resistance, Toby never once treated the artifacts as interesting data problems. He treated them as the things they were: evidence of people's lives, their skills, their failures, their small rebellions. Around 10 o'clock, Emmett sat down on the edge of the examining table, suddenly exhausted. Toby was packing up the equipment, moving with characteristic efficiency. But he paused before closing the case, looking at Emmett with something approaching shyness, which was remarkable on a man who usually moved through the world with such certainty. "I know this doesn't solve your funding problem," Toby said quietly. "I know it doesn't fix the thermostat or the humidity or any of the practical things you're actually worried about. But I thought maybe it could help us win the contest. Show the judges that preservation and innovation aren't enemies." Emmett felt something in his chest shift, like a lock opening that he'd forgotten existed. He'd spent so long viewing Toby as a threat, the representative of a future that wouldn't make room for Emmett's carefully preserved past. But standing here in the archives room, surrounded by the ghosts of other people's lives, Emmett realized that had been exactly wrong. "You care," Emmett said, "about all of this, about the history." "I care about everything that matters to you," Toby said, and the word everything hung in the fluorescent lit space between them, carrying more weight than it should. "That's becoming something of a problem for me, actually. Interferes with my capacity to be dispassionate and visionary." Emmett stood up. They were in the archives room, where anyone could theoretically walk past and see them, where they were supposed to be professional colleagues preparing for a contest. But the room was quiet and warm and humming with the mechanical sounds of a building settling into evening. And Toby was looking at him like he was the most interesting thing he'd ever scanned. "I want to kiss you," Emmett said, which was probably a terrible idea professionally, but seemed like an excellent idea personally. "I want that too," Toby admitted, "but the security camera by the door..." "Blind spot. The feed hasn't worked since 2015, and nobody's bothered to fix it because they don't know it's broken. And why would they check?" Emmett stepped closer. "I've been working here for 5 years. I've identified all the blind spots." "Of course you have," Toby said, sounding almost helpless. "God, you've thought of everything." "Not everything," Emmett said, and kissed him. It was different here, in the archives room, surrounded by preserved history. It felt like being part of a continuum, like they were just another small story being shelved away in the accumulated record of human experience. Toby's hands came up, careful and certain, pulling Emmett closer. He tasted like coffee and something else that might have been late-night ambition. When they finally pulled apart, Emmett was breathless in a way that had nothing to do with exertion. "The wedding dress," Toby said, "is going to be in our final presentation." "We'll need it to be," Emmett said, "to show the judges how the scanning technology preserves details that would be lost otherwise." He paused. You were already thinking about that when you suggested showing it to me, weren't you? I'm always thinking about the contest, Toby said. And I'm always thinking about you. They're becoming increasingly difficult to separate. Emmett tucked his head against Toby's shoulder, breathing in the smell of expensive cologne and the particular scent of someone who'd been handling old clothes all evening. This is a disaster, he said. We're supposed to be professional co-chairs. We're supposed to be impartial judges of the contest. We're sleeping together in secret, and now I'm going to have to pretend that you showing me this incredible technology has nothing to do with the fact that I'm falling in love with you. There was a long pause. Emmett could feel Toby's heartbeat under his cheek, the solid reality of him, the fact that he was here and hadn't run away from the admission. I can live with that disaster, Toby said finally, if you can. Emmett lifted his head and kissed him again, because that seems like the only reasonable response to a man who scanned wedding dresses with reverence and developed technology specifically designed to save old things. Outside the archives room, the museum settled around them, full of the preserved evidence of other people's disasters and triumphs. And inside the room, two men who were supposed to be nothing to each other held on tight, trying to figure out how to save something that existed nowhere in any historical record, except in the space between them. Chapter 16. Toby. The judges' panel was exactly what Toby had anticipated. 3 professionals who understood innovation, 1 who understood community engagement, and 1 who seemed primarily interested in the coffee quality at the venue. He'd learned to read rooms like other people read books. What he hadn't anticipated was how nervous he'd feel when Emmett walked into the presentation space carrying the portfolio of preservation work they'd compiled together. This was the problem with sleeping with someone. It made objective professional assessment approximately 600% more difficult. Toby had spent the last week pretending he didn't find Emmett's hands absolutely riveting whenever he was handling artifacts, which had been a constant source of distraction during their joint planning session. Good morning, Emmett said, setting up the presentation materials with practiced efficiency. He was wearing a vintage suit from the 50s that somehow managed to look simultaneously historical and cutting edge. His auburn hair caught the morning light coming through the community center's inadequate windows. You look like you're going to vibrate out of your skin. I'm perfectly composed, Toby said. He was absolutely not vibrating. He was having entirely appropriate professional nerves about a competition he'd architected specifically to show the judges his vision for the neighborhood's future. Your jaw is clenched. The lighting in here is bad. Your jaw doesn't care about lighting. Toby made a deliberate effort to relax his face, which probably just made him look constipated. Emmett was fighting back a smile, which was both adorable and infuriating. We're going to kill this, Emmett said, reaching over and briefly, privately, touching Toby's wrist. It was barely anything, a half-second of contact, completely innocent to anyone watching, but it had the effect of simultaneously calming Toby's nervous system and throwing it into overdrive. Your technology is stunning. My preservation knowledge is flawless. The judges are going to be very impressed with our hybrid approach. The hybrid approach. That's what they were calling it. The intersection of his 3-dimensional imaging technology with Emmett's curatorial expertise. It wasn't actually about blending their visions anymore. It was about blending their actual selves into something that worked better than either of them alone. Right, Toby said. Professional collaboration. Extremely professional, Emmett agreed, and the careful way he said it made it clear he was thinking about the previous evening in the archives, the way Toby's hands had shaken slightly when he'd pulled Emmett close, the fact that Emmett had tasted like old books and coffee and possibility. The judges filtered in at 9 o'clock. Toby ran through his half of the presentation with smooth, practiced efficiency. The technology, the applications, the way innovation could serve historical preservation rather than destroy it. He'd prepared for weeks. He walked them through case studies, data analytics, cost-benefit analyses. He was, as always, excellent at selling a vision. Then Emmett took over, and Toby understood why the judges had been recommended to him in the first place. He was brilliant. Not in the technical way Toby was brilliant, but in the way that made people care about the vision rather than just understanding it. He showed them the wedding dress, not just the original artifact, which he'd brought carefully preserved in a specialized box, but the scanned model, side by side with the physical garment. He talked about the seamstress's corrections, the invisible repairs, the hands that had made this dress 80 years ago. He made the judges understand that preservation wasn't about keeping things static. It was about honoring the intentions of the people who'd created them. With Toby's technology, Emmett said, and Toby watched his hands move as he spoke, we can preserve not just the visual appearance of artifacts, but the evidence of their history. We can see what previous conservators have done. We can track damage patterns. We can make decisions about preservation based on data rather than intuition. But, he continued, and Toby felt his chest tighten slightly, because this was the part they'd rehearsed, and yet hadn't rehearsed. Technology serves preservation. It never replaces it. The goal is to preserve actual history, actual human artifacts, to keep them available for future generations, to prevent them from being lost. He looked at Toby when he said it. The judges probably thought it was for emphasis. Toby, who was intimately familiar with the way Emmett's eyes changed color in different light, recognized it as something else, an acknowledgement, a statement. When they finished, the judges asked detailed technical questions that Toby handled with his usual competence. But what impressed them more was the way Emmett could explain the technology in curatorial terms, and the way Toby could talk about preservation like he actually understood why it mattered. Which he did now, because Emmett had made him understand. After the presentation, the judges filtered out to visit the museum and see the collections in person. The rest of the contest committee gathered in the adjacent space, which was probably the community center's attempt at a gathering room, and was mostly successful at being somewhere to put folding chairs. That was exceptional, Ira said, appearing at Emmett's elbow with 2 cups of coffee. She was wearing her permanent, suspicious expression, which was like her baseline setting. What was the vibe? Did they like it? Are we winning? No idea, Emmett said. But he was smiling in that way that suggested he knew they'd at least impressed the judges. You'd have to ask Toby about the technical aspects. I thought it was flawless, Desmond said, which was his contribution to approximately half of all conversations. Desmond had been invited to observe the presentations as one of the original advocates for the contest. He was currently holding a croissant and looking vaguely interested, which was his permanent state at public events. Very slick, very professional. I approve of the coordination of your presentation approach. Thank you, Desmond, Toby said, which was something he'd learned to say whenever Desmond offered unsolicited approval. It made the interactions shorter. Gwendolyn Hartsworth, the neighborhood president, was observing them from across the room with an expression that suggested she'd been thinking about something for approximately 6 weeks and had finally arrived at her conclusion. She adjusted her wire-rimmed glasses and nodded once, as if confirming something to herself. That was suspicious. And then Gwendolyn approached their loose cluster with a folder in one hand and the air of a woman about to make everyone's life either significantly better or significantly worse. There was no middle ground with Gwendolyn. Toby, Emmett, would you two review these streetscape proposals with me? I'd like your thoughts before we compile the final feedback. It was a reasonable request, a normal request, a request that did not involve psychological warfare. Toby should have known better than to trust his luck. He and Emmett settled at the folding table with Gwendolyn, spreading out the documents between them. This was fine. This was professional. This was... Emmett's knee brushed his under the table. Toby's entire nervous system exploded. He did not move his leg. Neither did Emmett. The contact was maybe 2 square inches of fabric and bone, and it might as well have been 240 volts running straight through his spine. He could feel his pupils dilating. He could feel his heart committing treason against his entire body. This section here, Gwendolyn said, pointing at a diagram, is where we'd like your input. Emmett leaned over the documents, his shoulder pressed against Toby's shoulder. Toby's brain, which had been a functional organ mere seconds ago, became a static screech. Vintage cologne, Toby's treacherous mind supplied. Of course he smells like he stepped out of 1952. Of course his shoulder fits perfectly against mine, like... Toby? Gwendolyn was waiting. His voice emerged an octave lower than usual, like his body was a tuning fork and someone had struck it with excessive force. He cleared his throat. The streetscape improvements, yes, they're comprehensive. Emmett's hand reached for the same document Toby was reaching for. Their fingers brushed. Just the barest contact, the back of Emmett's hand against Toby's knuckles. But Emmett jerked back, like he touched a live wire. Are you all right? Margaret, one of the other committee members, looked up from her own notes. Fine, Emmett said with the enthusiasm of someone who just discovered his hand was on fire. Just a paper cut. From earlier. There was no paper cut. Toby could see both of Emmett's hands clearly. They were unblemished. They were also shaking slightly. Anyway, Toby said, his voice still doing that weird bass register thing, the technical integration with the existing infrastructure would require significant coordination with the Historical Commission's guidelines. Across the room, Desmond raised one eyebrow. Just one. Just enough to communicate that he had observed this entire sequence of events and was currently updating his personal assessment of their life choices. Gwendolyn, meanwhile, continued reviewing documents with the serene expression of someone who'd already known the answer to a question 6 weeks ago and was simply waiting for the rest of the world to catch up. "We should celebrate," Ira said, narrowing her eyes at Emmett. "I feel like we should celebrate. Maybe drinks later? I want to celebrate with you specifically, Emmett, and discuss how you're managing all this stress." "That was not subtle," Emmett said. "I wasn't attempting subtlety. I was attempting reconnaissance." Toby excused himself to check on the technical equipment, which was his normal, polite way of removing himself from conversations that were about to become something he didn't want to witness. He was halfway across the room when Felix Wark, who worked at the Daily Grind and seemed to have nothing else to do during the day except gather neighborhood gossip, intercepted him. "I have a question," Felix said, which was never a good opening. "I'm not interested in discussing my housing development," Toby said, which was his standard response to approximately 80% of neighborhood conversations. "It's not about the housing. It's about..." Felix made a vague gesture that encompassed both Toby and Emmett. "You two. You've been meeting a lot. Late nights, just the two of you, very dedicated to the contest." Toby felt something cold slip down his spine. He'd been carefully not considering the possibility that anyone was watching them, because considering it meant acknowledging how thoroughly they'd violated every rule about keeping the secret. But of course people were watching. This was a neighborhood. People watched everything. "We're co-chairing the contest," Toby said carefully. "It requires coordination." "Sure," Felix said, in the tone of someone who'd absolutely won the gossip lottery and knew it. The presentation was very coordinated. Very intimate, professionally speaking. Emmett had walked past them while Felix was speaking and had presumably heard at least some of it because his shoulders had gone tense. Toby wanted to reach out and touch him, to reassure him, but that would be the absolute worst thing he could do in front of Felix, who was already vibrating with the need to share information. "We take the contest seriously," Toby said, which wasn't a denial, but also wasn't confirmation. "If you'll excuse me." He extracted himself and moved to stand with Desmond, who was now on his third croissant and seemed completely unbothered by social interaction. "You like 'em," Desmond said, not looking at Toby, but at the croissants. "I like French pastries," Toby said. "No, you like Emmett Ashford." Desmond finally looked at Toby, his expression somehow both judgmental and kind. "You've been different since the research trip. Distracted. You checked the contest agenda 17 times yesterday. You never check the contest agenda. You live in the contest agenda." "I'm thorough," Toby said. "You're in love," Desmond said simply. "I'm not saying that as criticism. I'm saying it as observation. You're in love with the museum guy." Toby didn't bother denying it. What would be the point? Desmond could apparently read him like he was one of Emmett's preserved documents. But admitting it out loud, to another person, made it real in a way that quiet, private moments with Emmett had not quite managed. "It's complicated," Toby said. "Most things worth doing are," Desmond said, which was possibly the most philosophical thing Toby had ever heard him say. "I'm not going to tell anyone. That's not my style. But you should know that it shows. You present differently when he's in the room. You're less perfect. You're more human." That sounds like a criticism. "It's not," Desmond said. "It's an observation that you should pay attention to." Later that evening, Emmett came over to Toby's apartment, which was becoming a habit that would absolutely destroy their secret if anyone was really paying attention, which, based on Felix's comment, people definitely were. "We need to talk about the fact that Felix probably told everyone at the coffee shop that we're secretly dating," Emmett said, dropping onto Toby's couch with the kind of grace that suggested he'd been dealing with impending disaster his whole life. "I'm aware," Toby said, sitting next to him. "Not touching yet. Earning that. We need to be more careful." "We need to," Emmett said, turning to look at Toby with an expression that suggested he'd realized something terrifying. Actually decide if we're hiding this or if we're just doing it. Because I'm not actually good at sneaking around. I'm going to slip up. I'm going to say something about your hands or the way you handle old things, and Iris is going to corner me, and I'm going to crack like a museum artifact. So don't crack, Toby said. I'm cracking right now, Emmett said. I can feel it happening. We won a presentation. You were brilliant. I was brilliant. We were brilliant together. And I wanted everyone to know that you were the reason I understood the technology differently. I wanted to say, I love that he's smart and he cares about preservation now and he's learned to handle history with respect. And if I'd said that, it would have been obvious. Toby processed this. Emmett had said love. In passing, like it was casual, like it was something he could just drop into a sentence about presentation success and brilliant collaboration. Do you, Toby asked carefully, love me? I'm working on it, Emmett said. Ask me again in 2 weeks. That was the most honest thing Emmett had said since the research trip. Toby pulled him closer, breathing in the smell of his cologne and the particular scent of someone who'd been handling old clothes all day. They sat on the couch in Toby's minimalist apartment, all chrome and glass and technological efficiency, and Emmett felt wrong there, in the best way possible. He made the space feel like it needed something more, like efficiency wasn't enough. I love you, Toby said. I'm not working on it. It's done. I've realized it and accepted it, and it's creating approximately 600 problems, but the feeling is accurate. Emmett made a small sound that might have been contentment or might have been the sound of someone's heart reorganizing itself. I hate that you're competent at everything, including feelings. You love that I'm competent at everything, Toby corrected. That too, Emmett admitted. They stayed like that for hours until the evening light shifted and the city beyond the window started to twinkle with small electric lights. Toby thought about what Desmond had said about being less perfect, more human. He thought about how Emmett had presented him not as a visionary with brilliant technology, but as someone who'd learned to serve preservation instead of destroy it. He thought about Felix and the gossip spreading through the daily grind, and the fact that their secret was probably already public knowledge. He thought about the fact that he didn't actually care about that, as long as it meant he didn't have to stop touching Emmett. We're going to win the contest, Emmett said, seemingly to himself. Probably, Toby agreed. And then we're going to have to tell everyone we're together, because hiding it will become impossible. Probably, Toby said again. And your investor is going to be furious, Emmett continued. Almost certainly, Toby said. But right now, Emmett said, tilting his head to look at Toby, we're just winning. We're brilliant, and we're together, and nobody can take that away from us. Yet. Toby kissed him because that was the only reasonable response to someone who could find hope in incremental victories and technological triumphs and the temporary safety of a secret shared between two people learning to love each other in real time. Chapter 17. Emmett. Iris caught him in the parking lot outside the museum at precisely the moment he'd least like to be caught doing anything, which was approximately 3 seconds after receiving a text from Toby containing nothing but a heart emoji and a question mark. We need to talk, Iris said, stepping in front of his car with the kind of determination usually reserved for people stopping traffic. I'm late for a meeting, Emmett said, which was technically true, though the meeting was with Toby and consisted entirely of him driving over to Toby's apartment to watch Toby implement some new feature on the 3-dimensional imaging system while maintaining an appropriate professional distance. No, you're not, Iris said. You have terrible poker skills, and your calendar is on your phone, which you just checked 3 seconds ago. You're going to see Toby. You're always going to see Toby now. Emmett had never been particularly skilled at lying, which was why he'd become a curator instead of a con artist. Direct honesty was generally his fallback position when deception became too expensive cognitively. I'm going to see Toby, he admitted. Because you're seeing him, Iris said, not asking, stating. Like seeing him, dating, sleeping together, the works. I'm not confirming anything, Emmett said, which was confirmation. Iris crossed her arms. When? The research trip. The research trip? Iris made a sound that suggested she'd just realized she'd been missing essential information about her best friend's life.
That was 4 weeks ago. You've been secretly dating for 4 weeks?
Yes. And you didn't tell me? I was going to tell you, Emmett said. I'm telling you. You're telling me because I cornered you in a parking lot, Iris corrected. You were planning to keep the secret indefinitely. That's a betrayal, Emmett. That's the kind of thing that happens in bad television dramas. Emmett felt his chest tighten. He'd been prepared to defend the relationship. He hadn't been prepared to defend the lying about the relationship, which was, unfortunately, indefensible if you were friends with someone like Iris, who had very strong opinions about trust. I'm sorry, he said. You're right. I should have told you. It's complicated. Because he's your co-chair on the contest, Iris said, which was not actually the complication, but was definitely a complication. Among other things. What other things? Iris stepped closer, her expression shifting from anger to something more like concern. Is he pressuring you? Is he using this against you for the contest? No, Emmett said immediately. God, no. He's nothing like that. Then what? Because from where I'm standing, Toby Grayson is a tech visionary who's trying to develop condos on the neighborhood, and you're the museum curator who's supposed to be opposing that. That's a conflict of interest. That's a fundamental ideological incompatibility. He's not trying to destroy the neighborhood anymore, Emmett said. Because you're dating him? Because he's learned to understand preservation differently, Emmett said, hearing the defensive note in his own voice. Because he's developed technology specifically to help the museum save artifacts. Because he's demonstrated that innovation and tradition can work together. Iris was quiet for a moment, studying Emmett's face like she was trying to find evidence of betrayal written somewhere between his eyebrows. You're in love with him, he said finally. I'm getting there, Emmett said. That's worse, Iris said, but not unkindly. That means you're making decisions based on emotion instead of principle. Maybe, Emmett said, or maybe I'm making decisions based on the principle of understanding people before judging them, which is something I probably should have done with Toby 6 months ago, instead of assuming he was just a rich guy trying to turn the neighborhood into some kind of tech colony. He is a rich guy trying to turn the neighborhood into some kind of tech colony, Iris said. He's a person who happens to have those goals, Emmett corrected, who's now questioning whether those goals actually align with what he wants, which is more room for the people around him to exist as complicated individuals rather than obstacles to his vision. Iris made a face like she'd bitten into a lemon. You're really far gone, aren't you? I'm really far gone, Emmett confirmed. Does Gwendolyn know? I don't know, Emmett said. She keeps making cryptic comments about understanding the value of protecting what matters most and realizing that some preservation efforts require sacrifice. It's very Gwendolyn. She knows, Iris said. She definitely knows. The woman has supernatural powers when it comes to neighborhood business. She probably knows what we had for breakfast. I had toast, Emmett said. What did you have? Avocado and rage, Iris said, about this situation specifically. They stood in the parking lot while the evening light shifted, turning the neighborhood into something golden and soft. Emmett could see the museum from here, the old brick building that housed everything he cared about professionally. He could also see, in his mind, the three-dimensional model of the wedding dress that Toby had created. The way the technology revealed history instead of obscuring it. Talk to me, Iris said, and her voice had shifted into her therapist tone, the one she used when her clients were in crisis. Why Toby? Why him specifically? Because he listens to me, Emmett said. Because he looks at my weird passion for preserving old things, and instead of treating it like a limitation, he built technology to serve it. Because he's brilliant and ambitious, and he was going to bulldoze everything I love. And instead, he's trying to figure out how to make his innovation less destructive. Because he makes me laugh. Because he wants to understand things, not just achieve things. He was going to bulldoze the museum, Iris said flatly. He was going to bulldoze the museum, Emmett acknowledged, before he realized that the museum is worth saving. Now, he's co-chairing a contest to find a way to make the neighborhood better without destroying what makes it valuable. That's growth. That's the kind of growth I didn't think was possible in him. Iris sighed in a way that suggested she'd just accepted something she really didn't want to accept. Fine, you're allowed to be in love with him. But if he breaks your heart, I'm going to tell him that the museum has a very elaborate security system,
and we know exactly where he lives.
He's not going to break my heart, Emmett said, with more confidence than he actually felt. Famous last words, Iris said. But okay, I'll support this disaster. When are you telling everyone else? I don't know, Emmett said. We're waiting until after the final contest presentation. So you're going to conduct the final judging while you're secretly dating one of the people being judged? We're not technically being judged, Emmett said. We're facilitating the process. That's even worse, Iris said. But fine, I'll keep your secret. That's what best friends do, apparently. We enable poor decisions and pretend to think they're reasonable. She reached over and hugged him, which was more supportive than he probably deserved given the lying situation. Just be careful, please, for my mental health if nothing else. Later that evening, Emmett was actually at Toby's apartment, which had changed slightly since the first time he'd visited. There was now a plant in the corner, actual green growth that Toby had apparently purchased because Emmett had mentioned that the space felt sterile. Your apartment got better, Emmett said, pointing at the plant. I think you have low standards for better, Toby said. It's a single plant. It's possibly already dead. It's a living thing, Emmett said. In your apartment. That's objectively a step toward making this place feel like it's inhabited by someone with emotional depth. I have emotional depth, Toby said. It's just usually expressed through technological advancement. Now it's expressed through plant care, Emmett said. I'm proud of you. He settled onto Toby's couch, which was actually becoming familiar now, the shape of it starting to feel like it was designed specifically for his body. The city beyond the windows was starting to sparkle with evening light, and Emmett thought about how different Toby's apartment felt now that he'd been in it multiple times. How it was starting to feel less like visiting someone else's space and more like being at a place that was becoming familiar. Iris knows, Emmett said. Toby looked up from his laptop. How much does he know? Everything. He cornered me in the parking lot, and I was apparently not skilled enough to maintain our cover. That's fine, Toby said. Actually, that's better. We need to tell people eventually. The longer we wait, the worse it's going to be when it comes out publicly. I know, Emmett said, but can we have a few more weeks where it's just ours, where nobody else knows and we don't have to explain or defend it or deal with the complicated reality that Vernon Huxley is probably going to have a coronary when he finds out you're dating the museum curator? Toby closed his laptop and sat next to Emmett on the couch. Vernon's probably already going to have a coronary. Might as well give him actual reasons. You're not worried about the investment? Emmett asked. I'm worried about all of it, Toby said. I'm worried about Vernon pulling his funding. I'm worried about the contest failing. I'm worried about the fact that my housing development is supposed to be a neutral infrastructure project, and instead, I've become deeply emotionally invested in preserving artifacts and neighborhood character. I'm worried about a lot of things. But not about us? Not about us, Toby confirmed. Us is the one thing that doesn't worry me. Everything else is complicated and threatening and probably going to blow up in our faces eventually. But you, this, is straightforward. I love you. You're learning to love me. We're trying to figure out how to make it work. That's the only uncomplicated thing in my entire life right now. Emmett leaned his head against Toby's shoulder, breathing in the familiar smell of him. I told Iris that you were a person who happened to have destructive goals, not just a destructive person. I defended you. Thank you, Toby said quietly. I meant it, Emmett said. I think you're capable of changing. I think you're already changing. Or I'm just in love with you and willing to change anything about myself that conflicts with that, Toby said. I'm not sure those are different things, actually. They sat like that for a while, until the city lights became the dominant light source, and the apartment felt less like a sterile efficiency and more like a space that two people were sharing. Emmett thought about the plant in the corner, the small green evidence of Toby's willingness to care about living things. He thought about the wedding dress, rendered in 3 dimensions, preserved in digital infinity. He thought about the way they'd presented together, finishing each other's sentences, building on each other's ideas. The contest is going to end, and then everything changes, Emmett said. Yes, Toby said. And you're okay with that? No, Toby said, but I'm doing it anyway, because some things are worth being not okay about. Emmett lifted his head and kissed him, slow and careful, like they had all the time in the world, which they probably didn't. But in this moment, in Toby's minimalist apartment, with a slowly dying plant in the corner, they had this. They had each other,
and the understood reality that everything was about to become much more difficult.
I should go home, Emmett said, eventually. Probably, Toby agreed. But you're not going to, are you?
No, Emmett admitted. I'm going to stay here and pretend that the real world doesn't exist until morning.
That's my favorite kind of pretending, Toby said. They fell asleep on the couch, tangled together in a way that would probably give them both terrible neck pain in the morning, but felt absolutely right in the present moment. Outside, the neighborhood continued its existence, full of people with their own complicated loyalties and careful secrets. And inside Toby's apartment, two people held on tight to something they were both terrified of losing, knowing that the end of the contest would mean the beginning of everything harder. Chapter 18. Toby. The future house interior was supposed to represent the culmination of 15 years of architectural and technological vision. It was supposed to be beautiful. It was supposed to be revolutionary. It was supposed to make people want to live in a future where efficiency reigned and technology served human needs instead of complicated emotional attachments. Emmett walked through the front door at 7 o'clock on a Saturday evening, and his entire face said, in approximately 6 seconds, everything Toby had been avoiding thinking about. This is incredible, Emmett said, and he meant it, but the word incredible came with the same tone he might use to describe a beautiful piece of technology that had no actual human application. It's very clean. The house was clean, aggressively clean. Every surface was selected for minimal maintenance and maximum functionality. The kitchen had approximately 15 square inches of actual countertop and could feed a family of 4 in 30% less time than a traditional kitchen. The bedroom had a smart climate system that adjusted temperature to the individual degree based on sleep patterns. The living room had ambient lighting that adapted to circadian rhythms and automatically adjusted based on the time of day. It was also devoid of anything that couldn't be justified in terms of functionality. There's nothing here that doesn't serve a purpose, Toby said, which was supposed to be a defense, but sounded like an indictment. I know, Emmett said gently. He was moving through the space like he was examining a museum piece, careful and curious. That's the problem. Toby followed him through the house, watching Emmett's expression shift from impressed to uncomfortable to something that might have been pity. When they reached the living room, Emmett stopped in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the neighborhood and was completely quiet for so long that Toby started to panic. Talk to me, Toby said. What are you thinking? I'm thinking that this house is brilliant, Emmett said slowly. And I'm thinking that nobody actually wants to live here. I'm thinking about how it maximizes efficiency but minimizes everything else. There's no space for books you don't need. No room for things you keep because they're beautiful instead of useful. No evidence that a person with an inner life actually inhabits this space. Efficiency creates freedom, Toby said, which was the argument he'd been making for 15 years. If the infrastructure doesn't demand constant maintenance, then you have more time for the things that matter. But this infrastructure is so efficient that there's nothing left to actually want, Emmett said. Look at the living room. You've optimized it for functionality, but there's nowhere to actually live. There's nowhere to read a book you're embarrassed about. Nowhere to keep a coffee mug you love because of its shape, not its durability rating. Nowhere to put a plant because you like how it looks, not because it purifies air. There's a plant in my apartment now, Toby said, because you told me the space needed living things. I know, Emmett said, and you bought it, but it doesn't belong here. This house would calculate that plants are inefficient air purification and install a system instead. He finally turned away from the window. This house is lonely, Toby. It's the physical manifestation of someone who's optimized everything, except for the things that actually make living worth doing. Toby felt something shift in his chest, like his carefully constructed worldview was reorganizing itself. He'd spent so much time thinking about innovation as the endpoint, as the thing that would justify everything else. But standing in his perfect house, with Emmett looking at it with something approaching heartbreak, he realized he'd never actually thought about what would happen after the innovation. What people would do in these spaces once the infrastructure was perfected. Show me your place, Toby said. 20 minutes later, they were in Emmett's cottage, which was approximately 1/5 the size of the future house and somehow contained 17 times more of Emmett's actual personality. There were books on every surface, organized in some system that only Emmett understood. There was a vintage gramophone that definitely didn't work, but had clearly been kept for aesthetic reasons. There was a kitchen with mismatched mugs hanging from hooks, and a living room that looked like someone actually sat in it and thought about things. "This is what home looks like," Emmett said, gesturing at the organized chaos of his space. "It's not optimized. It's personal. It's yours." Toby moved through the room slowly, taking in the evidence of Emmett's life. A throw blanket draped over the arm of the couch that had clearly been used extensively for comfort. A shelf full of museum catalogs and preservation journals with handwritten notes in the margins. A kitchen table that had visible water rings and knife marks, evidence of actual use and actual living. "I want to live here," Toby said. "Not here specifically, but like this, with you, in a space that has meaning beyond efficiency." "Then maybe we stop building houses designed to eliminate the human element," Emmett said. "Maybe we build houses designed to accommodate it." That evening, they stayed at Emmett's place, which had become Toby's preferred location precisely because it felt like home in a way his apartment never did and his future house never would. They made dinner together in Emmett's small kitchen, which required coordination and actually touching each other, which was inefficient and deeply satisfying. "I need to talk to Vernon," Toby said, and his hand tightened around his wine glass hard enough that the stem creaked. Emmett was chopping vegetables in a way that was definitely not the optimal angle, but somehow created better-sized pieces. "About the housing development. About the fact that I'm reconsidering what innovation actually means in this context." "He's not going to like that," Emmett said. "I know," Toby said. His phone buzzed on the counter. Another email from Vernon's office, the third today, and he flipped it face down without reading it. "But I also can't keep building houses that are designed to eliminate the human element and pretend that's progress." "You might lose his funding." "I might," Toby said. Something flickered across his face. Not quite fear, but something adjacent to it. Something that looked like a man calculating how much of his life was owned by someone else. Then it was gone, replaced by the steady resolve Emmett was learning to trust. "But I'll gain something else. I'll gain a partnership with someone who understands what we're actually trying to preserve." Emmett set down the knife and pulled Toby into a kiss that tasted like garlic and something else that might have been hope. When they finally separated, he was smiling in that way that made Toby's entire perception of efficiency seem quaint. "You know what I love about you?" Emmett said. "My ability to optimize systems?" "Your ability to question your own systems," Emmett corrected. "You've spent 15 years building a vision, and you're willing to question it because you've learned something. That's not weakness, that's wisdom." They ate dinner at Emmett's kitchen table, sitting close enough to touch, sharing food and conversations that weren't about the contest, or the neighborhood, or anything except for the small details of how they were learning to exist together. Emmett told him about a piece in the museum's collection that had come from the early 1900s. A dress that had been altered so many times you could see the entire owner's life in the needle marks. Toby told him about a conversation he'd had with an engineer at MIT about the ethics of automation and whether making something faster actually made it better. "The future house assumes that efficiency creates happiness," Toby said, which was maybe the most important realization he'd had since meeting Emmett. But it doesn't. It just creates efficiency. Happiness is more complicated than that. "Happiness is about things that don't make logical sense," Emmett said. "It's about keeping things because they're beautiful. It's about spending time with people you love, even when it's inefficient. It's about choosing to read a physical book instead of using an audiobook, because the experience is different." "I'm going to have to completely redesign the housing development," Toby said. "Probably," Emmett agreed. "But you'll do it brilliantly. And this time, you'll do it with the understanding that preservation and innovation aren't enemies." Later that night, they were in Emmett's bed, which was smaller and less technically advanced than Toby's smart bed, but somehow infinitely more comfortable. Toby was thinking about the future house, about how he'd spent so long optimizing for the wrong things. He was thinking about how Emmett's cottage was chaotic and inefficient and absolutely perfect. "I love you," Toby said, because it had become his favorite thing to say when Emmett wasn't expecting it. "I'm learning to love you," Emmett said, which was still his response, though Toby could feel the learning shifting into learned. "But I think I'm getting close." "That's enough," Toby said. "For now, that's enough." He fell asleep holding Emmett, breathing in the smell of his hair and the particular scent of someone who worked with old things all day.
He fell asleep thinking about redesigning the housing development, about buildings that could accommodate human messiness instead of eliminating it. He fell asleep knowing that he'd spent 15 years building toward the wrong future. At some point in the night, his phone lit up on the nightstand. Vernon's name glowed in the dark. Toby stared at it for a long time, his arm still around Emmett, his stomach turning slowly, before he reached over and silenced it. Whatever Vernon wanted could wait. Whatever Vernon wanted could wait forever, if Toby was honest about what he was starting to suspect. But maybe, with Emmett, he could start building toward the right one. In the morning, sunlight came through Emmett's bedroom window in a way that the future house's smart windows would have immediately filtered. It was inefficient. It created glare on the wooden floor and probably contributed to premature fading on the furniture. Toby loved it. He lay in bed, watching Emmett sleep, and thought about what it meant to preserve things. Not just historical artifacts, but moments. Not just efficiency, but meaning. Not just progress, but wisdom about what was actually worth preserving. When Emmett woke up, he smiled at Toby in that way that suggested he'd been thinking about very similar things. "The future house is going to be different," Emmett said. "Isn't it?" "Completely different," Toby said. "Also, potentially not a future house anymore. Maybe more of a present house. A house designed to actually be inhabited by people who have emotional attachments to inefficient things." "That sounds revolutionary," Emmett said. "It's just love," Toby said, "and the realization that I've been optimizing for the wrong variables." Emmett kissed him, soft and lazy, in the inefficient morning light of his cottage. And Toby understood, finally, what preservation actually meant. It meant protecting the things that mattered, even when they were inefficient. It meant building spaces where people could be complicated and chaotic and fully human. It meant choosing Emmett's kitchen table with its water rings over any perfectly efficient surface. It meant choosing home over progress every time. Chapter 19. Emmett. Harold Pemberton was standing in the basement archives with the kind of expression that suggested he'd just discovered a terminal diagnosis, which, from the perspective of the museum's collections, was not inaccurate. "It's everywhere," Harold said, gesturing at the wall where brown stains have begun to creep across the brick like some kind of slow-motion disaster. "The pipe burst behind the wall 3 days ago. I found the moisture when I was doing the quarterly inspection." Emmett felt something drop in his stomach, heavy and certain. The wedding dress, the journals, the collection of daguerreotypes from the 1870s, the entire historical record of the neighborhood's founding families, now potentially threatened by water damage. "How much?" he asked, though he wasn't sure which question he was actually asking. How much damage? How much would repairs cost? How much time do they have before the water compromised everything? "I've already shut off the water," Harold said, which was something. "But the wall's saturated. We're going to need to replace the entire back section of the basement, which means addressing whatever structural damage the moisture has caused. That's not a DIY project. That's a professional remediation team situation." "How much?" Emmett asked again. $30,000, $40,000, Harold said quietly. "Maybe more if the structural damage goes deeper than we think." Emmett sat down on a storage box that had been there since his employment, probably containing something historically significant that he'd never actually cataloged. $40,000 was more than the annual operating budget for the entire museum. $40,000 was impossible. "We'll need to call the board," Harold said. "Call a meeting. Tell them." "I'm sorry, Em." But Harold wasn't really sorry, because sorry didn't fix anything. Sorry didn't save the collections. Sorry didn't rebuild pipes, or dry walls, or restore daguerreotypes to their original state. The board meeting happened 3 days later in the museum's small conference room, which had never seemed smaller than it did when Dr. Patricia Reeves, the board president, was sitting at the head of the table looking like she was about to deliver terrible news. "The situation is critical," Patricia said, which was her professional way of saying everything was going to hell. "Harold's estimate is $35,000 to $45,000 for a full professional remediation. We don't have that in our reserves." "Could we apply for grants?" someone suggested. Emmett couldn't actually remember their name. He was primarily focused on the fact that the walls of the museum were slowly being destroyed by water while he sat in a room full of people with excellent intentions and zero actual resources. "We could," Patricia said, "but grant applications take months.
We don't have months. We have days before we risk permanent damage to the textile collection. Could we do a fundraiser? Someone else asked. We've had 3 fundraisers in the last 18 months, Patricia said. The community is fundraiser fatigued. We've exhausted the obvious donor base. Emmett sat at the table and listened to them discuss selling pieces from the collection, which made him feel physically ill. The whole point of preservation was to not sell things for quick cash. That was how museums died. That was how history got scattered and lost and repurposed. We have a deadline, Patricia said finally. 60 days. If we can't generate the funding for remediation within 60 days, we're going to have to make a very difficult decision about the museum's future.
Which is? Emmett asked, though he already knew.
Potentially selling the building, Patricia said quietly, which would likely result in the end of the museum as a community institution. The board meeting dissolved into quiet panic after that. People checking their phones, calculating personal donations they couldn't afford, asking questions that didn't have answers. Emmett gathered up his materials and walked out, unable to sit in that room any longer. He ended up at the museum's front desk, staring at the acquisition documents from the Ashworth family's donation of the wedding dress. 70 years of careful preservation and one burst pipe was going to potentially destroy it all. He thought about Toby's 3-dimensional model of the dress, the way the scan had preserved every detail in digital infinity. At least that would survive. At least that would mean something. His phone buzzed. A text from Toby. Missing you. Come over tonight? Emmett stared at the message, at the casual intimacy of it, at the assumption that they had a relationship beyond the contest. Which they did. Which he wanted desperately. Which he absolutely couldn't ask Toby to navigate while the museum was having an existential crisis. He texted back, "Coming over now. Need you." 20 minutes later, he was at Toby's apartment, and Toby was opening the door with that expression he got when he was about to launch into problem-solving mode. But then he actually looked at Emmett, and the expression shifted into something gentle. "What happened?" Toby asked, and didn't wait for a full answer before pulling Emmett inside and holding him like he was something that could break. Emmett told him about the burst pipe, the water damage, the board's ultimatum, the $40,000 they absolutely didn't have. He told him about Patricia's implication that the museum might not survive the next 60 days. He told him everything, while Toby listened and held him and didn't try to fix anything, which was maybe the most important thing Toby could have done in that moment. "We win the contest," Toby said finally. "You win the contest. Your hybrid preservation approach wins, the judges are impressed, and then we figure out how to leverage that into funding." "That's not realistic," Emmett said. "The contest prize is $50,000 in grant matching funds, but that requires you actually having a project in place, and you—" He stopped, realizing what he was about to say. "I'm the co-chair," Toby finished, "the guy who was originally going to develop the neighborhood, which creates a massive conflict of interest if I win the contest with preservation technology that directly addresses my role in creating the problem." "The contest is supposed to be impartial," Emmett said quietly. "It is," Toby said, "which means you can't win it because you're sleeping with me, and I can't win it because I'm conflicted, which means we're essentially disqualified, and the museum doesn't get funding, and you lose everything." The weight of it settled between them like something physical. The museum's crisis, their secret relationship, the impossible conflict of interest that their love had created. Emmett had known this was coming. He'd known that the contest would end, and they'd have to tell everyone. And everything would become complicated. But he thought that at least the museum would be safe, that preservation would win. "We need to tell someone," Toby said. "We need to tell the judges that there's a conflict of interest and recuse ourselves from the final decision." "Then we can't help the museum," Emmett said. "Then at least the contest is conducted fairly," Toby said. "And maybe your hybrid approach is good enough that another team implements it and the museum gets funding anyway." But they both knew that was just hope. The specific combination of Emmett's preservation knowledge and Toby's technological expertise had created something unique. It was unlikely another team could replicate it quickly enough. They didn't talk about solutions that evening. They just held each other in Toby's minimalist apartment, and Emmett thought about how unfair it was that he'd finally found someone who understood both his passion for preservation and his fear of losing the things he loved. And that love
had essentially disqualified them both from saving the museum.
What if we win? Emmett said quietly, and we just don't tell anyone. Toby pulled back to look at him. What? The contest ends, we win, we accept the funding, and then we tell everyone we're together. By that point, the museum has its money and the damage is done. Yes, it's a conflict of interest. Yes, it violates the competition's impartiality. But the museum survives. That's fraud, Toby said. That's preservation, Emmett said. We're preserving something that matters.
Emmett, I'm not asking you to do this, Emmett said. I'm just saying that I'm terrified of losing everything. The museum, and you, and the collections, and the entire community institution that I've spent 5 years building. And if there's a way to save it, even if that way is ethically complicated, I'm listening. Toby was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the neighborhood. Vernon's been pressuring me to move forward with the development, he said. He wants a decision by the end of next month. He's threatening to pull funding if I don't commit to the original plan.
Are you going to do it? Emmett asked.
No, Toby said. I've already decided. I'm redesigning the entire project based on preservation and integration, instead of demolition and replacement. Vernon's going to be furious. He's probably going to pull funding anyway. Then you're already losing everything, Emmett said. So maybe winning the contest fair and square isn't actually going to change the outcome. Maybe, Toby said. Or maybe I'll have funding from you and the museum, and we'll figure out a development plan that actually serves the community instead of destroying it. Or maybe we win the contest and then nobody funds the new development and we both end up with nothing, Emmett said. And the museum still gets money because we won the competition fair and square. Toby turned back to look at him. When did you become the person willing to take risks? When I realized that preservation isn't about keeping things exactly the way they are, Emmett said. It's about honoring what they represent while allowing for change. We preserve the museum by adapting to crisis. We preserve our relationship by being honest about what we need. We preserve the neighborhood by building something new that respects what came before. That's very philosophical, Toby said, but it doesn't solve the immediate problem of the burst pipe. No, Emmett said, but it means we stop trying to solve everything perfectly and start focusing on solutions that are good enough, on winning the contest based on merit and letting that fund the remediation, on telling everyone we're together and dealing with the consequences, on building a development that actually serves people instead of just efficiency. Toby came back to the couch and kissed him, slow and careful. You're going to be the death of me, he said, but I love you, so I'm going to help you save the museum. They spent the next 3 weeks in a state of productive chaos. During the day, they prepared the final contest presentation. They compiled the preservation data, the cost analyses, the case studies of how Toby's 3-dimensional imaging technology could serve historical conservation. They worked with other contestants to make sure the competition was fair and balanced. They maintained their professional distance in public, while their private life became increasingly intertwined. At night, they worked on contingency plans. Toby started researching alternative development designs that could be funded independently of Vernon's investment. Emmett began calculating what they could accomplish with the contest prize money and what they'd still need to find. They became 2 people trying to solve an impossible problem together, which was what Emmett had wanted all along. The night before the final presentation, they were at Emmett's cottage, and Toby was helping him organize the materials one last time. They'd been preparing for 3 months, but the actual end of the contest felt suddenly immediate. I don't want to go back to pretending, Emmett said. After tomorrow, when the results are announced, I want to tell everyone we're together. I want to stop hiding. Even if it creates complications? Toby asked. Especially if it creates complications, Emmett said. Because we've already survived the complicated parts. We've already fallen in love despite the conflict of interest. We've already figured out how to preserve both the museum and us. Everything else is just details. Toby pulled him close, and Emmett thought about the wedding dress, rendered in 3 dimensions, preserved in digital infinity. He thought about how the technology had served preservation instead of destroying it. He thought about how Toby had learned to love history by learning to love Emmett. Tomorrow, Toby said, we present the best work we've done. Together. Tomorrow, Emmett agreed, and then we tell everyone the truth. And then we figure out how to build something new, Toby said, that honors what came before while making room for what comes next.
They held each other in the organized chaos of Emmett's cottage, surrounded by the evidence of a life lived with emotional attachment to impractical things. Outside, the neighborhood continued its existence, unaware that two of its residents had fallen in love while trying to save it. Unaware that by tomorrow evening, everything would change. But inside the cottage, with the old gramophone in the corner and the kitchen table with its water rings, Emmett felt something like peace. Not the peace of knowing everything would work out, but the peace of knowing they would face whatever came next together, with honesty and love and the understanding that some things were worth fighting for, even when fighting meant risking everything. The museum would survive. Their relationship would survive. And whatever they built next, whether it was a new development or a new future, or just a way to exist together in a community they both loved, it would be better because they'd learned to preserve what mattered most. Each other. Chapter 20. Toby. The future house's prototype showroom gleamed under designer lighting that cost more than a car, and Toby found Vernon Huxley standing in the center of it, like he'd personally invented sustainable architecture. Exceptional work, Vernon said, his silver-haired head tilted at an appreciative angle. The coverage has been exactly what I hoped for. Better, even. Toby accepted the compliment with a nod, though his jaw was tight in a way it hadn't been an hour ago, before Vernon's assistant had texted him that the meeting had been moved up with no explanation. Hoped for was doing heavy lifting in that sentence. Vernon's involvement in the contest sponsorship had been a courtesy to an investor, nothing more. Or so Toby had understood it. The man had simply written a check, made a phone call or two, and then mostly vanished from the day-to-day logistics. Which was fine. Excellent, even. Toby preferred working without stakeholders breathing down his neck. The museum's community engagement metrics are through the roof, Toby said, pulling up the latest dashboard on his tablet. We're hitting demographics we didn't anticipate, which means the design's resonating beyond just the usual sustainability enthusiasts. Vernon nodded, moving through the showroom with the careful appreciation of a man inspecting an investment property, which, Toby supposed, he was. Everything was an investment to Vernon. The man could probably find return projections in a sunset. The neighborhood's become quite the focal point, Vernon continued, pausing at the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the historic district. Fascinating area. Terribly underutilized real estate. It's beautiful, Toby agreed. Old bones. Solid infrastructure. And the residents? Vernon turned from the window, his expression neutral. Are they generally amenable to development? Toby felt the question land somewhere in his chest, like a stone dropped into still water. It was a strange question, specific in a way that felt like it was asking more than words. Define development, Toby said carefully. Revitalization, progress, the kind of transformation that could take a charming neighborhood and make it relevant for the next generation. Vernon's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Would the residents welcome that? Some would, Toby said. Some wouldn't. Most places are mixed. Gentrification is complicated. Vernon turned back to the windows. And the historic designation, how does that complicate things? The stone in Toby's chest grew heavier. It's protective, prevents demolition of buildings deemed historically significant. But not all buildings in the historic district are actually designated. No, Toby said. The designation is selective, property by property. Fascinating, Vernon smiled. And something in it made Toby's skin crawl, though he couldn't articulate why. His hands had gone cold. He put them in his pockets so Vernon wouldn't see. Well, the contest is what matters now. The museum's future depends on your success, doesn't it? The pivot was abrupt enough that Toby felt it like a handoff. Yes, they're in serious financial straits. Then we should ensure you win, Vernon said simply. I have every confidence you will. The meeting concluded shortly after, with handshakes and assurances that everything was proceeding according to plan. Vernon's handshake was firm and warm. Toby's was clammy. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just answered questions that mattered far more than he'd realized. He called Desmond from the car. He wanted to know about property values, Des said immediately, his voice tight, and whether the historic district residents would resist development, and specifically which buildings have historic designation. He was making conversation, Toby said, but even as the words left his mouth, he didn't believe them. Toby. Desmond's use of his full first name was never good. That sounds like someone scouting for development opportunities. He's an investor. That's what investors do. Not usually while bankrolling art museum competitions, especially not unless they have a reason to care about a specific neighborhood's development potential. Desmond's breathing was audible through the phone. Did he seem interested in any particular properties? Toby thought back. Vernon's gaze through the feature house windows, fixed on the neighborhood below. The museum. No, Toby lied. He was just making conversation. Desmond was quiet long enough that Toby knew his best friend didn't believe him either. Toby, I'm worried, Des finally said. I'm worried about what he might actually want from you. He wants to win the contest, Toby said. That's all. But after he hung up, Toby sat in his car for 20 minutes in the future house parking lot, his hands trembling against the steering wheel. His stomach had been in knots since the meeting, and now it was something worse. A dull, nauseating dread that settled behind his ribs and wouldn't leave. He stared at the neighborhood spread below him like a kingdom and couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted. The air felt different, thinner somehow, like the pressure was changing. The feeling didn't improve when Emmett arrived at the future house 2 days later. It was supposed to be a private tour, just him showing Emmett the space that had consumed most of his waking thoughts for the past 8 months. Toby had prepared remarks, had a whole thing planned about the design philosophy and the technological integration and the way sustainable building didn't have to look utilitarian. Emmett walked in and rendered all of it irrelevant. Oh, he said, and it came out as almost a prayer. He moved through the space like water, running his hands along the living walls, pausing at the circulation diagrams, stopping for a long time at the north-facing windows where the neighborhood spread below them like a promise. Or a threat. Toby couldn't quite decide which. It's brilliant, Emmett said finally, turning to him with something that looked like awe in his eyes. Toby, it's actually brilliant. The integration of the passive systems with the active monitoring, I've never seen anything quite like it. Warmth spread through Toby's chest, the good kind, the kind that made him want to pull him close and kiss him right there in the middle of his prototype showroom. I'm glad he started. But Emmett was already moving again, exploring the residential sections, the common areas, the gardens that would eventually sustain the community living here. When he finally came back to him, his expression had shifted. The awe was still there, but something else had layered underneath it. Something sad. It's brilliant, he said again, but it's also lonely. Toby felt the words hit like a punch. What do you mean? I mean, it's perfect, Emmett said, gesturing at the space. It's perfectly designed. Perfectly efficient, perfectly sustainable. But when I walk through it, I feel like I'm walking through an idea of a community, not an actual one. All of this innovation, all of this brilliance. He met his eyes, and there was something vulnerable there that made his throat tight. It's trying so hard to solve problems that it forgot to leave room for actual people, for actual connection. People will live here, Toby said. They'll create the connections. Maybe, Emmett said. But the space itself feels like it doesn't quite believe in them. He was wrong, Toby thought. The space believed in them completely. He'd designed it for them, for the people who wanted to live sustainably, who wanted community, who wanted to be part of something that mattered. Except when he looked at it through Emmett's eyes, he saw what he meant. For all its warmth and design intention, the future house was a monument to Toby's vision, not to anyone else's. It's still extraordinary, Emmett said, moving to stand beside him. He reached out and took his hand, squeezed it. You should be proud. Toby squeezed back and tried to ignore the way his chest tightened when he didn't pull away. Tried to ignore the voice in his head that whispered, this is the person I want to build a future with. This is the person who sees me. I'm glad you're here, he said. Emmett smiled, but it carried that same sadness. I'm glad I'm here too. They stood in the center of the future house. Brilliant, lonely, perfect. And Toby held on to his hand and tried not to think about Desmond's warning or Vernon's careful questions or the way the neighborhood looked from up here, spreadsheet ready and waiting to be optimized. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Vernon again. Toby's grip on Emmett's hand tightened involuntarily. You okay? Emmett asked, frowning slightly. Fine, Toby said too quickly, just thinking. He tried very hard not to think about it. Later, after Emmett had left, after Toby had stood alone in his showroom and felt the truth of his observation settle into his bones, he pulled up the financial modeling on his computer. The future house was beautiful, but it was also expensive.
The sustainable systems, the materials, the labor, it all cost money that would have to be recouped.
He'd been thinking about it as an idealistic project, a proof of concept. But it was also real estate. It was also development. And somewhere in the space between those two truths, Toby suddenly wasn't sure which one mattered more. He closed the laptop without looking at the numbers.
Chapter 21. Emmett.
The museum smelled like decay. Not the poetic, musty books and old wood kind of decay that had always been part of its charm. This was different. This was wet and organic, and somehow alive with the promise of destruction. Harold had found it during his morning inspection, a bloom of black mold spreading across the east wall of the storage facility, which meant the water damage in the foundation wasn't just cosmetic. It was systemic, structural. How much? Emmett asked, though he already knew the answer was going to hurt. We'll need an engineer's assessment to be sure, Harold said, which was accountant speak for, it's going to be catastrophic. But minimum estimate, before remediation and structural repair, $40,000 to $50,000. The board meeting happened that afternoon, and Emmett sat at the far end of the conference table and watched his colleagues process the information, with the expressions of people watching their futures combust in real time. The contest, Margaret said. One of the older board members, been with the museum since before Emmett was born. The contest will save us. The contest might save us, Gwendolyn corrected gently. But we need to be realistic about the timeline. Even if the museum wins, the prize distribution takes weeks to process. The structural issues need addressing now. What about a bridge loan, someone suggested. From where? Gwendolyn's hands were folded on the table, and she looked exhausted. We've already mortgaged our future 3 times over. No one's going to lend us more money with this kind of liability hanging over the building. Emmett listened to them problem solve, and somewhere underneath the panic, he felt a strange sort of clarity. They had 60 days. 60 days to raise $35,000, or the museum would be forced to sell the building. The board had decided that morning, and now it was policy. That was the line in the sand. If they didn't win the contest, they'd lose everything. Not just the building. The collections would be donated to the state archives, dispersed to whatever institutions felt like accepting them. The museum itself would cease to exist. 30 years of Emmett's life dissolve. He should have felt panicked. Instead, he felt almost numb. Emmett? Gwendolyn was looking at him. Do you want to say anything? We'll win, Emmett said. Toby's design is exceptional. We'll win. It came out with more confidence than he felt, but he needed them to believe it, needed himself to believe it. The meeting ended, and Emmett walked home alone, the autumn air biting at his cheeks. Iris texted 3 times. Lunch? Coffee? General emotional support? And Emmett texted back that he was fine. He just needed to be alone for a bit. It wasn't true. He wasn't fine, and being alone was making it worse. But Toby had a late meeting with design engineers, and he didn't want to disrupt his work. He'd already given him so much of his time, his energy, his expertise. The least he could do was not become another weight he had to carry. Except then his phone rang, and it was Toby, and his voice came through the speaker with that particular brand of warmth that made his chest feel too small for his ribs. Hey, he said, I'm between meetings. You free? I thought you had rescheduled. Can I come over? 20 minutes later, Toby was on his cottage doorstep in jeans and one of his expensive designer sweaters, and you looked at his face for exactly 3 seconds before pulling him into his arms and not letting go. Bad day, he said. Not a question. The museum's foundation is compromised, Emmett said into his chest. Water damage. We need $50,000 minimum. The board gave us an ultimatum, 60 days. He felt him tense, felt his hand move to stroke his hair. And the contest? 60 days is exactly when they'll announce winners. Toby didn't say anything for a long moment. Then, you're going to win. You don't know that. I know you, he said. I know the work you two put into this. I know the design is exceptional because you wouldn't settle for anything less. And I know that you love this museum more than almost anything in the world. Almost anything. The words hung there, pregnant with implication. He pulled back just far enough to look at him, and his expression was so open, so sincere, that Emmett felt his throat tighten. "I love you," he said suddenly. It wasn't how he'd meant to say it. He'd imagined something more romantic, more planned, but the words had simply escaped, rising up through his chest and breaking free before he could think about the wisdom of confession. Toby's whole face changed. "What?" "I love you," Emmett said again, steadier now. "I know we were supposed to keep this casual, and I know that's complicated, but I don't think I can do casual anymore. He gestured helplessly. "You're important to me. I love you." For one terrible second, Toby just stared at him. And then he was kissing him, deep and thorough, with a kind of reverence that made him feel like maybe, somehow, everything was going to be okay. "I love you too," he said when he pulled back. "I've loved you since you dragged me to that museum with paint under your fingernails and passion in your voice. I've loved you every single day since." Emmett pulled him back inside, and they moved to his bedroom in a tangle of limbs and relief. And for the first time since Harold had found the mold, Emmett felt like maybe he wasn't alone in this. Maybe he had someone. Later, after they'd made love and Toby was dozing beside him, Emmett lay in the dark and let himself feel the full weight of his situation. The museum was in crisis. His career was on the line. His entire future hinged on a competition he couldn't control. But next to him was someone who loved him. And somewhere in that paradox, joy and devastation coexisting in the same moment, Emmett found something that felt almost like peace. "Thank you for coming," he whispered to his sleeping form. Toby mumbled something nonsensical and rolled toward him, wrapping an arm around his waist. Emmett closed his eyes and held onto him, and tried not to think about how fragile this moment was, how quickly the ground could shift beneath them. The next morning, Emmett woke to find Toby already gone, but he'd left a note on the kitchen counter in his precise handwriting. "Thinking of you always. Win this contest. You were born to do this. T." He put the note in his pocket and carried it through his day like a talisman. In the morning, he worked with the volunteer docents on their scripts for the public programming. In the afternoon, he helped assess the water damage with the engineer Harold had hired. In the evening, he sat at his kitchen table and revised the presentation for the final competition round, adding new elements, strengthening the narrative, making sure the story he told about the museum was one that couldn't be ignored. He had 60 days. He had Toby. He had a museum that needed saving. It felt impossibly small in the face of everything that needed to happen. But Emmett had always been good at doing impossible things. He pulled up his laptop and started writing. Chapter 22. Toby. The knock on the Future House door came at 10:47 p.m., and Toby had just enough time to register surprise before Vernon Huxley stepped inside with the confidence of someone who owned the place. Which, Toby would later learn, he'd been working very hard to arrange. "Working late," Vernon observed, glancing around the space with the same meticulous attention he applied to everything. "Dedication. I respect that." Toby set down his pen. He'd been updating the sustainability projections, running numbers that would eventually translate to cost per square foot and sustainability metric per dollar invested. The work he loved. The work that felt clean and purposeful. The work that had slowly been poisoned over the past 7 weeks by Vernon's escalating phone calls. First suggestions, then implications, then thinly veiled threats about IP ownership and contractual obligations. Each one a little more explicit than the last. Each one making it harder to pretend this was a normal investor relationship. "Just finishing some calculations," Toby said. "What brings you by?" Vernon moved to the windows. Always the windows, Toby was beginning to notice. The man was obsessed with the view of the neighborhood below. "I thought it was time we had a conversation about the future," Vernon said. "The actual future, not the theoretical one." Toby's stomach, which had been in a permanent state of low-grade nausea since Vernon's first veiled threat at the IP meeting weeks ago, performed an especially violent flip. "I'm listening." "I've been acquiring property in this neighborhood," Vernon began, his voice taking on the casual tone of someone discussing the weather. "Discreetly, through shell companies, various legal structures. Nothing flashy, nothing that would alert the Historical Preservation Society or cause any unnecessary complications." Toby felt his brain lag about 3 steps behind his body's reaction to this information. Vernon had been hinting at this for weeks. The careful questions about property values, the pointed remarks about underutilized real estate, the IP contract that suddenly felt like a leash. But hearing it laid out like this, with the lights of the neighborhood below them, like a map of everything about to be erased, was different. This was Vernon done hinting. This was Vernon telling him the plan.
How much property? He asked carefully.
Approximately 30% of the developable land, Vernon said, including several buildings in the historic district that, while designated as historically significant, are currently underutilized and, coincidentally, structurally vulnerable to development incentives. He turned from the window, and his expression was that of a man unveiling his masterpiece. The museum, he continued, sits on what is arguably the most valuable corner lot in the entire historic district. Prime exposure, excellent visibility, and, most importantly, it's currently in severe financial distress. Toby tried to stand up, but his legs didn't seem to be cooperating. "What are you telling me?" he asked, though he already knew. He already understood, and the understanding was making his vision darken at the edges. "I'm telling you," Vernon said simply, "that I've orchestrated a comprehensive redevelopment plan for this neighborhood, and you're the cornerstone of it. Your future house concept, combined with my land acquisition and your technological innovation, creates something unprecedented. Luxury residential, net zero sustainable development, powered by your systems, marketed with your reputation." Using my... Toby couldn't find words. He tried again. "You're going to demolish the museum." "The museum is structurally compromised," Vernon said. "The board is about to face an impossible choice. Spend $50,000 on emergency repairs they can't afford, or accept the inevitable and sell to someone who can actually develop the property into something that serves the community." "It serves the community now," Toby said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, distant, like someone else was speaking. "It serves the community as a beautiful monument to historical preservation," Vernon corrected. "But my development plan will serve thousands of residents, create sustainable housing in a city desperate for it, and provide you with the platform to launch your technology to a scale you've never imagined. You'll be famous, Toby. You'll be the architect of the future." The words were designed to appeal to something in him. Toby could see that clearly now. Vernon had watched him, learned him, understood what would excite and motivate him, and he'd been playing him the entire time. "I said no," Toby said. "This whole contest sponsorship. I said the future house shouldn't be associated with displacement or gentrification. I said we needed to build something that elevated existing communities, not erased them." "And it will," Vernon said smoothly. "The future house will be at the center of a vibrant new community, built on sustainable principles, designed with the best technology available. Everyone wins, Toby, except the museum, which loses nothing it wasn't already going to lose." "Emmett works at that museum," Toby said. The words came out as barely controlled rage. "The man He stopped himself, but Vernon's smile widened with the knowing of someone who'd already suspected. "The man you're romantically involved with," Vernon finished. "Yes, I'm aware. Convenient, actually. His professional connection to the museum gives you credibility in the community. People will see you as someone who genuinely cares about preservation, even as the preservation effort fails for reasons entirely outside your control." Toby felt something crack open inside his chest. The cynicism of it, the calculated manipulation, the way Vernon had looked at him and seen someone who could be used, who could be incentivized, who could be turned into a tool. "I'm out," Toby said. "I'm withdrawing from the contest. I'm telling the public exactly what you've planned." "No, you're not," Vernon said, and his voice carried the weight of absolute certainty. "Because if you do, I destroy you. I have lawyers standing by with cease and desist letters for every contract you've ever signed. I have documentation of intellectual property violations in your business partnerships. I have emails where you've discussed using proprietary technology without proper licensing. Shall I go on?" The threats landed like physical blows. "You've been planning this the whole time," Toby said. "Since the beginning." "Since I saw your work," Vernon corrected, "I recognized potential. I recognized someone ambitious enough to want more than just a quaint little museum community project. I recognized someone I could work with." He paused. "Or work around, if necessary." "I won't do this," Toby said. "I won't be part of demolishing a community institution." Yes, you will, Vernon said, because the alternative is professional ruin. And because, deep down, you know that my plan is better, more ambitious, more impactful. The Future House as a singular prototype is a beautiful gesture. The Future House as the flagship of a comprehensive neighborhood redevelopment is transformative. That's not, Toby started, but Vernon cut him off. You can fight me, Vernon said, or you can accept that this is happening, help me shape it into something genuinely good, and build something that will be talked about for decades. Your choice. Toby wanted to refuse. Every fiber of his being wanted to walk out, call Emmett, confess everything, burn it all down rather than be complicit. But Vernon's threats weren't empty. Toby knew enough about contract law to understand that the man probably had legitimate leverage. And if Vernon destroyed him professionally, if he lost the ability to build, to create, to work, then what? I need to think, Toby said. You have 48 hours, Vernon said. After that, my lawyers move forward with their injunctions, and your career becomes very complicated. You can either work with me and build something magnificent, or you can refuse and watch everything burn. Vernon left shortly after, with the satisfied air of someone who'd already won. Toby stood alone in the Future House and looked out at the neighborhood, the historic district that contained Emmett, and the museum he loved, and the community that was about to be targeted for erasure. He sat down on the floor, right there in the middle of his beautiful, ambitious, now tainted prototype. And he started to cry.
Chapter 23.
Emmett. The surprise was supposed to be romantic. Emmett had planned to show up at Toby's late-night work session with coffee and pastries and maybe a massage for his shoulders, which he always claimed got tense when he was deep in design work. He called ahead 3 times and gotten voicemail each time. So when he arrived at the Future House, he'd simply parked in the lot and walked around to the side entrance, the one Desmond had shown him weeks ago. The windows here looked directly into Toby's main workspace. What he saw made him stop dead. Toby was on the phone, his face drawn, his hand pressed to his forehead, like he could physically push the words he was hearing into some kind of manageable configuration. I understand what you're saying, Toby said, and his voice was hollow in a way that made Emmett's chest tighten. But I never agreed to... There was a pause, as whoever he was talking to cut him off. The museum, Emmett heard clearly, muffled only slightly by the glass. Once we demolish the museum, we can... Emmett's brain simply stopped processing. He stood there for 3 seconds that lasted approximately 70 years, watching Toby through the window like a man observing his own life from the wrong side of the glass. Demolish. Once we demolish. Not if, not hypothetically, once. I can't do this, Toby was saying now, and there was desperation in his voice, a kind of anguished resistance. This is exactly what I said I wouldn't do. This is exactly... Another pause, longer this time. When Toby spoke again, his voice was flat, broken. I understand. Emmett's feet moved before his brain caught up. He was walking around to the entrance. He was opening the door. He was crossing the workspace with the kind of focused determination that came from having your entire world rearranged without your permission. And he was not going to stand outside a window like a ghost in his own life. Toby turned, phone still to his ear, eyes widening as he registered Emmett standing there. Emmett, who was supposed to be at the museum. Emmett, who was not supposed to know anything. I'll call you back, Toby said quietly, and ended the call. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence was so loud, it was deafening. Emmett could hear his own heartbeat, his own breathing, the way his hands were shaking as he set the bag of pastries on Toby's desk, with the careful precision of someone trying very hard not to shatter. Emmett, Toby started, and something about the way he said it, that careful, deliberate calmness, like he was defusing a bomb, made Emmett want to scream. Demolish, Emmett said. His voice sounded strange, hollow, like it was coming from somewhere far away. Once we demolish the museum. That's what you said. Tell me I heard that wrong. Toby's face was doing something complicated. Caught. Guilty. Resigned. All of it at once. It's not what it sounds like, Toby said. And that was the worst possible thing he could have said. Because it was the thing people said when it was exactly what it sounded like. Then explain it, Emmett said. Explain to me how you just told someone you're demolishing my museum. Toby moved toward him, and Emmett stepped backward automatically. His hip hit the desk. Vernon has been blackmailing me, Toby said, and the words came tumbling out like he'd been holding them in and couldn't contain them anymore. For weeks, he has leverage. IP stuff for my early work, patents I didn't realize were his. He's been threatening litigation, Emmett. He wanted the museum demolished and the land rezoned so he could develop it himself. I've been working with my lawyers to untangle the IP issues. Vernon doesn't actually have as strong a case as he thinks. The patents are murky. They shouldn't hold up in court. I was trying to resolve this without it affecting you. Emmett blinked. The words weren't making sense in any configuration that mattered. Weeks, Emmett said quietly. How many weeks? 7? 8? Since before... Toby stopped, swallowed. Since before the gala. The gala, where they'd become official. Where Toby had kissed him in front of everyone, and Emmett had felt like his chest was made of light instead of bone and muscle. Where, apparently, Toby had already been carrying around a secret that made museum demolition a casual topic of phone conversation. And you didn't think to tell me? Emmett said. It wasn't a question. I was handling it. I was trying to protect you. Protect me? Emmett laughed, and it sounded slightly unhinged, even to him. Toby, he was threatening to demolish my museum, my life's work, my parents' legacy. And you were going to what exactly? Surprise me with a lawsuit? You have enough on your plate. Don't! Emmett's voice was climbing now, all the fear and hurt and rage pouring out. Don't tell me what I can handle. Don't you dare stand there and tell me that you decided what I was strong enough to know about my own life. That's not fair, Toby said, and there was an edge to his voice now, frustration bleeding through the careful explanation. Not fair? Emmett repeated. You know what's not fair? Building something with someone based on honesty and listening and trust, and then finding out that person has been having conversations about demolishing everything you love and decided you weren't important enough to tell. That's not what You don't get to explain away what this is, Emmett said, and he was shaking now, properly shaking. I'm not angry that Vernon is threatening the museum. I'm angry that you didn't tell me. We built this on listening, on honesty, on trust. And you had this enormous thing, this thing that affects my life, my museum, my future, and you decided I didn't deserve to know. The words landed like a physical blow. Emmett watched Toby's face crumple, actually crumple, like a building that had been structurally compromised. I didn't want to burden you with this, Toby said. I didn't want you to be scared. I thought I could handle it on my own. That's the same thing as not trusting me, Emmett said quietly. And there it was, the real thing. The thing that hurt worse than the blackmail and the threats and the demolition plans. You made the decision for me. You took away my agency. You told yourself you were protecting me, but what you were really doing was deciding that our relationship wasn't strong enough to survive the truth. Toby reached for him, and Emmett stepped sideways, away. Don't, Emmett said. His voice was hollowed out. Don't try to fix this right now. I can't be around you right now because I don't know who I'm looking at. I thought I knew you. I thought we were building something where we told each other the hard things, and you've been carrying this for 7 weeks and looking me in the eye and saying nothing. Emmett. I need space, Emmett said, and his legs were working again, instinct overriding heartbreak. He was walking toward the door. I'll call you when I figure out what comes next, but that's not going to be today, and maybe not tomorrow. He left before Toby could respond, before he could beg or explain or say something that would make Emmett's carefully constructed anger collapse. The elevator ride down was endless. The parking lot was too bright. The evening air was cool and gorgeous, and everything was terrible and beautiful and broken. Iris arrived at his apartment 30 minutes later, because apparently his voice on the phone had conveyed sufficient emotional emergency to bypass all social norms about arrival times. She took one look at him and didn't ask questions, just pulled him onto his own couch and let him sit in the particular agony of someone whose internal world had shifted without warning. Tell me, Iris said. And so he did. He told her about the phone call and the demolish line and the weeks of secrecy. He told her about the blackmail and the lawyers and the way Toby had been having conversations about his life without including him. Iris listened to all of it, her expression getting darker by the second. He had no right, Iris said, and there was anger in her voice, protective anger. He had no right to make decisions about your museum without telling you. I know, Emmett said. But, Iris continued, and her voice softened slightly, he was trying to protect you.
He was stupid and misguided and probably made it worse by hiding it, but he wasn't trying to hurt you. That's not the same as villainy, Emmett. That's cowardice dressed up as chivalry.
How is that supposed to help? Emmett asked. He was still lying. Every day, for 7 weeks. He looked me in the eye and chose not to tell me something that directly affects my life. It's not supposed to help, Iris said. She was quiet for a moment. It's not the same as if he actually wanted to demolish the museum. He was caught between a rock and a psychopath investor and tried to handle it without you getting hurt. That's stupidity and lack of trust. That's not evil. Emmett knew she was right. Somewhere in the devastation, he knew that Toby wasn't a villain. Toby was someone who loved him and had screwed up profoundly in how he expressed that love. Toby was someone who had carried something too heavy alone when Emmett would have helped carry it. But knowing that didn't make it hurt less. If anything, it made it worse, because it meant the person he loved was fallible in ways that actually mattered. It meant love wasn't enough to bridge the gap between them. The worst part, and Emmett realized this with terrible clarity as he sat on his couch in the darkening apartment, wasn't that Toby might lose the museum to Vernon's scheme. It was that Toby had looked him in the eye for 7 weeks and decided that Emmett wasn't important enough to trust with the truth. He'd made a choice about Emmett's life without him. He'd decided, unilaterally, that their relationship couldn't survive honesty. And Emmett didn't know how to love someone who did that. He didn't know if he could forgive it. He didn't know anything anymore, except that his chest was hollow and his apartment was too quiet, and somewhere across the city, Toby was probably hating himself, probably realizing too late what his silence had cost them. "Stay tonight?" Emmett asked Iris. "I'm already staying tonight," she said, squeezing his hand. That was never a question. Emmett leaned against her solid presence and tried to figure out who he was if he wasn't angry. Because underneath the anger, there was something worse. The quiet, devastating knowledge that Toby had chosen to protect him instead of trusting him. And those weren't the same thing, and the difference was everything. Chapter 24. Toby. The Vernon Huxley files were a masterpiece of organized corruption, which somehow made it worse. Toby sat in his apartment at 3 a.m. with printouts scattered across his kitchen table like evidence at a crime scene. Spreadsheets, investment papers, communication logs, 7 weeks of blackmail distilled into a manila folder that represented the exact moment his cowardice had metastasized into something that could destroy the one person who'd made him believe he could be better. The irony was so sharp, it drew blood. He'd been trying to protect Emmett. That was the lie he'd told himself at 2 a.m. and again at 2:47, and it was no less a lie now. He hadn't been protecting Emmett. He'd been protecting himself. From Emmett's disappointment, from the look in those hazel eyes when Emmett realized Toby wasn't the man he'd pretended to be. Toby had chosen cowardice over trust, and cowardice had chosen him back by taking everything. His phone sat dark on the counter. He'd stopped checking it around midnight, which was when he'd stopped pretending he was waiting for Emmett to text. Emmett wasn't going to text. Emmett had asked for space, which was the politest way Toby had ever heard someone say, "I don't know if I can forgive you." The knock on his apartment door at 3:15 a.m. should have startled him. Instead, Toby felt something like relief that his suffering was about to become someone else's problem, which meant he had to sit with that feeling until he opened the door and found Desmond standing there in a Columbia hoodie and an expression that could have cut glass. "Jesus, Des," Toby said, "it's the middle of the night." "Yeah, I'm aware. You want to know when it became the middle of the night for me?" Desmond pushed past him into the apartment, took in the scattered papers and empty coffee mugs, and something in his expression softened fractionally before hardening again. "It was 40 minutes ago, when I got a call from Iris telling me that you've been hiding a blackmail situation from your boyfriend for 7 weeks while actively jeopardizing the career he loves." Toby flinched. "That's not—" "Don't." Desmond held up a hand. "Don't do that thing where you explain how it's more complicated than that, because you know what? It isn't. It's exactly as simple and as stupid as it sounds." He gestured at the papers. "What is this?" "Evidence," Toby said quietly. "I'm preparing a statement. Full exposure of Huxley's corruption. I'm turning everything over to the authorities tomorrow." Desmond picked up a spreadsheet, scanned it, set it down with the care of someone handling a loaded weapon. "You know what Iris said to me? She said, Emmett's not upset because Toby's evil. Emmett's upset because Toby didn't trust him. And I want you to really sit with that for a second, because that's the part you're not getting.
I'm getting it, Toby said. No, you're not. Because if you were, you wouldn't be down here at 3 a.m. planning some big redemption arc. Instead, you'd have already gone to Emmett and said, I screwed up. I was afraid. I didn't trust you with this, and I should have. But you're going to do this grand thing, burn it all down, expose Huxley, be the hero, and you're thinking that's going to fix it?
Toby's jaw clenched. It's not about being a hero. Then what's it about? It's about not letting him down any more than I already have. Desmond made a noise that might have been a laugh or might have been a sob. Toby, you already let him down. The hero narrative isn't going to undo that. The only thing that's going to matter is if you can genuinely understand why what you did was wrong, and if you can explain that to him in a way that sounds like truth instead of performance. Toby sat down on the edge of the couch. His hands felt like they belonged to someone else. He asked for space. Yeah, and you're going to give him space, but you're also going to tell him the truth, the real truth, not the version where you're the tragic hero. You're going to tell him that you were scared, that you didn't trust him enough to let him help, that you chose to carry it alone because alone is safe, and alone means nobody can look at you with the kind of disappointment you saw in Emmett's eyes tonight. Desmond's voice dropped, and then you're going to have to live with the fact that he might not forgive you anyway. That's how actual accountability works. I know, Toby said. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, you look like someone who's still trying to outsmart the problem instead of actually feeling the weight of what you've done. The apartment was very quiet. Through the windows, the city sprawled in its 3 a.m. stupor, indifferent and dark. He said he didn't know who he was looking at, Toby said finally, when he left. Desmond's expression shifted into something almost gentle. Then let him know exactly who you are, not the version you think he wants, the one who's actually here. The statement took him until dawn. Toby had written formal documents before, product launches, board presentations, carefully crafted PR. But this required the kind of honesty that felt like setting himself on fire. He detailed Vernon's methods, the initial threat, the progression of blackmail, his own complicity in accepting the man's investment without asking hard questions, the fear that had driven him to hide it all rather than pull Emmett into something dangerous. That last part took 3 hours to write correctly. He called Desmond at 6 a.m. The letter, Desmond said, not needing to be told. Write it like you're ready to live with the consequences of him never forgiving you. Toby started writing. Emmett, you were right. You were right about all of it, but specifically about this. I should have told you. I've spent 7 weeks telling myself I was protecting you. That's not true. I was protecting myself. I was afraid that if I told you about Vernon's threats, you would see me as complicit, as weak, as not the person you believed I was. And that fear, that complete lack of trust in your capacity to see me as I actually am and love me anyway, that's what made me hide it. The irony isn't lost on me. I was so afraid of losing you that I engineered my own loss. I chose to carry it alone because alone is safe. Because alone, I can't fail anyone but myself. And I've spent enough of my life failing just myself that I thought I could sustain it. You asked me once what I was afraid of. The answer is you. Not that you'll hurt me, but that you'll leave me because you realize I'm not worth staying for. That fear doesn't excuse what I did. It just explains it. And I think you deserve the explanation more than you deserve my apologies. I'm exposing Huxley today, not because it will fix this, but because it's the right thing to do, and I should have been doing it from the beginning. I'm giving you space because you asked for it, and because I finally understand that trust isn't something I can demand, it's something I have to earn by being the kind of person who tells the truth even when it costs him everything. I see the irony. I see all of it. And I would undo it if I could, but I can't. So I'm just standing here, holding what I've broken, and hoping someday that's enough. I'm sorry. I mean that the way you deserve it to be meant. He read it 6 times, deleted 2 lines that sounded too much like performance. Then he printed it, addressed an envelope, and called his lawyer to start the war against Vernon Huxley.
The press release went out at 9 a.m. on a Thursday morning, and it was the most honest thing Toby had ever done in public.
He'd named names, detailed corruption, provided documentation, invited federal investigation. And somewhere in the middle, he'd included the fact that his own judgment had been compromised by fear and ambition, that he accepted full responsibility for allowing Huxley access, and that he was cooperating fully with authorities.
Desmond called him at 9:17 a.m.
Well, his best friend said, you've certainly made some decisions.
Are they the right decisions?
Yeah, Desmond said, and he sounded tired but sincere. They're the right decisions. They're just 7 weeks too late.
The letter took longer to deliver than Toby expected. He wanted to hand it to Emmett himself, but Emmett had asked for space, and Toby was finally beginning to understand that respecting someone's boundaries was less about grand romantic gestures and more about the small, painful act of honoring what they'd actually asked for.
So he sent it through Iris. And then he went to his office and began the process of dismantling everything he'd built with Vernon Huxley, one carefully documented transaction at a time. By Thursday afternoon, the news was everywhere. Tech visionary exposes investor corruption. Grayson turns state's evidence. Museum demolition plan scrapped following investigation. Toby watched the notifications pile up on his phone, like evidence of a life imploding in real time. Colleagues requesting comment, investors demanding clarification, board members wondering if they should resign. And underneath it all, silence from the one person whose opinion was the only one that actually mattered. He sat in the waiting area of the federal building with a lawyer on either side and thought about Emmett going through his day, not knowing that Toby had just burned his entire career to the ground to try to undo the damage. He thought about the letter sitting in an envelope with Iris, waiting to be delivered to someone who might read it and still decide that some things couldn't be fixed. Then he went inside and told the authorities everything. That evening, his phone buzzed once. A text from Desmond. Iris says he read the letter. She didn't say anything else. I thought you should know. Toby set the phone down and didn't pick it up again for a very long time. At least Emmett had read it. That was something. That was maybe not enough, but it was something. And in the wreckage of everything Toby had built and burned in the last 7 weeks, he would learn to settle for something if that's all there was. Chapter 25. Emmett. The museum was too quiet, which meant Emmett could hear absolutely everything. The sound of his own heartbeat, the hum of the climate control system, the small internal noise of his mind trying very hard not to think about Toby Grayson's confession splashed across the news. He'd been rearranging the same historical exhibit for 40 minutes because it was better than looking at his presentation, better than doing anything that required him to access the file labeled Collaborative Innovation, with Toby's name stamped across every other slide. Okay, Iris said from the doorway, and Emmett didn't have to look up to know she had her hands on her hips in the exact way that meant business. We're going to talk about this, and I'm going to say some things you're not going to like, and then you're going to sit with those things instead of just nodding and going back to rearranging the reconstruction display like it somehow matters. It's chronologically incorrect, Emmett said, without conviction. It really isn't. Emmett, hey, look at me. Emmett looked at her. Iris sat down on the bench nearest the exhibit and patted the space next to her with the force of someone who would literally drag him over if necessary. Emmett sat. He exposed Vernon, Iris said. The whole thing. He's cooperating with the feds. He's imploding his own career to undo what he enabled. I know, Emmett said. And you don't care. I care, Emmett said. It doesn't fix the weeks before it. Doing the right thing now doesn't undo 7 weeks of lying to my face. Iris was quiet for a moment. Then, he was scared, Emmett. I know that. Do you? Because I'm not sure you do. Iris turned to face him fully. Listen, what Toby did was stupid. It was cowardly. It was a profound betrayal of your right to make decisions about your own life. But it wasn't evil. And more importantly, it wasn't about him not loving you. It was about him not trusting that he could be loved as he actually is, instead of the version of himself he's been performing. That's not my fault, Emmett said. No, Iris agreed. It's not. But it also doesn't make what you're doing right now okay.
Because what you're doing right now is deciding that love can only exist under perfect conditions, where nobody ever makes stupid choices out of fear. And that's not real, Emmett. That's just a theoretical version of love that only works in books. Emmett felt something crack in his chest. Not the careful numbness he built over the last several days, but something underneath it. Something that had been waiting for permission to hurt properly.
He should have told me, Emmett said quietly. He absolutely should have, Ira said, and he knows that, and he's going to live with the fact that he didn't for a very long time. But the question isn't whether he made a terrible choice. He did. The question is whether a terrible choice about how to love you is the same as not loving you at all. Emmett didn't have an answer for that. He read the letter in his office, with the door closed and his hands shaking. I was so afraid of losing you that I engineered my own loss. He read that line 3 times, 4 times, felt it reverberate through the careful architecture of anger he'd built, the walls he'd constructed from the reasonable position that trust should be non-negotiable, that anyone who loved you should be incapable of hiding things from you, that was where it fell apart, because he knew it wasn't true. He knew that people hid things out of fear. He knew that fear wasn't the same as malice. He knew all of that intellectually, and he'd spent the last several days trying very hard not to know it emotionally. Because emotions were messier and required more from him than maintaining his sense of righteous betrayal. I don't know if you'll ever forgive me. I think I'm ready to live with it. Toby's letter was honest in the way he should have been honest all along. And that was what fractured Emmett's carefully constructed numbness. Not the grand gesture of exposing Vernon, not the career sacrifice, but this. Toby, finally, too late, speaking in the language they'd built their relationship on. Direct, vulnerable, unflinching. Emmett set the letter down and pulled up his work, the presentation he'd been preparing for the board, the one he'd stripped of every trace of Toby's designs, not because Toby was the enemy, but because Emmett couldn't bear to use the work of someone who hadn't trusted him enough to be honest. Which was, Emmett realized with a small, devastating clarity, exactly the kind of petty self-sabotage that made him no better than Toby had been. Not better, just differently broken. He opened the original file. The one from before the lie had a name and a date. Toby's innovation design was elegant. It was smart. It was the kind of work that made the museum feel less like a static monument to the past and more like a living, breathing conversation with history. And Emmett had removed every trace of it from the proposal because he was angry, which meant he was about to present something to the board that was technically sound and creatively hollow. His office door opened without knocking. I have something to show you, Gwendolyn Fairfax said, and she was holding a tablet with the determined expression of someone who would physically sit on him if necessary. Gwendolyn sat next to his desk and angled the tablet. Read, she commanded. It was a news article. Young tech entrepreneur exposes billionaire investor in stunning reversal. Emmett's eyes skipped over the details of corruption and federal investigations until they landed on, at great personal cost to Grayson's own career and business interests, sources report, Grayson's financial exposure is estimated at upwards of $70 million. He blew it all up, Gwendolyn said mildly. The development deal, the partnership, all of it, to protect this museum and your career. I know he did the right thing, Emmett said, and the words tasted like ash. That doesn't mean I can pretend the weeks before didn't happen. Of course not, Gwendolyn agreed. But you also can't pretend that what he just did is separate from everything that came before it. It's the same man, making a different choice, under the same fear that made him hide in the first place. The difference is that this time, he chose you, your career, your values, your future, over his own safety. And he knew it would cost him everything. Emmett felt something shift inside him. Not acceptance, not yet, but movement. Recognition of the fact that Toby had, finally, in the way that mattered, trusted him with his own destruction. He might lose everything, Emmett said quietly. He might, Gwendolyn agreed, but he did it anyway, and I think that's what you've been struggling with. Not whether you can forgive him for hiding things, but whether you can forgive him for being human, for being afraid, for not being the perfect version of himself you'd constructed in your mind. After she left, Emmett sat alone in his office and reopened the original presentation. Toby's design was still there, elegant, precise,
built from a conversation between two people who'd been brave enough, for a little while, to trust each other. He stared at it for a long time, at the evidence of collaboration, at the proof that they'd made something better together than either of them could have made alone, at the rendering of the future house that looked like a building that had listened to Emmett's deepest convictions and turned them into architecture. And then he made a decision. He pulled the collaborative version back into the presentation. All of it, Toby's innovation, Emmett's preservation, the hybrid approach that represented everything they'd argued about and built together. Not because he'd forgiven Toby, not because the hurt had faded, but because the work was good, and stripping it down to spite the man who'd helped create it would be a betrayal of everything the museum stood for. Emmett saved the file, closed his laptop, sat in the quiet of his office. And then he opened it again. Not the presentation, the browser. Because Emmett Ashford was a researcher. That was what he did. He didn't sit in rooms feeling sorry for himself. He went looking for answers. He chased primary sources. He cross-referenced and triangulated and followed documentation trails until the truth was buried so deeply under evidence that nobody could dig it out. Vernon Huxley wanted to demolish his museum. Toby had hidden that from him, not out of malice, but out of fear, and the distinction mattered even when it didn't make the hurt smaller. Fine, Emmett could be furious about the secrecy and still do something useful with the fury. He started with property records. It took him 45 minutes to find the first pattern. Vernon's development company had purchased properties in 3 other historic neighborhoods over the last decade. In each case, the pattern was identical. Invest in a local project, gain intellectual property leverage, then threaten demolition to force rezoning. In Millbrook, a community theater had been torn down for condos. In Hartsfield, a 19th century schoolhouse had been voluntarily sold to avoid litigation. In Pemberton Heights, a beloved bookstore had simply disappeared, replaced by a co-working space nobody wanted. Emmett dug deeper. He pulled municipal filings, cross-referenced building permits, found archived newspaper articles about community protests that had gone nowhere. He built a timeline. He assembled a paper trail so thorough that it made his exhibition research look like casual browsing. By midnight, he had a dossier, 37 pages, 3 neighborhoods, a decade of Vernon Huxley systematically dismantling historic communities under the guise of development partnerships. Every property acquisition, every IP threat, every community that had lost something irreplaceable because one man had more lawyers than they had resources. Iris found him at 1 a.m, still at his desk, surrounded by printouts.
"What are you doing?" she asked, and then she looked at the screen. Oh, Emmett."
He's done this before, Emmett said. His voice was steady in a way it hadn't been in days. Vernon, 3 other neighborhoods, same playbook every time, and nobody ever connected the dots because each community thought they were the only ones.
"That's
damning," Emmett finished. "It's damning, and I'm sending it to every preservation foundation on the East Coast, to the authorities investigating Vernon, and to every journalist who covered those other communities." He paused. Toby exposed Vernon's scheme, but I can show them it wasn't a one-time thing. I can show them the pattern. That's what historians do, Iris. We find the patterns everyone else missed. Iris was staring at the dossier like it was a weapon, which, in a sense, it was. "You're not doing this for Toby," she said carefully. "No," Emmett agreed. "I'm doing it for Millbrook and Hartsfield and Pemberton Heights. I'm doing it for every community that lost something they couldn't get back. And I'm doing it because sitting in this office being heartbroken is a waste of the skills I spent 6 years developing." He sent the dossier at 1:47 a.m. to the Preservation Alliance, to the Architectural Heritage Foundation, to the federal investigators, to 3 journalists, to Priya Kandel at the City Preservation Office. He did not send it to Toby. Not yet. Not because he was punishing him, but because this wasn't about them. This was about the work, the actual, tangible, historical work of documenting what had been lost and preventing more loss. If Emmett was going to forgive Toby, and standing here at 2 a.m. with ink-stained hands and a 37-page dossier, he was starting to think maybe he would, it would be because they were partners, not because Toby had played the hero while Emmett waited in his office. Partners did the work together, even when they were angry, even when they were broken.
Emmett saved the file, closed his laptop, picked up Toby's letter one more time, and read the last line. "I'm sorry. I mean that the way you deserve it to be meant." He folded the letter carefully and put it in his breast pocket, next to his heart, which was still beating despite everything. Then he set his alarm for 6 hours and went home. He had a presentation to give, and a pattern to expose. And maybe, just maybe, a relationship worth fighting for, if they could both learn to fight together instead of alone. 26. Toby. Toby's apartment had become a war room, which wasn't much of an exaggeration. Every surface held printouts, sketches, design files, splayed across his kitchen table like the remnants of a life imploding, which, technically, it was. The investor had bolted 48 hours after Toby's very public disavowal of Vernon Huxley's scheme. $20 million, gone. Legal threats, incoming. His reputation hanging by a thread that Vernon was actively cutting with a very sharp lawyer. Desmond sat on Toby's couch, nursing a beer and looking at him with that mixture of pity and exasperation that best friends deployed when watching someone commit professional seppuku in the name of integrity. "You still look like you're about to vomit," Des observed. "I'm fine," Toby lied, pulling up another rendering on his laptop. "You're not fine. You're caffeinated to the point of cardiac distress, you haven't slept in 36 hours, and you keep muttering about context-appropriate masonry like a man having a psychotic break." Toby didn't bother denying it. Instead, he turned the laptop toward Desmond. "Look at this." Desmond leaned forward, and Toby watched his oldest friend's expression cycle through confusion, curiosity, and then, surprising, genuine interest. "Is that the future house blueprint?" Des asked. "Was," Toby corrected. "This is what it should have been all along." The original design had been all gleaming tech, smart systems, minimalist architecture. Everything Emmett had warned against. Everything that made Toby sound like a corporate villain in a community meeting. This version, this was different. The house still had Toby's innovations. Climate control that preserved artifacts, smart lighting systems calibrated for conservation, security systems that blended into period details. But the framework itself respected the neighborhood's character. Solar panels integrated into the roof rather than dominating it. The color palette matched Victorian standards. The landscaping echoed the original garden layout. And then there were the details Emmett had planted in his head, the ones that had taken root and started growing. Period-appropriate moldings, restored hardwood floors, a restored front porch that looked historically authentic but had load-bearing sensors built into the structure. It was a building that loved the past while reaching toward the future. "That's beautiful," Desmond said, and he meant it. "It's unfinished, and I have no funding for it," Toby said flatly. "You also have no investor threatening to weaponize your intellectual property?" Toby shot him a look. "Try to find the silver lining isn't helping." "It absolutely is," Des said, turning to face him properly. "Toby, listen to me. You did the right thing. Vernon was a predator. You exposed him. Yeah, it cost you, but it also means you get to rebuild on your own terms, without some billionaire bastard controlling your vision. My vision isn't worth much without $20 million. Then you get it another way." Desmond stood up, pacing with the kind of restless energy that meant his brain was working. "You're Toby Grayson. You made your first billion before you were 30. You have connections, credentials, and, most importantly, you now have a design that's genuinely innovative and palatable to people who actually give a shit about community." Toby watched his friend pace. "What are you thinking?" he asked, carefully. "I'm thinking you need ethical investors, not corporate overlords. Foundations that care about preservation. Maybe some architectural historians with money. A preservation nonprofit that actually wants innovation." Desmond turned to him. "Who's going to care about a technology that helps protect historical communities? Who has money and actual values?" The question hung in the air while Toby's brain engaged for the first time in 2 days. "There are foundations," he said slowly. "The Getty, the Preservation Alliance, the National Trust, local organizations. They'd never fund something designed to make a community less authentic, but something that preserves while improving? That's exactly what they fund." "So pitch it to them," Desmond said simply. "I don't have time. The contest final is in 7 days." "Then you pitch it," Des repeated,
And if they say yes, you present to the neighborhood with real funding behind you. If they say no, you present anyway, and you let Emmett know you tried. Emmett. Toby's chest did that thing it had been doing for 48 hours, a kind of painful clenching, like his heart was trying to fold in on itself. He doesn't want to hear from me, Toby said quietly. You don't know that. He overheard Vernon's plan. He heard me on the phone. He knows I was working with Vernon. He also overheard you exposing Vernon to the authorities the next day, Desmond reminded him. He knows you sacrificed everything to do the right thing. That matters, Toby. That has to matter. But the fear was there, thick and choking. Even if Toby built something beautiful, even if he got the funding, even if his presentation was perfect, Emmett had loved him, and Toby had hurt him by hiding the truth. The fact that Emmett was apparently still fighting for the museum, compiling dossiers at midnight, sending them to foundations, didn't change the fact that Toby had broken his trust. Emmett was doing the work despite Toby, not because of him. Well, he was going to fight now. Toby turned back to his laptop and started making calls. The next 72 hours were a blur. The Preservation Alliance's director was intrigued. More than intrigued, actually. We received a remarkable dossier last night, she told Toby during their first call. Detailed documentation of Huxley's pattern of community exploitation. 3 other neighborhoods, same playbook. Whoever compiled it has an extraordinary research instinct. Toby's chest went very still. Who sent it? An Emmett Ashford. He's listed as the curator at the Heritage Museum. Toby set down his phone and stared at the wall for a long time. Emmett, heartbroken, furious, betrayed Emmett, had spent his night doing research. Not sitting in his apartment grieving. Not waiting for Toby to fix things. He'd gone to work. He'd used his skills, his training, his particular genius for finding patterns in historical records, and he'd built a case that Toby's lawyers hadn't even considered. He'd done it independently, without being asked, without knowing Toby was simultaneously trying to secure the same foundations. They'd been fighting the same battle from different directions, which was, Toby realized with something that felt like exactly what partnership was supposed to look like. The local architectural foundation wanted a meeting. A venture capital firm that specialized in sustainable, community-focused development said they'd look at the proposal if Toby could demonstrate market viability. He could. He did. He threw himself into documentation, into redesign, into the kind of intense focus that had made him successful in the first place. But this time, the driving force wasn't ego or ambition or the hunger to be right. It was the memory of Emmett's face when he'd explained what preservation meant to him. It was the way Emmett had looked at the neighborhood, not as a problem to be solved, but as a living thing to be cared for. It was every moment Toby had felt Emmett's presence, warming him up, making him less of a machine and more of a person. By day 6, he had it. A consortium of 3 foundation partners committed to backing the hybrid model. $7 million in secured funding, with another 5 available pending final approval. Not $20 million, but sustainable. Ethical. Right. And on day 7, Toby sat in his apartment, looking at a presentation that wasn't about winning anymore. It was a love letter. Not in any explicit way. The slides were professional, the data was compelling, the renderings showed a sophisticated understanding of both preservation and innovation. But underneath every choice, every design decision, every carefully selected image was a message to the community, and more importantly, to Emmett. This message was simple. You were right. You made me better. I'm sorry I didn't listen immediately. Toby looked at the final slide, a rendering of the completed future house, warm and welcoming and full of contradictions that somehow worked. Trees in front that looked Victorian, solar panels on the roof that you had to look carefully to see, a porch that was historically accurate but built with modern engineering, a home that honored the past and embraced the future. Emmett would see it and understand. The presentation was his apology, his acknowledgement, his attempt at redemption. Desmond, who had stayed for the final hours, put a hand on Toby's shoulder. You did good, he said simply. I don't know if it's enough. It's enough, Des said, with the certainty of someone who knew him completely. Because it's honest, and because you're going to mean every word. Toby nodded, not trusting his voice. Tomorrow, he'd present to a community he'd alienated. Tomorrow, he'd lay out his vision and his apology
and his hope that something could be salvaged from the wreckage of his own arrogance. Tomorrow, he'd see Emmett again. Tonight, he allowed himself to be terrified. But underneath the terror was something else, something that felt almost like faith. In himself, finally, in the work he'd done, in the person he was becoming, the person Emmett had helped him become. When he finally fell asleep, his hands were still shaking, but his mind was quiet. For the first time in 72 hours, he felt less like he was drowning. He felt like he had a chance.
Chapter 27.
Emmett. Emmett had memorized his presentation so thoroughly that he could probably recite it in his sleep. He'd been reciting it in his sleep, actually. Or so Iris had complained when she'd crashed at his apartment the night before, claiming he'd murmured, "Preservation standards and adaptive reuse," at 3 a.m. The community center's auditorium was already filling up when Emmett arrived, an hour early, slides loaded and laptop tested. Twice. 3 times. Okay, he'd tested it 4 times, because his hands kept shaking, and he wasn't entirely sure if that was nerves or heartbreak or some devastating combination of both. Iris appeared at his elbow, dressed in a blazer that screamed best friend support and carrying 2 terrible coffee cups from the community center cafe. "You look like you're about to perform major surgery," she observed. "I feel like I'm about to perform major surgery." "On yourself?" "Maybe. I don't know." Emmett accepted the coffee, which was somehow simultaneously too hot and somehow also already tepid. He drank it anyway. "Is the presentation good?" "It's excellent. It's also terrified, which is coming through in the way you're death-gripping that cursor." Emmett forced his hand to relax. "It's good because of him. The original concept, the hybrid approach, the way the design respects both preservation and innovation, that was collaboration. And I'm presenting it like I did it alone. And I hate that. And I hate him. And I hate that I don't actually hate him. And—" "Okay, breathe," Iris said, guiding him to a chair. "You're spiraling into the fun part of grief, where you're angry at someone for being someone you loved." "I'm not angry." "You're absolutely angry. You have every right to be angry. He lied to you." "He didn't lie to me, exactly. He had a conflict of interest and didn't disclose it. And then when I found out, I assumed he was in on it with Vernon the whole time, which maybe he was. And then he somehow exposed Vernon anyway, which means either he was a double agent this whole time, or he realized what was happening and actually developed a conscience, which would be great, except I'm too devastated to be happy about his character development." Iris sat down beside him. "Here's what I think," she said. "I think you should watch his presentation today before you decide how you feel. Because right now, you're living in this space where you've made up your mind about his intentions, and maybe you should hear what he actually has to say. He might not even present. Emmett, he's been working on that future house design since the moment you met him. He's not going to give it up, not because of this." Emmett wanted to believe that. Wanted to believe Toby cared enough about the work, about the vision, to fight for it, even after everything fell apart. But he'd also wanted to believe Toby was trustworthy. And look where that had gotten him. The auditorium continued filling. Gwendolyn arrived, imperious and elegant in a cream-colored suit, and made a beeline for Emmett. "My dear boy," she said, sweeping him into a hug that was surprisingly warm. "Are you prepared?" "As much as one can be." "Good. I want you to know that regardless of what happens today, the board has already discussed moving forward with the museum renovation. Your dedication to this community and its history is admirable. And we're not going to let a little professional disaster deter us." Emmett blinked. "Really?" "Really. Now, your presentation, is it just you?" "Yes. My collaborator and I, we're not collaborating anymore." Gwendolyn's sharp gaze softened. "Ah, I see. Well, that's unfortunate. Toby Grayson has his flaws, but he's not a bad man. Whatever happened, I hope it can be resolved." Before Emmett could respond, Gwendolyn swept off to help coordinate the presentations, and Iris squeezed his hand. "She likes him," Iris said. "She likes everyone. She did not like Vernon Huxley, and she has tolerated approximately 0 of your ex-boyfriends. But she wanted to hug you, and she's rooting for the guy who isn't even here yet. That's telling." The auditorium filled. The presentations began. A local architect showed their vision for mixed-use development that would have gutted half the historic character. A contractor proposed a preservation-only approach that was conservative to the point of stagnation. Then, it was Emmett's turn. He walked on stage, hyper-aware of the lights, the faces, the space where Toby should have been standing beside him. His presentation was good. He knew it was good. He walked through the museum renovation with careful attention to historical detail, showed the adaptive reuse of surrounding properties, demonstrated how preservation could be economically viable, how caring for the past wasn't just sentimental, it was practical. The slides were beautiful. His voice was steady. The audience was engaged. But there was something missing, a spark, a sense of possibility. He finished to warm applause and headed backstage, where Iris was waiting with an encouraging smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Excellent presentation," she said. "It was fine." "It was better than fine, but you're right that something was missing." Emmett set down his laptop, trying not to feel the weight of failure. That was when Vernon Huxley took the stage. Except it wasn't, because a moment later, Toby emerged instead, and Emmett's entire body went very still. Toby looked different. Thinner, maybe. There were dark circles under his eyes. His suit was expensive, but slightly disheveled, like he'd forgotten to have it pressed. He looked, Emmett thought, like someone who'd been through something and was about to throw himself at it again anyway. He took the stage, and the presentation began. But it wasn't what Emmett expected. Instead of launching directly into design renderings, Toby started by talking about Vernon Huxley, about the scheme, the manipulation, the way Vernon had tried to use Toby's expertise to create something exploitative. He had documentation, emails, proof of Vernon's malfeasance. And then, and this was the moment Emmett's knees nearly gave out, Toby pulled up a slide titled, "A Pattern of Exploitation," that Emmett recognized instantly, because he'd built it. This research, Toby said, was compiled by the Heritage Museum's curator, Emmett Ashford. Working independently, he documented Vernon Huxley's identical playbook in 3 other historic neighborhoods over the past decade: Millbrook, Hartsfield, Pemberton Heights. Each time, the same strategy: invest, leverage, threaten, demolish. Toby paused. I exposed Vernon's scheme, but Emmett proved it was a pattern. That's the difference between a whistleblower and a historian. I can tell you what happened. He can show you what it means. The room shifted, an audible ripple of understanding running through the audience. And backstage, Iris squeezed Emmett's hand so hard he thought she might break it. Then Toby turned to the design. But it wasn't the design Emmett had feared. It wasn't a testament to innovation at the cost of character. This was something else. This was a building that had listened to Emmett. Really listened, and integrated his values without compromising its own. The renderings were beautiful. Solar panels that were barely visible, a restored porch that Emmett recognized from historical records of the original property, modern systems hidden within historical frameworks. It was a building designed to serve preservation, not replace it. And then Toby began to speak, and his voice was different from how Emmett had ever heard it. This design represents a partnership, Toby said, and Emmett's heart clenched. With someone who showed me that the future doesn't have to destroy the past, that technology serves humanity best when it respects what came before it, that there's no contradiction between innovation and preservation, only a lack of imagination if we fail to find the bridge between them. Emmett felt Iris's hand find his, gripping hard. I came to this community with arrogance, Toby continued. I assumed that if something was old, it was in the way, that progress meant replacement, that efficiency was more important than character. I was wrong. He pulled up a new slide, the preservation approach Emmett had designed, given pride of place in Toby's presentation. The person who showed me these truths designed this museum renovation, Toby said. And it's brilliant, not because it ignores the future, but because it honors the past. I spent the last week redesigning my entire approach to be worthy of working alongside that vision. And I've secured funding partners, the Preservation Alliance, the Architectural Heritage Foundation, and Sustainable Future Ventures, who believe in this hybrid model. The numbers on the screen made Emmett's breath catch. $7 million in secured funding, $5 million in potential additional support. Together, Toby said, and he turned to look directly at where Emmett was standing backstage. We can show what preservation-informed innovation looks like. We can restore the museum, build the Future House as a model of sustainable design, and honor this community's character while embracing its future. That's what we get when we listen to people smarter than we are, and humble enough to actually change. The presentation concluded with renderings of the completed project. A neighborhood transformed, not by replacement, but by integration. The museum restored and thriving. The Future House integrated so seamlessly into the streetscape that it looked like it had always belonged there. The applause was thunderous. Toby took a bow, and then he looked backstage again, directly at Emmett, and something in his expression shifted. A question, a hope, a plea. Emmett couldn't move. After Toby exited the stage, the judging panel took a short recess. Iris was saying something, but her voice sounded underwater. Emmett's presentation had been good. Toby's had been inspired. And what was worse, or perhaps better, he couldn't quite figure out which, was that Toby's presentation wasn't better because it was flashier or more innovative. It was better because it was honest. Emmett's hands were shaking when Gwendolyn found him backstage. "Well," she said, "I think we have a winner." "Gwendolyn." "You two were meant to work together," she said calmly. "Your presentation today proved it. His presentation proved it. Separately, you're both very good. Together, you're something remarkable. I'd suggest you have a conversation about that." She swept away before Emmett could respond. He stood in the wings, watching the judges tally votes, his heart somewhere in his throat. When the results came back, it wasn't even close. The hybrid approach, the preservation-informed innovation model, the partnership between preservation expertise and technological vision. It won by a significant margin. $50,000 dedicated to restoring the museum and building the Future House as a model project. Emmett watched Toby's face when the results were announced, watched his expression cycle through disbelief, relief, and then that same vulnerable hope. And then Toby looked at him again. Emmett didn't remember making the decision to walk out from backstage, didn't remember crossing the auditorium floor, didn't remember the room full of people, or the judges watching curiously. All he remembered was reaching Toby, and Toby's hands finding his face, and the way his name sounded when Toby said it, like a question answered, like a prayer, like coming home. "I'm sorry," Toby whispered. "I'm so sorry. I should have told you. I should have fought for you. I should have—" "I know," Emmett said. "I know you tried to stop him. I was so hurt that you hid it from me, and I couldn't think past that. But I could still work. So I did." "The dossier," Toby said, and his voice cracked slightly. "You built that case at midnight while I was redesigning the house. We were fighting the same fight from different sides of the city, and we didn't even know it." "That's what partners do," Emmett said. "Even angry ones." Toby made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "Can you think past it now? The anger?" Emmett kissed him. It was the kind of kiss that made everything else disappear. The kind of kiss that tasted like apology and forgiveness and a promise to be better. It was soft and desperate and true. And when Emmett pulled away, his eyes were wet. "We have a lot to talk about," he said. "I know," Toby agreed. "But we get to now. We won, Em. We actually won." Emmett laughed through his tears. "We won because we both showed up. You listened, I researched. You redesigned, I documented. That's how this was always supposed to work." "You made me want to be better," Toby said. "And apparently, you also made the Preservation Alliance's director cry with a 37-page historical analysis at 2 in the morning, which is objectively the most attractive thing anyone has ever done." "I have very specific skills," Emmett said. And Emmett kissed him again, in front of the entire community, in front of Gwendolyn and Iris and the judges and everyone who'd been skeptical of them both. They won. And more importantly, they'd won each other back. Chapter 28. Toby. The kiss had lasted maybe 10 seconds before the applause got so loud that even Toby's brain short-circuited enough to remember they were in public. Then Emmett had pulled away, laughing and crying simultaneously, and people were rushing toward them. Iris, Gwendolyn, judges, community members, and the whole thing had devolved into congratulations and interviews and the kind of public victory lap that felt surreal when Toby couldn't actually feel his heart beating. He'd kissed Emmett in front of everyone, and Emmett had kissed him back. But that was 6 hours ago, and Toby was standing on the edge of the museum parking lot, waiting. And Emmett hadn't arrived alone. He'd arrived with the kind of determination that said, "We're going to talk about this," rather than, "Let's celebrate." When Emmett finally extricated himself from the last of the well-wishers and walked over, his face was carefully arranged into something neutral that made Toby's stomach drop. "We should talk," Emmett said. "Okay," Toby nodded, followed Emmett to his car. They drove in silence to a small overlook on the edge of the neighborhood, where the city spread out below them like a circuit board of lights. Emmett parked but didn't turn off the engine, which meant he wanted an exit strategy. Toby tried not to take that personally. "I need you to tell me exactly what happened," Emmett began, "from the moment you met Vernon. Everything." So, Toby did. He told Emmett about the initial pitch meeting, about how flattered he'd been, about how the opportunity had felt like validation of everything he'd been working toward. He told him about the investment, the timeline, the pressure. And then, he told him about the moment he'd realized what Vernon actually wanted. A house designed to replace the neighborhood's character, to drive property values up, to make the area less accessible to the people who actually lived there. "I told him no," Toby said. "And he told me I didn't have a choice because I'd already started the work and he owned the intellectual property. He had lawyers, he had agreements I'd signed that I hadn't even really read because I was too excited to be working with him." "But then you went to the authorities," Emmett said quietly. "Yes, because it was the right thing to do. It cost me the investor, it cost me the intellectual property rights to the original design, and it's probably going to cost me in legal fees. But I couldn't do it his way. I couldn't build something that would hurt people, and I couldn't pretend that was progress." Emmett was quiet for a long moment. "I'm not angry about you working with Vernon," he said finally. "I was, but I'm not. I'm angry that you didn't tell me. I trusted you, and we were partners. And when you got involved with something that significant, I should have known. We should have talked about it." "I know," Toby said. "I know that now. At the time, I thought I could compartmentalize it, keep my work with you separate from my work with him. I was an idiot." "You were scared," Emmett corrected. "You were scared of disappointing me, so you lied by omission. And then, when I overheard the phone call, you were dealing with all of this alone, and I was dealing with the hurt of feeling betrayed, and neither of us communicated." "That's because you'd already decided I was the bad guy," Toby said, not defensively, but stating a fact. Emmett flinched. "Yes, I did. I heard you on the phone, and the context was already predisposed to make me think the worst, so I filled in the blanks in the worst way possible. And then, when Vernon's scheme came to light, I realized I'd been wrong, but I was too hurt and too proud to reach out first." "So we both fucked up," Toby said. "We both fucked up spectacularly," Emmett agreed. He turned to look at Toby, and his eyes were red-rimmed but clear. "Here's what I need to know. Are you actually different? Or is this grand gesture the finale to a story that's going to repeat itself?" It was the most important question anyone had ever asked him. "I'm different," Toby said carefully, "but not because I suddenly became a better person. I'm different because you showed me what matters, and I got a glimpse of who I could be if I actually valued it. The me that chose you over career advancement. The me that listened when you talked about preservation like it was a thing worth preserving. The me that redesigned an entire project because it would be right, not because it would be profitable." "That's not a guarantee," Emmett said. "No," Toby agreed. "It's not. I could fuck up again. Probably I will in some way. But I know what I'm choosing when I choose wrong now. And I know it's a choice. And I know what it costs. And I'm willing to pay the price." Emmett's hands were shaking when he reached over and took Toby's. "I loved you," Emmett said, "before everything went wrong. And I loved you the whole time I was angry at you. And I'm still angry about some of this. But I also saw your presentation today. And I saw you choosing humility and integrity over winning. And I realized that the person I fell in love with is still in there. Maybe even more so." "I'm sorry," Toby said, "for not trusting you with the truth. For letting you feel like I'd betrayed you. For not fighting harder when you walked away." "I'm sorry for assuming the worst," Emmett said. "For not giving you a chance to explain. For thinking the worst of you without knowing the full story." They sat with that for a moment, each of them holding space for their own failure and their partner's failure. And somehow, that was more honest than the kiss had been. I don't know how we come back from this, Emmett said quietly. Neither do I, Toby admitted. But I know I want to. I know I'm willing to do the work. I know that waking up without you is worse than being angry at you. And I know that when you presented today, there was this moment where I thought I'd fucked it up permanently, that I'd ruined the best thing in my life because I was too proud and too scared to be honest. Emmett reached over and kissed him again. This kiss was different from the one on stage. It was slower, more thoughtful, tasting like salt from tears and tasting like apology, and tasting like the beginning of something that might actually work if they both tried hard enough. We should take things slow, Emmett said when he pulled away. Toby nodded, though every part of him wanted to argue, wanted to pull Emmett back and kiss him again until he forgot about taking things slow. Slow, he agreed. I can do slow. I can do however you need me to be. I need you to be honest, Emmett said, even when it's inconvenient, especially when it's inconvenient. If something's important or scary or complicated, I need to know. Not later, not when you think you can manage it, now. Okay, Toby said. And I need time, Emmett continued, to trust you again, to stop being afraid that you're going to choose something else over us, to actually believe that you're going to stay. I'll stay, Toby said, however long it takes. Emmett rested his forehead against Toby's, and they breathed each other's air for a moment. Not quite together, but not apart either. We have a lot to figure out, Emmett said eventually. We do. And we're going to screw it up. Probably. But we're going to try. We're going to try, Toby confirmed. They drove back to the neighborhood in companionable silence. Emmett drops Toby off at his apartment with a promise to have dinner tomorrow, to start the slow process of rebuilding what they'd broken. Toby watched him drive away, and for the first time in a week, he felt like he could breathe. It wasn't the ending he'd hoped for. It was slower, messier, more uncertain, but it was real, and it was theirs. And somewhere in there, under the work and the rebuilding and the process of learning to trust each other again, was the foundation for something actually beautiful. He just had to show up, had to be honest, had to choose over and over again to be the man Emmett had helped him become. Toby could do that. He would do that. He was already doing it. The museum smelled like old wood and possibility when Toby walked through the doors at 7 the next morning. He hadn't slept, not really. He'd spent the night thinking about Emmett's face in the car, the careful distance he was maintaining, the way trust wasn't something you could apologize your way back into. It was something you had to build. So he built a plan instead. He found Harold in the restoration workshop, a cramped room that smelled like linseed oil and sawdust. The maintenance man was in his 70s, with weathered hands and a perpetual squint that suggested he didn't trust much of anything, especially not tech visionaries who showed up before dawn. I want to learn how to restore the woodwork, Toby said without preamble. The baseboards, the crown molding, the damaged sections. Harold looked him up and down, taking in the expensive athleisure wear and the manicured nails, and made a noise that wasn't quite a laugh. You want to learn. I do. Why? Because Emmett had trusted him with the museum's future, and Toby had nearly destroyed it with his silence. Because words weren't going to fix this. Because the only way to show someone you understood what they cared about was to get your hands dirty doing it. Because I need to, Toby said. Harold considered this with the kind of patience that suggested he'd seen a lot of nonsense in his life and was fairly certain this was more of it. Then he handed Toby a piece of sandpaper and pointed to a section of baseboard that had been water damaged years ago. Sand it smooth. Don't rush. The wood will tell you when it's ready. Toby sanded for 2 hours. His hands, which had never done anything more physically demanding than type at 60 words per minute, blistered within the first 40 minutes. The repetitive motion made his shoulders burn. The dust got everywhere, in his hair, under his nails, coating his clothes in a fine gray film that no amount of dry cleaning would ever fully remove. It was absolutely terrible, and he didn't stop. Harold watched him work with an expression that might have been grudging respect or might have been pity. It was hard to tell with Harold. By the time Emmett walked into the workshop at 5 o'clock, Toby was on his knees finishing the last section of baseboard. His hands were raw, his back ached. There was a smudge of wood stain on his cheek that he probably looked ridiculous trying to wipe away with his equally filthy hand. Emmett stopped in the doorway. The look on his face,
surprise, confusion, and then something that cracked open like sunrise was worth every blister.
"What are you doing?" Emmett asked quietly. "Learning," Toby said. He didn't stand up, didn't try to make it easier, just knelt there, hands ruined, and met Emmett's eyes. "Harold's teaching me. Real restoration. The hands-on kind." Emmett didn't say anything for a long moment. Then he disappeared and came back with a water bottle. He sat down on the edge of the workbench, not close, but not far, and watched while Toby drank. The distance was deliberate. Toby could feel it, the careful radius Emmett was maintaining, close enough to be present, far enough to be safe. When Toby reached for the water bottle, their fingers brushed, and Emmett pulled his hand back a fraction too quickly. Not flinching exactly, more like someone testing a surface they'd been burned on before. They didn't talk much. They didn't need to, but the silence had a texture Toby hadn't felt before. Watchful. Emmett was watching him the way you watch someone who might still disappoint you. The next morning, Toby's phone stayed silent until almost noon. He'd typed and deleted 3 texts to Emmett before settling on, "Thank you for the water yesterday." Emmett's reply took 40 minutes. "You're welcome." 2 words, no emoji, no warmth, but no coldness either. Just caution, wearing a polite face. By the next Saturday, Toby was back. And the Saturday after that. He learned to sand, to stain, to identify rot and determine what could be saved. Harold's skepticism gradually thawed into something almost like approval. He started leaving Toby notes about which sections to work on next, which was apparently the Harold equivalent of a standing ovation. Toby's hands, soft and pristine when he'd started, developed calluses. His manicures became less frequent, and each Saturday, Emmett found him there, on his knees or balanced on a step stool, doing the unglamorous work of showing up. Some Saturdays, Emmett stayed. Others, he came, looked, and left without a word, and Toby learned not to chase him. On the 4th Saturday, Emmett brought coffee, 2 cups, without asking, and sat close enough that their shoulders almost touched. On the 5th, he asked Toby about his week, and when Toby mentioned a difficult call with his lawyer about Vernon's litigation, Emmett's eyes searched his face for a long beat, looking for the lie. Not finding one, he exhaled and said, "Thank you for telling me." It was the first time since the breakup that his voice had sounded like it used to. Trust, it turned out, wasn't something you declared. It was something you proved. 1 grain of sandpaper at a time.
Chapter 29.
Emmett. The museum's renovation was halfway complete when the contest results officially came through. They'd won. $50,000, with the promise of additional grant funding contingent on the project's success. It was more than enough to finish the restoration and begin work on the future house. Emmett was in the museum's main gallery when Toby found him, both of them moving carefully through the space, like they were still learning each other's rhythm. Which, technically, they were. 6 weeks of taking things slow had included dinner dates, presentations to the funding partners, and exactly 3 kisses, all of which had been chaste and careful, and somehow more devastating than the passionate kiss in the auditorium. But the real work of rebuilding had happened on Saturday mornings in the restoration workshop. That was where Toby had shown up, week after week, with his expensive hands and his willingness to ruin them. That was where they'd learned to work together again, not as the curator and the tech visionary, but as 2 people choosing, over and over, to do the unglamorous work of trust. Emmett had eventually joined him, their hands touching over baseboards and crown molding, learning each other's rhythms through the simple language of restoration. Sand, stain, seal. Damage, assess, repair. It was the slowest kind of magic, and it had worked. This slow rebuilding was both worse and better than heartbreak. Heartbreak was clean. This was tentative and hopeful and terrifying in equal measure. But it was also Saturday mornings with sawdust in their hair, and Harold grunting approval at Toby's improving technique, and the quiet satisfaction of watching broken things become whole again. "The future house is finished," Toby said without preamble, and Emmett turned from the historical documentation wall he'd been installing. "The exterior?" "Everything. The whole thing. We can go see it now if you want." Emmett's hands went still. He'd been avoiding the completed future house, not quite ready to see what they'd built together. The design was his, their collaborative vision, but the execution had been Toby's. Emmett wasn't sure he was prepared to see himself in a building. "Okay," he said. The drive over was quiet. Toby kept glancing at him, like he was afraid Emmett was going to change his mind. Emmett kept his gaze out the window, watching the familiar neighborhood scroll past. The Victorian homes, the tree-lined streets, the sense of community that had been their entire argument about what mattered. When they pulled up to the future house, Emmett had to actually catch his breath. It was perfect. Not in the glossy magazine cover way that Toby's original design had been perfect. This was the kind of perfect that made you feel something in your chest. The kind that made sense. The house looked like it belonged on this street. The exterior honored the Victorian aesthetic. Period-appropriate colors, restored details, a wraparound porch that could have existed for 100 years. But when you looked more carefully, you could see the subtle integration of modern elements. Solar panels that didn't announce themselves, geothermal systems that showed no visible infrastructure, smart windows that maintained historical accuracy while providing climate control. It was a conversation between past and future. It was everything they'd argued about, distilled into architecture. Emmett walked around the property slowly, taking it in. The restored front garden used period-appropriate plantings, but had smart irrigation hidden beneath the surface. The street face looked completely authentic. But he could see where Toby had integrated seismic reinforcement, moisture control, and energy efficiency without compromising the historical integrity. "There's more inside," Toby said quietly, and Emmett followed him through the front door. The interior was what made Emmett actually stop and stare. Toby had listened, really deeply listened to every conversation they'd had about preservation and respect and what it meant to honor history while building toward the future. The main rooms maintained historical accuracy, crown molding that matched period specifications, hardwood floors that had been sourced from reclaimed buildings, light fixtures that looked authentically Victorian but had been retrofitted with smart technology. But then there were the contemporary elements, integrated so seamlessly that they looked like they'd always been there. The kitchen was modern and efficient, but designed around a period-appropriate color palette. The bathroom had contemporary fixtures, but installed in a way that preserved the original architectural lines. The climate control was hidden. The security systems were invisible. The technology was there, but not intrusive. Emmett walked through every room like he was touring a museum exhibit. In the master bedroom, there were period-appropriate details that he'd mentioned in passing months ago, before everything had fallen apart. Crown molding in a shade of white that matched the original samples they'd found. Hardware in brass that looked authentically Victorian. "You listened," Emmett said. "I always listen," Toby replied. "I just didn't always hear." They ended up in the library, a room that had meant something to both of them in their initial design conversations. It was wood-paneled, in a warm tone that suggested historical authenticity. Built-in shelves lined the walls, perfect for someone who wanted to collect old books. And hidden in the architecture, Emmett could see the smart systems. Climate control to preserve paper, humidity monitoring, gentle LED lighting designed to protect aged materials. It was a room designed for someone like Emmett, a historian, a preservationist, someone who loved the past and wanted to keep it safe. Emmett couldn't finish the sentence. "This is what we made," Toby said. He was standing in the doorway, watching Emmett's reaction. "This is us, you and me, your respect for preservation and my understanding of how to make that work in the real world. Your values driving the design, my engineering making it possible." Emmett turned to face him. "You learned to do this with your hands first," he said quietly. "Before you showed me what you could do with technology. You spent 6 Saturdays on your knees sanding woodwork. That matters, Toby. That's how I know you mean it." "Toby." "I know we're taking things slow," Toby interrupted. "I know we're rebuilding and we're not fully there yet, but I need you to understand something. I didn't do this for the contest. I didn't do this for validation. I did this because you were right about what matters, about what's worth saving, about the fact that the future is only worth building if it respects where we came from." Emmett crossed the room and kissed him. It wasn't a slow, careful kiss. It was the kind of kiss that burned through every boundary they'd been maintaining, that tasted like 6 weeks of wanting and waiting and learning to trust again. Toby made a sound that was almost surprise before his hands came up and gripped Emmett's shirt, pulling him closer. When Emmett finally pulled away, they were both breathing hard. "I'm still rebuilding trust," Emmett said, because he needed to be honest too. "But I'm not going anywhere." "I know," Toby said. I can feel it. They ended up on the library floor, tangled together, with Emmett's head on Toby's chest and Toby's hand running through his hair in a way that felt like coming home. The space was cool, the afternoon light coming through the historically accurate windows, and for the first time in 6 weeks, Emmett felt like they weren't just rebuilding something broken. They were building something new. I love you, Emmett said. Not because he'd planned to say it, but because it was true, and he was done keeping true things locked up. Toby went very still. Say that again, he said. I love you. I love the way you listen now. I love the way you designed this house to hold both of us. I love you with your terrible Victorian furniture choices and your obsession with historical accuracy, and even the part of you that still thinks smart sidewalks would be a good investment. I do think that, Toby said, but he was laughing and his eyes were wet. But I'd give up every smart sidewalk in the world if I could keep you. You don't have to do that, Emmett said. We can compromise. Some smart sidewalks. Some cobblestones. Okay, Toby agreed. He pulled Emmett closer, and they lay there in the library of the future house, in the physical manifestation of everything they'd learned about each other. I love you too. I've loved you since you were lecturing me about context-appropriate masonry, and I love you more now, and I'm going to love you tomorrow, and I'm not fucking that up. Emmett smiled against his chest. Language. I can swear, we're having a moment. We're in a historically accurate library. The Victorians swore, Toby said. I'm actually quite certain of this. Not in their pristine, museum-quality libraries. Then we better not fucking hear, Toby said, with the kind of practical logic that was so fundamentally him that Emmett laughed until his sides hurt. They eventually extracted themselves from the library floor. Getting older and more in love made hardwood floors less appealing as a lounging surface, and Toby gave Emmett the full tour. Every detail, every decision, every moment where Toby's engineering had served Emmett's vision. By the end, Emmett was crying in a way that had nothing to do with sadness. We did it, he said, standing in the front room, looking at the whole of what they'd built. We did, Toby agreed. He took Emmett's hand, lacing their fingers together in a way that felt like a promise. We're going to do so much more. The museum, other buildings, projects that honor the past and build the future responsibly. We're going to be the team I promised you we could be. We already are, Emmett said. And when Toby kissed him again, it felt like a vow. It felt like commitment. It felt like everything finally falling into place, not perfectly, but beautifully, which was, honestly, better. The future house stood around them, warm and welcoming and full of contradictions that somehow worked, just like them. Chapter 30. Toby. 9 months later, Toby was having a clothing crisis. Specifically, a Victorian clothing crisis, which he'd learned was the worst kind of crisis because Emmett took it very seriously. It needs to go with the period, Emmett was saying, draping what appeared to be the most constrictive piece of fabric Toby had ever encountered across his shoulders. Come on, the waistcoat really completes the look. The look is man being strangled, which I'm concerned is the actual look we're going for here, Toby said, but he was already unbuttoning his shirt anyway. The museum's grand reopening had required formal dress. Emmett had interpreted formal to mean as close to Victorian formal as we can manage without actual corsets, which was how Toby had found himself in a crisp white shirt, a waistcoat that appeared designed for a smaller man, and pants that fit like they'd been painted on. You look amazing, Emmett said, stepping back to examine his handiwork. Toby looked in the mirror and saw someone he didn't quite recognize. More refined than usual, certainly, and vaguely uncomfortable. I look like someone who's about to take up needlepoint. Exactly, Emmett said with satisfaction. What Toby actually looks like was like he belonged with Emmett, like he was a cohesive part of something larger than himself. It was the same feeling he'd gotten when he was finalizing the future house design, or sitting in on museum board meetings, or doing any of the approximately 500 things that had become his life in the past 9 months. His life now included spreadsheets about preserving Victorian architecture. His Saturday mornings were spent researching period-appropriate lighting fixtures. He had opinions about crown molding. He had become, somehow, a man who cared deeply about the past while still believing the future could be beautiful. Emmett had done that to him. Or Maybe he'd been waiting for someone to do that, and Emmett had just been the one brave enough to look past the version of him that thought faster was always better.
Are you nervous? Emmett asked, straightening the waistcoat with a kind of focused attention that should probably have been reserved for actual museum curation.
About the opening? No. About this waistcoat making me faint during the ribbon cutting? Extremely. You won't faint. I might, for dramatic effect. If you faint, I'll have to catch you, and then everyone will know I'm strong, and they'll expect it consistently.
Toby turned to look at him. You're already strong. Everyone already knows that.
Yes, but now they'll expect you to catch you at formal events, Emmett said, with a kind of dry humor that Toby had learned to recognize as Emmett deflecting from actual emotions. That seems like a lot of pressure.
We could practice, Toby suggested.
Not with the waistcoat. You actually do look like you're about to pass out. The museum was already full when they arrived. The renovation had taken 8 months of careful work, historical restoration combined with modern climate control, accessibility upgrades that maintained aesthetic integrity, and the kind of meticulous attention to detail that only Emmett could have orchestrated. The result was stunning. The main gallery had been preserved exactly as it had been when the museum first opened, with period-appropriate lighting and display cases that honored both the artifacts and the space. But there were also new galleries, designed with contemporary approaches to storytelling while maintaining historical accuracy. There were interactive exhibits that educated without oversimplifying. There were spaces designed for community events. It was, in short, everything Emmett had envisioned, everything they'd built together. Gwendolyn was holding court in the main gallery, looking imperious, in a suit that probably cost more than some people's cars. She'd stepped down as neighborhood president the previous month, having declared her work adequately completed and her retirement necessary for the survival of sanity. She'd recommended Emmett for the position. Emmett had turned her down, but he'd accepted a spot on the board. "There you are," Gwendolyn said, spotting them. She pulled Emmett into a hug that Toby could tell was vaguely uncomfortable for him, but that he tolerated gracefully. She then turned to Toby with an assessing look. "The waistcoat suits you. You look almost civilized." "I feel like a Victorian fever dream," Toby said. "Close enough." She swept away to greet someone else, and Iris appeared in her place, grinning widely. "Oh my God, look at you," Iris said, gesturing vaguely at Toby's outfit. "You're like a historical figure who accidentally got sent through time." "Everyone keep reminding me," Toby said, though he was smiling. Iris had become oddly close with Desmond over the past few months. They'd bonded over coffee at one of the post-contest networking events, and had apparently decided they were now best friends. Toby found it endearing in a way that he wouldn't have predicted a year ago. "The museum looks incredible," Iris said to Emmett. "Seriously, it's like you didn't just restore it, you made it mean something." "Museums are supposed to mean something," Emmett said. "They're supposed to be places where we remember who we are. This one's just going to do it in a way that actually invites people in." The ribbon-cutting ceremony happened at 2 p.m., and it was exactly as formal as one might expect. Gwendolyn gave a short speech about community preservation, the mayor said something about supporting local history, and Emmett gave a quiet, earnest talk about the importance of honoring our shared past while building toward a better future. He used words like stewardship and collective memory. And Toby stood there in his Victorian fever dream waistcoat and thought about how this man had completely reorganized his entire understanding of what mattered. When they cut the ribbon, the crowd clapped, and Emmett looked over at Toby with a smile that felt like it was just for him. The tour through the museum took hours. There were school groups, community members, donors, and historical society volunteers. Emmett moved through the space with practiced ease, explaining artifacts, pointing out restoration details, talking about how preserving the past wasn't about being stuck in nostalgia, but about understanding our connection to something larger than ourselves. By the time the evening reception wound down, Toby's feet hurt, and the waistcoat had shifted to genuinely threatening positions. But he was happy in a way that had become his baseline since that day in the Future House library. He and Emmett stayed late, long after everyone else had left. Gwendolyn had given them keys to lock up, a small gesture that somehow meant everything. They walked through the empty museum, their footsteps echoing in the main gallery. "We did this," Emmett said, in the voice he reserved for moments when he was processing actual feelings. "You did this," Toby corrected. "I helped with the structure, but you did the real work." "We did this," Emmett repeated firmly. "Together. The whole thing. The contest, the funding, the museum, the future house, all of it. That's what we built.
Toby reached over and took his hand.
Okay, he agreed. We did this together. They were standing in front of the main historical gallery when Emmett said, I want to show you something, and pulled Toby over to a small display case he'd mentioned during the restoration, but that Toby hadn't yet seen. Inside the case was a collection of photographs, the neighborhood from different eras. Victorian homes in their original glory, the same homes in the 1950s, subdivided into apartments, the same homes in more recent years, fallen into disrepair. And then the most recent photographs, the homes as they appeared now, restored and beautiful. And in one of the photographs, nestled among the Victorian houses, was the future house. It fits, Toby said. It does, Emmett agreed. That was the whole point, to build something new that honors something old, to show that you don't have to choose between preservation and innovation, that they're actually complementary if you do it right. Kind of like us, Toby said. Emmett laughed. We're definitely more complementary than we are aligned, but yeah, like us. Later, when they were closing up the museum and heading out into the warm evening, Emmett took Toby's hand and pulled him back toward the preservation office. One more thing, he said, unlocking the door and gesturing Toby inside. On the wall, framed beautifully, was the original collaboration sketch, the rough drawing they'd made together on Emmett's apartment kitchen table months ago when they were still arguing about cobblestones and smart sidewalks and whether the past and future could coexist. Below the frame was a small plaque, the beginning of the Future House Project, a collaboration between preservation and innovation, designed by Emmett Ashford and Toby Grayson, 2025. I wanted to remember, Emmett said quietly, where we started, before everything fell apart, before we rebuilt. I wanted to have proof that we were actually there, that we actually created something together. Toby stared at the frame for a long moment. I love you, he said, and it still felt new, even after months of saying it. I love you in a way that makes me want to preserve things and build better futures, and apparently wear Victorian waistcoats without complaining. You complained a lot about the waistcoat. Extensively, but I wore it. That's the love. Emmett turned to face him fully. In the dim light of the preservation office, with the framed sketch visible behind him, he looked like someone out of Toby's own restoration dreams, anchored in something historical, oriented towards something better. I'm going to keep loving you, Emmett said, even when we disagree, even when you try to sneak smart irrigation into the museum gardens. I was planning that, Toby admitted, but you're right, I won't. You will eventually, but I'll understand why. And I'll probably even agree with it, which annoys me greatly. Toby kissed him there, in the preservation office, in front of the framed reminder of where they'd started. When he pulled away, Emmett was smiling in that way that suggested he was about to say something absurdly honest. I used to think the future was more important than anything, Emmett said. I thought about what was coming next, what innovations were possible, what efficiency gains we could achieve. And then I met you. And you made me understand that the past is just as important, that we have to honor where we came from. That's not actually what happened, Toby said, because he was honest now, about everything. You made me understand that. You made me care. You showed me that building something beautiful means more than building something fast. Well, Emmett said, I suppose we taught each other. How very functional of us. Disgustingly functional, Toby agreed. They locked up the museum and drove through the neighborhood. The restored Victorian homes looked beautiful in the evening light, and the future house glowed warmly from within, like a building that knew it belonged. They went to Toby's apartment, which was becoming increasingly filled with Emmett's things, in what seemed to be a slow, unplanned cohabitation situation. And Toby finally got out of the waistcoat, which he swore had gotten tighter throughout the day. It's the same size as it was this morning, Emmett said. But he helped Toby out of it with a care that suggested he understood the genuine suffering involved. They lay in bed that night, Emmett's head on Toby's chest, which had become their default position, and Emmett talked about the plans for the next museum exhibit. Toby half listened while running his fingers through Emmett's hair, content in the way of someone who had almost lost something precious and had been given a second chance. I'm going to go back to the future house tomorrow, Emmett said, just to check that the humidity levels are stable. Do you want to come? Always, Toby said, and meant it completely. Outside, the neighborhood slept peacefully, restored and respected and moving carefully into its future. The museum glowed softly in the darkness, a beacon of collective memory. And in a small apartment, a man in love with the past and a man in love with the future lay tangled together, proving that some contradictions weren't contradictions at all. They were just the kind of love that required patience. The kind that required both of them to become better. The kind worth preserving.
Thank you so much for listening. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.